Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
From the trading floors of Lagos to the commodity hubs of Enugu, we say thank you for joining us and welcome to the Aneke TV Outlook, broadcasting live from Enugu. We begin the trading week at a critical crossroads for both domestic and global markets. Locally, the Nigerian exchange enters today's session looking for a firm footing after all-share index shared over 1.5% last week, driven by heavy profit taking in energy and industrial heavyweights. Meanwhile, pressure mounts at the foreign exchange window as thin interbank liquidity pushed the naira to 1,380 naira officially, even as Nigeria's foreign reserves sit at a commanding multi-year high of over 51 billion US dollars. From the shifting dynamics of global energy to the critical corporate earnings redefining the Nigerian exchange, we have the numbers, the data, and the insights to help you navigate the financial day ahead. And this is the Business Desk, where data meets destiny and your weight finds its voice. I am Uche Osai. Let's get down to business. Starting from the Nigerian equities market, which ended the week on a bearish note, extending its downward trajectory as persistent profit taking and a risk-off sentiment squeezed key performance indicators. The all-share index ASI shared 1,531.81 points, declining by 0.66% to close at 232.49.02 points, down from Thursday's 233,580.83 points. This extended the week-to-date loss to a negative 1.62%, while the year-to-date return moderated to a positive 49.12%. Market capitalization decreased by 982.96 billion naira to close at 148.91 trillion naira. Market breadth ended strongly, strongly negative, with 15 gainers against 41 decliners, while 90 equities closed unchanged. Investors traded 388.59 million shares, valued at 18.36 billion naira across 44,557 deals. The downturn was primarily accelerated by a sharp 10% maximum decline in energy heavyweights, Arade Holdings PLC closing at 1,417 naira 50 kobo, alongside considered pullbacks in industrial and oil and gas counters. Looking at the top gainers, Universal Insurance led the gainers table, advancing 6.32% to close at 1 naira 1 kobo, followed by MC Nico's at a positive 5.52%. Access Holdings, that's Access Corporation, dominated trading by volume with 33.22 million shares, while Arade Holdings led the market by value. And quickly, here is our market projection for today. The market enters today's trading section under heavy, clear short-term bearish pressure, though key technical indicators suggest potential zones for institutional stabilization. Sustained bearish correction is one that we see that will characterize the market, given that technically the All-Share Index is locked in its early corrective phase after failing to cross above its short-term moving average last week. Having retraced to the crucial 0.382 Fibonacci retracement level, the market is primed for either a brief technical rebound or further structural consolidation. And then moving on, another factor that will shape the market today is that we're seeing a sectoral rotation and a deep buying, where despite broad index declines, underlying market liquidity and money flow metrics remain strong. Early institutional indications show investors are already eyeing a buy the dip approach on deeply discounted blue chip and high-yielding banking tickers like First Holding Company and Zenith Bank. Expect a volatile opening section today. While index heavyweights in the industrial and energy sectors may continue to see mild residual profit taking, the significant markdown in valuation across the board is likely to trigger selective institutional positioning, offering support against deeper index collapse. And quickly turning to the foreign exchange market, where the Naira extended its downward slide against the US dollar to wrap up the week on Friday, marking its fourth consecutive daily loss as market demand outpaced liquidity. The local currency closed weaker across both the official window and the parallel market, facing intense pressure from corporate end users, closing out weekly obligation. And at the official window, the Naira depreciated by 0.82 Naira, closing at 1,380 Naira 93 kobo per dollar, down from the Thursday's close of 1,380 Naira 11 kobo. Trading was highly volatile, hitting an intraday high of 1,385 Naira 50 kobo and a low of 1,376 Naira against the dollar before settling. Spot market turnover at the intrabank segment dropped significantly by 36.4% to 124.22 million US dollars, down from the 195.37 million US dollars recorded on Thursday. This drop in dollar supply accelerated the local currency slide. The parallel market or the black market or the official market, depending on the one you choose, the Naira remained mostly flat to slightly soft, trading at an average of 1,400 Naira against the US dollar. The gap between the official and parallel market rates remained tight at roughly 19 Naira 7 kobo, limiting major currency arbitrage opportunities. And then quickly moving on to give you our market projection for today, the Naira enters today's trading session facing strong residual headwinds from the previous week's supply deficit, though macroscopic buffers remain solid. We are looking at demand backlog pressure because Friday's interbank supply dropped back to the $124 million mark. An unresolved demand backlog is expected to spill over into early trading hours today. This could push the opening rate at the Nigerian foreign exchange market closer to the 1,385 Naira threshold. And then another factor that will characterize today's market is strong foreign reserves cushion. Despite the immediate spot market volatility, broader mid-term indicators favor stability. Nigeria's gross foreign reserves recently achieved a fresh multi-year high of 51.03 billion US dollars. This substantial war chest gives the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, ample room to intervene with targeted dollar sales to authorize dealers if intraday swings get too aggressive. Expect the Naira to fluctuate between 1,380 Naira and 1,388 Naira at the official window today. The parallel market will likely hold firm at 1,400 Naira unless a major squeeze at the banks forces retail buyers to pivot to informal channels. And quickly moving to the global energy market, where Brent crude futures prices plunged significantly at the tail end of last week, effectively wiping out the remaining war premium as geopolitical tension eased and critical shipping lanes began a gradual recovery. Brent crude experienced a sharp sell-off on Friday, closing down over 4.0% for the session. This extended a massive weekly rout of more than 10%, the steepest weekly drop the market has seen in a month. Brent crude futures settled at $73.08 per barrel, down $2.18 from Thursday's close of $75.26. During the intraday range, prices fluctuated heavily between a high of $75.13 and an aggressive low of $71.38. At its peak during the conflict in March, Brent traded above $120. Friday's close near the $73 level officially returned oil prices to their pre-war baseline. Now, taking a look at the core market drivers. The one is the Geneva Peace Agreement, where oil plummeted following news of the Geneva Peace Accord and the partial reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. Vessels traffic through the strait has successfully resumed to roughly 2/3 of its normal capacity, easing major global supply deficit fears. And then we are taking a look at supply resilience. Yes, despite lingering friction, including a localized drone attack on a vessel off Oman on Thursday, the market focused heavily on a wave of returning supply, coupled with OPEC continuing to gradually bring barrels back online. And here is the global oil market outlook for today. The oil market enters today's trading session deeply oversold on a short-term technical basis, setting up a battleground between fiscal supply recovery and technical deep buying. Technically, Brent is trading well below its 50-day moving average of $95.53 and 200-day moving average of $78.75, indicating a dominant bearish configuration. However, with the relative strength index sitting oversold at 36.41, a technical dead cat bounce is highly possible. And then we are taking a look at diplomatic triggers and volatility. Yes, tit-for-tat maritime actions over the weekend, including a U.S. retaliatory strike on Saturday after a vessel carrying Qatari oil was targeted, remind the market that reopening the Strait of Hormuz will be highly uneven. Traders are bracing for headlines as peace talks resume later this week. Expect volatile, range-bound trading today, with Brent likely testing immediate technical support between $71.50 and $72. Any renewed security friction or delay in the peace talks could trigger sharp short covering spikes back towards $74.50. And quickly turning our eyes now to the Nigerian commodities market, where the Nigerian agricultural commodities sector closed the week on a mixed note, driven by seasonal harvest shifts, localized logistic costs, and stabilizing currency metrics. Wike core inflation baseline, shows overall food price momentum is decelerating relatively to last year's peaks. The localized cost of putting food on the table remains heavily tied to regional transportation networks. Staple food prices across major urban hubs showed distinct regional variation, reflecting proximity to agrarian green belts and variation in domestic supply chain logistics. Now, starting with Enugu, the Obwete and New Market here in Enugu, the Southeast continues to face heightened structural price pressures, driven by elevated interstate transport tariffs. Now, looking at white garri, it maintained its recent upward plateau, averaging 1,100 naira to 1,250 naira per paint bucket. That's 4-liter measures. And then taking a quick look at local rice and beans. Premium local rice hovered around 1,400 to 1,600 naira per kg, while white beans faced a 10-weekly supply, closing near 1,800 naira per kilogram. And then quickly taking a look at yam tubers. Large old yam tubers fetched between 7,500 and 9,000 naira each, as consumers eagerly await the main arrival of early harvest. Yes, early harvest new yams next month to break the price ceiling. And quickly moving on to Abuja, speaking about Wuse and Utako markets. Prices in the Federal Capital Territory benefited from closer proximity to north-central grain reserves, though retail markups remained high. Maize and grains, shelled yellow maize held steady at 950 naira per kilogram, showing minor stabilization due to recent dry season inventory ingestion. And quickly taking a look at Gari, yes, the yellow and white Gari traded more softly than in southern hubs, averaging 900 to 1,000 naira per paint bucket. And then taking a look at perishables, tomato and onions, a temporary supply glut from the Middle Belt irrigation projects pulled a standard basket of round tomatoes down to roughly 35,000 naira, offering brief relief from earlier seasonal spikes. And quickly moving on to Lagos, speaking about My 12 and Ilepo market. As a high-demand consumption hub, Lagos prices felt the immediate impact of high diesel and transport costs from cross-country haulage. Imported and local rice, 50 kg bags of premium local rice consolidated at 78,000 naira to 83,000 naira, while foreign varieties cleared above 92,000 naira, depending on the clearing window. And taking a look at beans, speaking about the Oloi and drum, it remained premium items with a paint bucket of sweet beans, that's Oloi, clearing at 2,400 naira to 2,600 naira. Onions, a bag of northern onions retailed at 65,000 naira to 70,000 naira, holding flat week on week. And then from that, we'll quickly take a look at the export grains and cash crops performance, where activities on domestic commodity exchanges like the AFES showed subtle adjustments as the market transitioned through the dry season wrap-ups. Looking at Shogun and maize, traded with mild downward adjustments. Shogun hovered around 327 naira to 330 naira per contract, down slightly by 0.84% as industrial breweries throttled back large volume structural buying ahead of Q3. And then moving on to take a look at soybeans and cocoa. Cocoa contracts held firm at 6,652 naira, reflecting flat but stable international pricing trends over the weekend, while domestic commercial demand for soybeans remained robust, keeping prices sticky. And here is our projection, speaking about the commodities market. Expect early morning arrivals of trucks at My 12 in Lagos and Ogbete in Enugu to maintain a soft downward bias on fresh tomatoes and pepper due to favorable seasonal harvest yields. Grain prices, maize and sugar are anticipated to hold completely horizontal today. Institutional buyers are expected to defend current price floors, preventing any deep sell-offs before the main rainy season harvest hit the markets later in Q3. And quickly moving on to the international scene, where the global stock market exhibited highly polarized movement at the close of last week, as a massive unwinding of the artificial intelligence AI and semiconductor tech rallies, severely bruised Asian equities, with European defensive sectors rally to historic highs. Now, starting with the United States Wall Street, U.S. equities benchmark closed an intensely heavy trading week, mixed but mostly flat, dominated by the massive portfolio rebalancing of the annual Russell U.S. indices. Yes, we're speaking about the U.S. indices reconstitution, which triggered a record $334.03 billion in NASDAQ closing volume. Market sentiment was largely balanced by macro data showing the May core PCE price index ticked up slightly to 3.4% year-on-year, keeping the Fed on a patient hawkish path. S&P 500 decreased marginally by 0.05% to close at 7,354.02 points, capping a bomb June consolidation phase. Dow Jones Industrial Average slipped slightly by 0.09% to settle at 51,876.11 points. Nasdaq Composite lost 0.24% to close at 25,297.62 points, heavily restricted by localized technology and semiconductor profit taking. And quickly moving to the European markets, which is in stark contrast to the tech corrections elsewhere. European equities staged a broad defensive rally. Lower global energy prices and cooling inflation metrics boosted soft landing optimism, pushing indices to unprecedented territory. Stocks Europe 600 jumped 0.80% to finish at a fresh historical record close of 640.21 points, driven primarily by a 1.5% surge in healthcare and pharmaceutical stocks. And moving on to Germany, DAX bucked the broader European momentum due to structural industrial drag, dropping 1.29% to settle at 24,671.22 points. And then the CAC 40 slid 0.55% to 8,384.87, while London FTSE 100 dipped a minus 0.21% to close at 10,508.02 points. And quickly, we now turn to the Asian markets. Asia bore the absolute brunt of global risk-off sentiment as the highly concentrated global chip and artificial intelligence rally reversed sharply, sparking aggressive institutional outflow. Japan Nikkei 225 suffered a massive punishing sell-offs, plunging 4.15%, that's 3,005.46 points, to close at 69,360.88 points as memory chip and semiconductor equipment equities faced a steep correction. In Hong Kong, Hang Seng dropped 1.76% to settle at 22,671.86 points, pressured by spillover tech weakness and regional currency consolidation. And then in mainland China, CSI 300 showed contrarian resilience, advancing 1.56% to close at 5,020.10 points on a targeted domestic liquidity injection. And quickly, here is the market outlook for today. With Asia's chip semiconductor looking severely oversold after Friday's round, look for an early morning technical stabilization attempt in Asia tech proses. However, global fund managers are heavily rotating capital out of high multiple tech into European and US defensive value sectors. Global trading volumes are expected to remain tightly bound early today as institutional investors preserve dry powder ahead of major macro catalysts later this week. Most notable, the crucial U.S. non-farm payroll data. Expect a cautious, range-bound opening on Wall Street today, with the S&P 500 consolidating around its 7,350 support level. European markets are expected to and are poised to pause near their newly minted record highs, while Asian markets will likely experience a mild short covering bounce following last Friday's extreme 4% liquidation. And quickly, moving to our strategic market advice, especially for our Nigerian investors, starting with the equities. Our analysis are urging a stand clear of momentum heavyweights. We are urging you to collect bank dips. With the index extending its weekly correction to a negative 1.62%, do not rush into newly volatile industrial or energy counters that are actively deflecting. Instead, use today's opening swings to selectively accumulate your warm banking shares like Access and Zenith. The sector's underlying capital raise momentum continues to build structural support. And secondly, looking at the post-trade alert, we are urging you to factor in the T+1 settlement. Keep in mind that the market is officially operational under the new T+1 settlement cycle. Fast-moving funds and security deliveries are settling in one business day instead of two, meaning your liquidity planning for trading accounts must be precise today. And on fixed income, we urge you to park cash in high-yield interbank paper, with local forex liquidity dropping 36.4% on Friday to 124.22 million US. Short-term currency volatility remains sticky. Do not leave your trading balances idle. Protect cash by laddering into high-yielding treasury or central bank operational bills to clip risk-free returns while the equity index completes its correction. And this is where we'll be drawing the curtains today, having given you our market advice, especially for the Nigerian investors. We urge you that before you make an incursion into the financial market, please do well to consult a certified financial analyst. And this is due to the volatility of the market. We urge you to stay sharp, manage your entry points closely, and let the numbers guide your strategy through today's opening bell. And keep watching the Aneke TV market segment to stay ahead. I am Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective. Hello, good morning. Welcome to Sports on Aneke TV. Well, today promises to be interesting and motivating, and an amazing morning you are going to have with us while we bring you the update in the world of sports. First of all, I would like to ask you, how was your weekend? How was your weekend? I hope you had a wonderful weekend like I did, and I hope you had to see the games, and I hope you had your expectations, coming together and everything you've been wishing and praying for. Well, today is the day that sports has actually made. Yes, and I'm your one and only Good Hope Chukuma, bringing you what's happening. And this is where we call it a morning, and this is where we kick off for today.
Yeah, good morning, my sport loving family. How are you guys doing? We are just coming back from the weekend, and it's been, in fact, it was a weekend that was filled with a lot of sporting activities, from football. In fact, football was not even the major event. I can tell you that this weekend was not all about football. It was all about Formula One. And I know you are eager to tell us, to tell me things about this Formula One, but we will get there. I still remember your humble host worldwide, and we are going to give you all the analysis concerning this Formula One, football, boxing, even wrestling. There was a lot, across the world of sports. So just sit back, relax, and let us give you all the updates as it concerns sports.
Yes, sit back and relax as we give you updates concerning the world of sports. We want to bring you very fast in the world of Formula One that George Russell has clinched the Austrian GP title. He has clinched the Austrian Grand Prix title just yesterday, while I announced to you that the race is coming around. And we saw the preparations where Kimi Antonelli had to win the 2 free practices, and now George Russell has clinched that title. I know people like worldwide, they are happy. They're excited because it's Kimi Antonelli's team. And Lewis Hamilton.
It's the same as this team, so it's the same team for us. We are happy when the victory is coming from one of our teammates. So if Kimi is not winning it and George Russell is winning it, so it's the same Mercedes that we all belong to, and these guys are really doing wonderfully well. Well, we might not talk too much about Sir Hamilton today, because Sir Hamilton was not really Sir Hamilton in the race, and he had to finish. I think he finished around 4th or 5th, so it was not. I know this is not the way we would have talked about it this morning. If he had finished first, I know I would have had to be repeating sir. You will have asked me to repeat sir more than 10 times this morning, but luckily for me, I'm not going to be repeating sir too much this morning, because of course he had issues with his car, but at the end of the day he finished in the 4th position. But nevertheless, we have our guys in the Mercedes. Kimi did not finish first, but he had to finish 2nd. Then Russell had to finish first. So it's another time for somebody to get the podium, to get the win from this Formula One. So I can tell you that I'm very much happy that it's coming from the Mercedes guys. So this is like a team I support in the Formula One, and I'm getting to enjoy myself, because I remember last week or last 2 weeks you are still telling me about Barcelona GP where Sir had to win it, and I was all about Sir last week. So this week
you're very emphatic on this, Sir.
Yes, last week I was doing the much of Sir, but this week I will not be doing the much of Sir. I will not have to be calling Sir up and down. So I'm with my guys are winning, so I'm really happy. It was a wonderful weekend for me.
Well, let's see the round 8 of the Austrian GP, where we have George Russell on the podium, and we have Kimi Antonelli by the 3rd, and Max Verstappen just by the next. And this tells us the drivers standing, talking about the teams, how they have been performing this season. You should see that Kimi Antonelli has 171,
and there was no point for him yesterday, where you have George Russell by 131. He had to take 1% up, and Lewis Hamilton had 125, coming down. And then you have Orlando Piastri and Oscar Norris by 70, by 80 and 79. Then you have Charles Leclerc of the Ferrari side. Then you also have Max Verstappen by 73 points, and Hadjar of Red Bull by 42 points. Gasly too. Gasly had to, be involved in a Gasly, driving, not an accident now, but
no, he was not involved in an accident.
No, it was just a Gasly.
He just went down. By 1%.
He just went down by 1%, and then you have Lawson by 30%, and these guys are getting ready for the next phase of the game. And I want to also let you know that a lot of remarks has come around about what happened to Sir Lewis Hamilton. I know this guy that is sitting next to me would not want me to share that update with you, but Sir Lewis Hamilton has come out to say that, talking about the race that just concluded, that it was not something that he would have let go like that, if not that there was one or two things that happened. He said the team wanted to do a 2-stop, like they wanted to do a 2 in the last race as well. But today, my gut was telling me it's a 3-stop today, and I wanted to do a 3. I was adamant, no matter what they were showing me. They said that the 3 stops were 4 seconds slower, and I was like, I'm sure it's 3 stops today. The dig is going to be higher. Well, the track is super high in temperature, so I wanted to start on the soft, but they pushed the medium. Starting on the soft may have been better, and to get away, but I still would only made that stop on the same race. I would still, should have fall back behind Max, but maybe the next stop I would have hit a better chance, maybe catch Piastri. So anyway, the team did a good job on executing what we had. The guys did a great job on the pit stop. So this was concerning the race, and still talking about the race, you would see that it was actually an unfortunate incident where he had to dredge back a little, and to me, I will tell you for a fact that this guy, he has been looking at it, and he wanted to take it to the next level, but it was quite unfortunate for Lewis Hamilton to move it to the next level. But congratulations to George Russell for winning this Austrian GP, and he has been so influential in the world of Formula One, and he has been winning it before. He has been, he has been making the progress. But right now, we could see that someone else has to win it. I'm talking about Kimi Antonelli also had to, take his position and take his place. But now I guess the guy is back, the young man is back. You will see him and Lewis Hamilton. I've been talking about Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton greeting and shaking hands. You could see the Red Bull and the Ferrari too. Both of them are together. They are shaking hands and they are having a wonderful time. Now, yes, both of them are just, talking about the bro. This guy, once you're winning, he starts coming close to you.
Hamilton.
Yes, Hamilton.
Hamilton is a great guy,
Yes,
in terms of in Formula One, he's a great person. He has that healthy rumors that we always talk about. When you are winning, he comes to celebrate you, because he's not that kind of guy that will just sit back because he did not win the race. He's going to sit back somewhere and just reflect about it. But he's coming to celebrate you because he knows he's a champion already. You can't take that away from him. He's a champion. He have tested victory so many times. So him seeing another person win is just healthy for him to come say congratulations. It's good for, we call it sportsmanship. This is healthy, and he tells you congratulations, you won it today. So some of that time he might be the winner, but nevertheless he gets to tell the opponents or whatever that yes, you are the guy for the moment, so you should have your own celebration, you should enjoy the moment. It's only lasts for a matter of time. So unfortunately for him, we know there are technical issues where you cannot ignore what your team is telling you, because sometimes you are just the driver, you don't know what is happening in the car, and they have to communicate with you and tell you that maybe you have to take a stop, just for them to check on the car, rectify some issues that is going on. So you as a driver, you want in fact your own mentality is just to keep driving. If it's possible for you to drive throughout the race even without stopping, you will do that. But at the end of the day, this is a vehicle, this is a car that needs to be mechanized. Within the race, you have to take a stop where they have to change maybe the tire, change some things, and within yourself, you just want to keep going till the final lap. So Hamilton, of course, did not get that opportunity. You know, he just wanted to just be on the race and, you know, continue his driving. But of course, his team had to let him know that you have to take a stop. So unluckily, he finished around the fourth. But we cannot say that we do not recognize, you know, his presence in the field. So Hamilton has been, in fact, Sir Hamilton has been a great person. So we always, you know, acknowledge the fact that he goes to the opponent and tell the person congratulations, no matter who it is. You saw when Kimi was winning, he always come and, you know, celebrate with the guy. So he's a guy that's full of celebration. He loves when people are winning.
Yes,
so
really
I'm just happy about what he does, you know, in terms of Formula One, you know, trying to keep everybody along. This, you cannot tell me there's anybody right now in Formula One that has won more than Hamilton. There is nobody. Even Kimi himself is just a young lad that is, you know, coming up. So I love that spirit. I love that sportsmanship. When you come, you celebrate with somebody that is winning, not, you know, trying to be by the side, just looking at the person that you did not win today and you will not celebrate with the person. So it's a good sportsmanship for me. It's a healthy sportsmanship character that is being portrayed by Hamilton.
Let's take a look at Max Verstappen, what he has achieved so far. I mean, he has had an impressive tally of victories in Formula One, which included just 4 World Championships. Verstappen has won 4 Formula One World Drivers' Championship consecutively from 2021 to 2022 with Red Bull. Yeah. So what it means is that he has actually been the champion of Formula One 4 times with Red Bull.
And he won it?
Yes, he has been, it's actually called the last dance, where teams roll out and drive the last time for the last time. So it takes place always at the end of every year. Now he has had 71 Grand Prix.
Wow.
So I'm talking about the person that was second position behind Kimi Antonelli yesterday. That's Max Verstappen. Then you also have, you know, across 12 seasons, he has had 71 Grand Prix, and you also have 48 pole positions. He has achieved 48 pole positions in his career and 37 fastest laps. And he has set the record and 129 podiums. He has shared the podium 129 times, and Max Verstappen has finished on the podium 129 times. This achievement highlights his exceptional talent and consistency as Formula One driver. You know, victories continue to be a significant part of his legacy in the sport. That's really impressive from the Formula One driver who got his, you know, who got the second position yesterday. And I must tell you that this guy is someone we need to take home to. We need to write a lot of epistle for. And I will let you know that Max Verstappen is also a very interesting young man who has seen the life and who has seen the world and who wants to, you know, bring it to the next level of what we're doing. Now let's take a look at the side of the athletes, where we have Tobi Amusan, our very own Nigerian Tobi Amusan, who has been impressive. The lady has been impressive to get it right in the world of athleticism, who has really done a lot of great jobs. And I must tell you right now that she is the woman of the moment. She is the lady of the moment, where she ran an equal season's best of 12.27 seconds to win the women's 100 meters at the Paris Diamond League. And Grace Stark came through for second position in 12.38. Talking about Tobi Amusan, Amusan has really been impressive this season, and she has maintained who she is, and she has been that person who you can count on all day. It's actually the 3rd time that in 2026 that she will be running very fast for 12.28 seconds.
That's in fact,
yes,
this is not just a normal sprint. This is like a hurdle.
Yeah,
where you have to jump over some things.
Yeah. So she is the 3rd. She's actually the 3rd. 3rd time in 2026 she's having such a thing. Then pulling clear Grace Stark of the US, who was second in 12.38, and Lasha Johnson 3rd in 12.39 seconds. An elite performance for the Nigerian superstar. Actually, this lady, she really has done a wonderful, she has been wonderful this period, and I must give it up to her. Tobi Amusan being influential in the world of athleticism. She's a field and track athlete. Her full name is Oluwatobiloba Ayomide. That's Tobi Amusan. She is a Nigerian field and track athlete specializing in 100-meter hurdles and sprints. She's the world record holder in the 100-meter hurdles, and she set it in 2022. And Nigeria first ever world champion in an athletics event. That's who she is. And a multiple African, Commonwealth and Diamond League champion, who actually claimed these titles just from an early age. I will tell you, she's 29 years old already.
Wow.
She is 29 years old, and
but she's not looking 29. She's looking 21.
Of course she's exercising. I mean, you too. I don't know you. Why are you looking 40?
Why are you bringing me that? Just saying she's not looking.
You're looking 40. You're looking 40. Why you are not 40?
We are talking about Toby Amusun.
I was telling
you have not directed your.
Because I was telling you to go and exercise. I don't know what you have.
No, I did though. Funny enough, during this weekend, I actually exercised myself.
So, what did you change?
Can't you see my physique?
Your physique.
Can't you see my physique? No, can't you see my chest? Is my chest not moving?
She's actually an accomplished athlete. Actually, she was from 200 meters silver medalist in 2013 African Youth Championship.
Wow.
That's what she has been, and which was held in Warri. And she has really took part in bringing athleticism and victory, and also encouraging young people who wants to go into athletics to do their best and see what comes out of it.
This name is, once you hear Toby Amusun, you just remember, this lady knows how to run, because I used to see one advert, when she was still doing the advert, for Nigeria, like she's a sprinter, she does this thing, and to imagine that you are not just running, straight forward, you just have to jump over some hurdles, and this person is creating some record, having to finish within 12.28.
12.28.
This thing is not easy, because sometimes when you even run just normal race for 100 meters, you don't get to finish within that time limit, and it's something that we should acknowledge and express our utmost love for this person. This person is doing us proud as a country. She's coming from Nigeria, despite the setback and everything, she's doing very good in terms of athleticism, and we are really proud of Toby. We are just trying to say she should keep it up and let the country keep flying high. In fact, if I should run 100 meters, I'm not sure I will even finish just normal 100 meters. I will not finish within that 12.28 seconds, not to talk of adding to jump over some hurdles. So it's something that we are really saying we love you, and she should keep doing what she's doing.
Yeah, we love her. She should keep doing what she's doing. Let's talk about Jerome Boots. Jerome Boots Ennis. I talked about this fight over the weekend.
Yeah.
Jerome Boots Ennis emerged as a superstar tonight. That's yesterday night, as he becomes a 2-division champion in New York.
Wow.
Look at what he got. Yes, 2-division champion in New York. 2-division champion in New York. Well, the thing is that he got the unified welterweight and unified as super welterweight, and one of the most exciting fighters in boxing. Talking about Jerome Boots Ennis. Last week Friday, I had to bring them, to our viewers this fight. What actually a lot of people are expecting. So we could see how he had been influential, how he had raked up the belt. When you saw the picture, you're like, this guy, he has the ring belt.
Two belts.
Yes, three really.
Okay, 3. Wow.
Yeah, it's actually 3 belts. So he has really been influential in this world, and I must tell you that he is an amazing welterweight and lightweight.
So he has 2 championships. That's, in fact, almost 3, because now we are talking about 3 belts. There's somebody holding 3 championships at a time. It's something that does not occur regularly in the world of boxing. And of course, moving on, we have other boxing matches that is coming up. We have the fight between Mason versus Bell. Of course, we have talked about DAZN over. In fact, we cannot overemphasize DAZN. It's going to be streamed live on DAZN. Of course, it's going to also be streamed live on TNT Sports. This fight between Mason and the Bell is coming up for the World Lightweight Championship. Then we also have Carrington versus Palacios. This is also for the Middleweight Championship. Then we have Tiger versus Guerrero. All these fights are coming up on July 4th, Cleveland. And in fact, we can see from the advert, there are so many sponsors. We have The Pulse, we have Pro Box, we have iTiger, and the rest of them. Moving also, in the world of boxing, we have the Mexico versus the world. It's like this guy is from Mexico and is having to face the world. We have Canelo versus Mbili. This fight is coming up on the 12th of September in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Of course, we know that DAZN, of course, is going to stream the fight live. This is also, for the boxers who love, anything concerning boxing. Then also moving on, in the world of boxing, we are still talking about boxing. We have Rolly versus Tofimo. This fight is coming up on August 22 in Las Vegas. In fact, this is like a movie for me. The graphics looks like a movie where you have two people staring at you like we are ready for the fight.
Yeah, really.
I wonder what's going to happen in this fight, because the way they are looking so serious, like they want to do the boxing match almost today. Then also we have a Usyk versus Wilder. Then this match, of course, we know this is for the heavyweight. Usyk himself is coming to fight Wilder. It's been a long, I've even seen Wilder fighting, in terms of boxing, but Usyk we have seen. Then moving forward, you have the UFC 329, where we have McGregor versus Holloway. We've talked about this fight before. McGregor versus Holloway is coming up next month, of course, July 11. That's on Saturday. Then it's going to be pay-per-view. It's sponsored by Super File. Then it's for the welterweight bout. This one is for the welterweight bout. McGregor versus Holloway. It promises to be a fight that we might never forget. He's talking about boxing for you guys. That are the boxing lovers. You have a lot of fights coming up July, August. So don't get to miss any of these fights. If you want to actually see the boxing fight, it's on DAZN. DAZN is like a platform that gives you the avenue to watch any of these boxing matches live as it's coming up. So I don't know, good of the will you love to venture into boxing someday? Because I already told you have the physique. You have the physique just to develop some muscles.
Yes. I really want to venture into boxing, same as you.
No, it's
you
not
venture into swimming because you have the body to swim.
Well, at the end of the day, you just chose swimming. How come?
No, I'm talking about you. You can swim. Can't you swim?
I cannot swim.
You can swim across life problems.
If you put me inside even swimming pool, I might not come outside. Even if it's not up to 6 feet, maybe 4 feet, in fact, I'm not used to swimming. I don't swim. So I don't know why you are venturing into swimming. I've told you before, if you are talking about football, call me. I play football. How come you left?
The last time you told me you played football, you told me that you could not finish 45 minutes game.
Yeah, but I played football.
But did you?
You must not finish 90 minutes of football.
Excuse me. Is that how other people play?
There are some people that come in. Divock Origi used to come in second half.
Second half.
And he will score goal.
And he will score goal.
Until today is recognized as a footballer.
Okay,
so if I'm coming in second half and I'm scoring, I'm a footballer.
That's all you.
As long as I partake in the sport and I do it very well, coming in second half. Messi came into the match second half and he still scored a free kick. He did not start the match.
Well, that's fine. We're going to take a short break. When we return, we're going to continue with this young man, while we'll also bring you what's happening around the world of football and other world of sports. Stay with us.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Now, let's go into the world of football, where we have many updates coming to you. First of all, the FIFA World Cup has been trending and has been making rounds all over the internet. We could see how the FIFA World Cup has been, breaking, creating, making, and, keeping records. And I could tell you that so far so good. It has been a wonderful record, talking about the World Cup going on and 3 countries co-hosting this World Cup, talking about the US, Mexico and Canada, and teams have also qualified for the round of 32. But before we get into those deep details, I want to ask Worldwide a question. Worldwide, how did you see the game against Jordan.
Africa.
Yeah, no. I'm
Jordan
not
versus,
Jordan versus Argentina. Yes.
It was a lovely game for me, and of course, the goat in football. One of the goats in football did not start the first half, and prior to that match, we were already aware, before the lineup came in, that there was speculation that he was not going to start. So, fans, football lovers all over the world were like, why is he not starting? They want him to start. They want him to get goals because, of course, he's going for the golden boot, where we have Haaland, Mbappe, and the rest of them. Of course, Dembele, we cannot do without talking about Dembele. He had to score a hat-trick. In fact, he has created another record. When you talk about setting record, new record, Dembele is one of the first players to score a hat-trick in the first half. This is not a hat-trick in the football match, in the first half of a World Cup competition. So he has written in his name in that record, and it's something we should recognize. Moving forward, then, Messi did not have to play the first half. He came in to the second half where he was trying to get a ball into the box, where he was fouled eventually by the Jordan players. And of course, it was a free kick. We saw the theatrics, we saw everything in the build-up, where Argentina have to put a wall before the wall of Jordan. Jordan, they were having a wall, then Argentina also came and put another wall before their own wall. So it was a two-word kind of defense for them. So the tactics, we saw the tactics. Even Emiliano Martinez in the keeping position had to, try to tell the Argentina guys how to organize the war. So, in fact, it was a lovely moment. When you are watching football, you take notes of all these things, because for Messi to score that goal means there has to be like a distraction where the keeper will not see the ball coming, because he just played the ball towards the left side of the keeper. Meanwhile, the keeper was anticipating that the ball was coming, upwards to the other direction. So it was a tactical goal. You don't get to see those goals or those kind of goal in our everyday kind of football. So Messi did what we were not expecting. So it was a match that I love. Despite the match, of course, Argentina were 2 goals ahead already. They were clear. Of course, they were the favorite to get the victory. They were dominant in the possession and every other thing. But the introduction of Messi gave us an angle, let's say an angle of the football that we did not see before. It now became entertaining. So that match, I can tell you that I enjoyed it. Prior to Messi, and even when Messi came in, it was an entertaining match that had to, keep us glued to the TV, where we, of course, had to see the goats getting a free kick. And now he's on 6 goals already. He had 5 before, now he's scoring 1, making it 6. And this was not somebody we were expecting to be one of the contestants, will I say, for the golden boot, where we have the younger generation, where we have Mbappe, where we have Haaland, where we have a Hurricane, coming up. But now Messi is stopping them, 6 goals. So you are going to have to, take a lot from the other guys. They are going to have to do more than 100%. You don't get to score sometimes in a World Cup competition. You don't even get to score 6 goals. You see the highest goal scorer coming up with 5 goals, sometimes 6 goals. So this he has already done within the group stages, and now they are in the round of 32. Of course, we saw South Africa match yesterday. Unluckily for them, they had to concede a late winner. In fact, I can tell you that goal was very, very painful. It broke the South African hearts a lot, having to concede around 90+2, where the match was almost over, for you to go, take a rest, then enter into extra time, possibly penalties. Now, after all the defense you have done, of course, they missed several chances, both sides, especially the Canadian side. They had a lot of shot on target. They had about 7 shots on target, where they could not find the back of the net. South African, of course, had 1, but at the tail end of the match, 90+2, they had to break. In fact, they broke Africans' heart. The Africans that were supporting them, they broke their hearts, and these guys considered a goal, and that was the end of the story. In fact, that was the summary of the story for South Africa, and they were eliminated, of course, yesterday. And I had to see the ball, though I can say I was neutral. I was not supporting anybody. I was just watching the match for, the love of football. But at the end of the day, African brothers, had to go home. And it was a sad moment for me, because out of 10, African countries that went to the World Cup, we had 9, scaling through to the round of 32. And just the first person that's playing the round of 32 is already going home. That's how we have also reduced to 8. Now we are 8. So we don't know the fate of others. So we were hoping, that South Africa, could get a win, from this match. But of course, they have gone home. Now we have 8 left, and in fact, I can tell you this 8, the likelihood of 4 even qualifying, is very difficult, where you're having Cape Verde going to play Argentina, the Netherlands are playing Morocco. You know, the fixtures are so tough. So this was one of the fixtures that we are looking at that say, okay, an African country is supposed to skate through from it, because the rest fixtures are very, I can tell you, they are very tight. The odds for African countries to qualify through, you know, going to the round of 16, you know, is going to be, when we had 9 qualifying for the round of 32, you might come to the round of 16 and you're having only 2 or 3 or highest 4. I can tell you that the possibility of even having 5 of African countries qualifying to the round of 16 is very slim. But in football, we never say never. So
football, we never say never. Just like Enugu Rangers team says, we'd never say never. That's actually what I would see, and I would say going to happen. But let's just talk about this trend that has been moving on about Rodrigo and Canada also. Before we talk about Rodrigo, let's talk about Canada. Who actually would have thought that Canada would make it into the round of 32?
Yeah, you know, that was in fact, it was a shocker, because South Africa versus Canada, we can say it's an evenly balanced match. You cannot say that Canada are way above South Africa in terms of football. South Africa play good football, and you cannot say also that South Africa is way ahead of Canada. So it was a match that was open to both, and you know, we from this side of the continent, the Africans, we are really looking forward to see that South Africa qualify. But it's football. At the end of the day, who plays better gets the win. Whether you are, you know, doing something good or doing, but you have to get a win at the end of the day. So
you really have to.
Canada, being part of the host nation, you know, this gives them an upper hand. They are one of the, you know, host continent. They are part of hosted it alongside USA and Mexico. So it's a boost for them, you know, giving them that confidence going into the next round. Of course, we know the next round will not be easy. To not be easy.
It's going to be a fight.
The next person you are meeting, in fact, you already know that the boys or the men are being separated from the boys right now. This is what this round of 32 is all about, separating, you know, trying to give some space, you know, some. Now we are letting you know that we are into the World Cup proper, where you're having France played against Norway. We talked about that match before, where you had to see that France had to trash Norway 4 goals to 1. 4 goals to 1. It was not something that...
Imagine France winning Norway.
That match it was like a statement. For me, France could have won 1-0 and just, you know, rested on the match, but they had to deliver a statement. This is Norway that we talked about, Erling Haaland, the likes of Solo, the likes of Musa, the likes of Odegaard, Damsgaard. There are many great guys in that team. So France had to render a statement to other teams. It's not just about the victory. They had to make a statement that this is France. There is nothing like, we are not giving you that room to even think less of us in terms of football. We are part of the top 3 right now in terms of football. So if you are having the opportunity to play us, better get prepared. That's what they are telling other people. That's why they had to beat Norway 4 goals to 1 to let them know that other countries be aware of us, that they are trying to put that fear in you. Now you coming to play France maybe in the round of 32, round of 16, you are now having that fear like, I'm going to play France. The likes of Dembele having to score hat-trick. In fact, Mbappe had to give 2 assists, you know, in those goals that Dembele scored. He did not get a goal, but he got an assist. The likes of Doué was there. The likes of Olise, you know, having to play. Now you are having to go into any match with France with that fear. So for them, they have taken an upper hand where your opponent is coming to you with fear already.
France looks like prime PSG.
Prime PSG, you know, they have about 3 players in France that plays for PSG.
Do you know, when I saw that France versus Norway game, it was giving me Paris Saint-Germain vibes.
That's almost the vibe that you have there.
Secondly, because I watched the goal live, that Desiree goals.
Yeah.
I saw how Bakola had to assist that goal.
Bakola assisting Doué, the same country,
the same club. Like Bakola had to pull in the ball from the left wing, and then Desiree, that was a free nod, and he had to, you know, hit it into the net. And it was just like, even though Norway played a physical football, but it was not enough.
No,
France had to outsmart them.
It was a statement for them, because that match they could have just beaten Norway 1 goal to nothing, and everybody will go home happy, because of course both sides have already qualified. Even though Norway should lose that match 4 goals to 1 or 10 goals to nothing, they have qualified. So it's a match like, just with me if it's 1-0, but now they didn't want that 1-0 victory. You saw the hunger. They were trying to make statements, not just for Norway match, but for other teams coming up. have that fear that you are going, you know, when you are going to a match or a competition with fear, you are almost likely to even lose the match. The match has not started. You're already 50% down because you went into the match with fear. So you're already looking at this person like a big obstacle that you will not overcome. So you're already having that fear. That's the picture France has created in any other team coming to play them. Despite who is coming. If it's Argentina, have that fear that you are coming to play the world champion. Even though they were not the world champion, they are not the one that won the World Cup last, but they are giving that vibe that this team you are coming to play, you better be prepared. If not, you are going home. There's nothing less. You are going home. So that Paris Saint-Germain vibe is always there, where you have Dembele, you have Doué, we have Bakola. All these guys, and you saw Dembele celebration. Yes. He was doing it for Kvaratskhelia. So it's almost like,
now imagine having Kvaratskhelia
in that same squad
in France. It would have been.
I don't know what it will have been, but it will have
only
been.
Only Bakola had to take up, you know, games. Only Bakola himself, had to take up, you know, opponents when they had to sub off Michael Olise and Ousmane Dembele.
They had to rest those guys. You know.
Yes, and then including Mbappe, when they subbed off these three guys, only Bakola had to, you know, take on those guys. It was obvious that this guy was fast, very fast, very, will I say fragile, because before you know, he has gone. The person you think he's still here with you, he has gone. So for me, France squad is like, it's already a future generation because they are still young. Very young.
How many guys in France will you say they are even over 30?
They are nobody.
They are like a young squad that next World Cup you are still going to meet this same person. So that's what I'm saying. France over the next decade is going to be hard to beat because it's still going to be these same guys in football. Dembele will still be there playing, Mbappe will still be there playing, Desiree will still be there playing, Bakola will still be there playing. Maybe the only person I might say I will not see for, you know, maybe the next 4 5 is just Rabiot, because Rabiot, of course,
Rabiot is already in his prime.
So the rest guys are still young generation, so they are playing with their future generation. Meanwhile, other people, if you take a look at Portugal now, you see that the next time Portugal might be in the World Cup, you will not see a lot of names there. You will not have Bernardo Silva there. You will not have Ronaldo
Bruno
there.
Fernandes.
So you might still have Bruno Fernandes.
Yes, but you may not.
So the things. Argentina now, you will not see a lot of names there.
You will not even see Lionel Messi.
You will not see Lionel Messi in the next World Cup. If you go to Germany, you will not see some names there. So this squad is like almost everybody that is playing now will still be there. So they are playing with their future squad. That's what I call them. This is already the future they are seeing. They are using those future to play now.
Yeah,
imagine someone using the future to play.
Imagine when the future now.
Then when you get to the future, what will you now do? So for me, they are a cheat squad. I call them cheats.
They are really a cheat squad, and this is also what we are talking about in the FIFA World Cup. And I must tell you, these guys are very good. While we're still waiting to have other updates, we take a short break. When we return, we're going to bring you more and more updates in the world of football. Now, the update where we're going to start is the 999 players have made an appearance in the group stage across 48 teams and 72 matches. So far, it has been a fight. I mean, a fight across the FIFA World Cup, and then bringing you that breaking of records that FIFA has already had. Now, so far, it has been up to 4 million persons. Fans have attended FIFA World Cup 2026. That's talking about physical attendance. 4.6 million fans have actually attended FIFA World Cup so far. When you look at this update, you are looking at it as, okay, what is actually going on? How are you having the people coming out? Now, I want to tell you that it's
4.6 million. It's almost clocking 5 million.
Well, yeah, it's not telling you that it should be 4.644, right?
Yeah.
Then 550 because I'm the 50th person.
Yeah, you should be the 50th
551 because you were the 50th.
So imagine if we look at this now, what this statistics is just telling you is what is being made, what is being realized, because these 460 something people that you have seen also have to buy tickets, because this one is physically present. That is there in this stadium.
No, because
they don't have to buy tickets. Okay, imagine what FIFA is now making. So
first of all, because we're Africans, let's just take a look. Let's just calculate a few things.
Are you sure you want to do this?
No, let's just do a few things. Talking about it, let's say the tickets are just $10. $10 per
person.
$10 per person.
No, $10 will even be too small.
It sounds like $10. That's what
$10.
$10.
And we know that this tournament is not even $10. It's really almost close to $1 million.
Let's just do $10
per person
times 4.6
million.
So now you have what do you have? Check it. I don't want to say it.
that's about 46 million.
46 million.
So this million is in dollars. So we're not saying 46 million naira.
Yes, $46 million. Then you also add viewership.
That's the people that know it. Well, let's know it go. In fact, this calculation might now have you thinking, what if they are making a lot of money? Yeah. And this goes to say they did a lot of promotion. Yeah,
they did a lot of promotion.
So now you are earning the dividends of your labor.
And also, it's all about the World Cup, the FIFA World Cup effect.
Yeah,
I must tell you, it's the FIFA World Cup effect. Without the FIFA World Cup effect, you will not have such humongous figures.
Yeah.
And looking at how much they spent $8 billion naira. Sorry. $8 billion.
Don't mention naira.
They spent $8 billion to fix the World Cup. I remember the US already has these stadiums down. Mexico, nobody built a new stadium.
They are just trying
the stadiums they have been there.
Yeah.
So all they did was, of course, they maintained their stadiums, and they see it as a good facility for sports and the rest of them. These stadiums that have been used in World Cup are being maintained. So for me, I will tell you the truth that it is not a rocket. It's not. It should be more than this, because they did not spend. They only spent about $8 billion. Why? Hospitality, promotion, and the rest of them. So now that's to tell you what it means to have
a good promotion. When you are hosting this kind of competition, just like we have said, we always like to use the Nigerian Premier League as an example. Now you are having to host a competition, whether World Cup, whether season, kind of football, where you have the league, where you have to play it over some months before you get to the final stage. You have to do a good promotion at the end of the day.
You really have.
And when you do a good promotion, now you are seeing the result of your good promotion. You saw that FIFA advert where it was not 10 players that was there. They were up to 20, if not more than. You have Ronaldo.
And FIFA has gotten so smart to infuse entertainment
into football. So
that is where the world
is really paying off right now. It's paying off. You saw Palmer. Palmer was not present in this World Cup. He was not called, but he was in the advert. You saw Travis Scott. These guys are not footballers. They are musicians. So they were present there. They spent a lot of money just to gather those guys where you have Ronaldo, Palmer, Travis Scott, Haaland, Mbappe. How many of them can Vinicius? To gather these people just to do an advert, do you know what it would take? It would take a lot of money. So when they were spending that money, they knew what they were going for. In fact, prior to this World Cup, before this World Cup, people watched that advert. It was almost like, if you see the numbers, you saw them in millions, how many people have watched this advert. So people are already having the idea that they were anticipating this World Cup. Now the World Cup is here, and you are seeing the number of people, despite the humongous amount that is being spent just to view one match live, that you have to go to the stadium and view it. People still want to go there. They don't mind whether it's big, but they just want to go there for the love of football and for that, intuition, that kind of thing that they have seen, that they're already anticipating a good football. And of course, I can tell you that the FIFA World Cup has, delivered in terms of the football that have come up. It has not been, I will not say there was a match that was boring that you had to see. Even though when the match ended 0-0, does not mean it was boring. You could see a lot of attack that sometimes the keeper had to show great capabilities to see it. So
great concentration.
In fact, they spent a lot. Now they are making a lot out of it. So it's good business. At the end of the day, you spent a lot. Now you are even making more than ×2. You will never say it's ×2 that they have made. So they are making a lot, and it all talks about, it all boils down to the promotion that you have put in. Now, what you have put in is giving you what you are receiving at the end of the day. So you have, in fact, you sow the seed. Now you are reaping the fruit of your labor for me. So goes back to the Nigerian League. Do a good promotion. Get your stadiums right. We should have passed that era where you have to play in a pitch where the pitch are not even well laid, or where you have to see some part that you have mud on it. Then so those things are, you should be behind. We should be past that already by now. Let's get the league, moving, where people have to view this. When you are viewing it, when you are seeing it live on TV, you know that, of course, this is, a professional football match. It's not a street match where you now get to be seeing mud in the pitch, where the keeper will now have to stand one side to wait for it does not tell good about the league. So get the infrastructure right, put these things in place, and people will come and invest in it.
People will come and invest in it.
Then you will get sponsorship. Now people will sponsor the team.
Even when we're rounding up the show, I would like you to understand one thing. I mean, talking also to our viewers, what it will mean so far that when you are paying attention to your marketing, you are paying attention to the taxes, you are paying attention to many other things. You should not remove your attention to the people who come and see the games.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard for, if not that Sanchez came here the other time, Sanchez will return again.
Yeah.
And if not that he came the other time to tell us that there was this game, there's a place you could see MPFL game.
Yeah,
nobody would have known, because I've not even seen an advert about MPFL. Someone saying, okay, let me do an advert, or them sponsoring their own media. Now it's FIFA World Cup, and I have some exemptions to that, because it's World Cup and everybody would want to watch a World Cup game, especially if your country is playing. People want to see. But now, talking about the attendance is a whole different thing, because countries that attended basically were countries that played. Now, there are some Nigerians who also attended the World Cup.
Of course. Nigerians went there to watch live.
Who were part of
your country was not there.
But they're there. And it tells you not so only Nigerians, I mean some African countries, and then other countries are also there. So it tells you how these things are getting into shape. It tells you how, the nation, how we are bringing ourselves out, and how we should invest in the media visibility. Now also, while we round up the show, I would like to bring it out to our audience that when you talk about what you are doing, when you bring it to the media, it's not wrong, really. It's actually shaping yourself and telling people who you are. Now, where FIFA really got it right this time around, even though they have been blamed a lot of times about the hydration break, which they are having in the US and the other part of which also they had it in Qatar. So it also lets you know that they have also invested in this. They have also made it clear that football does not go alone. Football goes with music, goes with entertainment. So they infused football with entertainment, and that's really something I must tell you that makes a lot of sense. And this is why we're calling it a day on this edition of Aneke TV Sports Wrap. Thank you very much for watching with us. Until we come your way, same time, same station here on Aneke TV. I am Good Chukuma.
Of course, I'll still remain your humble host worldwide. And of course, the matches are still coming up. The other two matches that are coming up today, don't forget to try and see those matches. Brazil versus Japan and Germany versus Paraguay. These matches will be coming up later today, one around 7, one around 9 p.m. So go out there, watch those matches, and enjoy yourself. I remember your humble host worldwide saying, have a lovely morning. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Eagles stand as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
A good morning and welcome to news around the globe on Aneke TV. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Glad to have you join us. Now on the headlines this morning. National Assembly transmits state police bill to 36 houses of assembly. Resident doctors declare industrial dispute. Give federal government fresh 4-week deadline. On the foreign scene, 33 rescued from Venezuela earthquake rubble as search continues for survivors. On the business scene, FCCPC probes fuel marketers over failure to reduce pump prices. Now the news in details. The National Assembly is set to transmit the Constitution Alteration Bill seeking the establishment of state police to the 36 state houses of assembly this week, marking the next phase of efforts to amend Nigeria's constitution to allow states establish their own public police services. The move follows the passage of the bill by the Senate. The proposed amendment requires the approval of at least 24 state houses of assembly before it can be transmitted to President Bola Tinubu for presidential assent, in line with Section 9 of the 1999 Constitution. Chairman of the Senate Committee on Media and Publicity, Senator Yemi Aradamodu, announced this in an interview, saying arrangements for the transmission had been concluded and that governors and state legislators have already been briefed ahead of the process. One person has been killed and several others injured after a commercial vehicle struck a suspected improvised explosive device along the Kurawa Sabon Birni Road in Sabon Birni local government area of Sokoto State. The vehicle conveyed traders and other passengers to Sabon Birni town, reportedly ran over the device, triggering an explosion believed to have been planted by suspected bandits operating in the area. Residents rushed to the scene to rescue victims from the wreckage, while those injured were taken to nearby hospitals for treatment. The incident has heightened concerns over the use of explosive devices on the major transport routes in the state. The Sokoto State Police Command had yet to issue an official statement on the incident as of the time of filing this report, while investigations into the explosion are expected to continue. The Inspector General of Police, IGP Olatunji Disu, has launched a nationwide campaign against cultism, drug abuse, and other social vices under the Police Campaign Against Cultism and Other Vices, known as POCACOV. In a statement issued by the Force Public Relations Officer, Mr. Aneke Okokon Edem Inedu, the initiative is to be implemented across the 36 state police commands and the Federal Capital Territory as part of efforts to strengthen crime prevention through community engagement. The police said the campaign will focus on youth sensitization, early intervention and partnerships with schools, religious bodies, community leaders and other stakeholders to discourage young people from involvement in crime and other antisocial activities. Divisional police officers have been directed to coordinate grassroots engagement programs in their respective jurisdictions as the force seeks to promote preventive policing and improve public participation in tackling crime nationwide. The Kebbi state government has launched a crackdown on a cross-border cybercrime syndicate known as Yan Voko, describing the group as a threat to public safety and national security. In a statement by the Chief Press Secretary to the Governor, Ahmed Idris, the government said intelligence reports indicate that the syndicate operates mainly from Agungun local government area, engaging in account hacking, identity theft, and online blackmail targeting prominent individuals. The statement said that preliminary investigation had identified 19 key suspects, most of them between the ages of 19 and 24. The group allegedly targets politicians, traditional rulers, and business leaders within Nigeria and neighboring countries, using compromised digital content to extort victims. The government said security agencies had identified the group's operational networks and financial channels, urging residents to safeguard their personal information and promptly report suspicious online activities to law enforcement agencies. The Catholic Bishop of Yola Diocese, Most Reverend Stephen Dami Mamza, has urged the federal government to intensify efforts to address the country's security challenges, saying more decisive action is needed to curb banditry, terrorism, and other violent crimes. Bishop Mamza made the call while speaking with journalists after the closing mass of the 2026 Yola Diocesan Pastoral Council. He said many Nigerians continue to live in fear despite repeated assurances from government and security agencies. The cleric stressed that protecting lives and property remains the primary responsibility of government and called for stronger intelligence gathering, improved security operations, and enhanced welfare for security personnel on the front lines. He also urged authorities to translate commitments into concrete action to restore public confidence and improve the nation's security situation. The Church of Nigeria Anglican Communion, Enugu Diocese, has urged the federal government to fast-track the completion of the Eastern Rail Line linking Port Harcourt and Maiduguri, saying the project is vital to improving transportation and economic activities across Nigeria's eastern corridor. The call is contained in a communique issued at the end of the third session of the 19th Synod of the Diocese, held at St. Peter's Anglican Church, Obete, Enugu. President of the Synod and Bishop of Enugu Diocese, Right Reverend Samuel Ike, recalled President Bola Tinubu's 2025 pledge to expedite work on the railway project. The Synod also expressed concern over the country's security situation and electricity supply, noting that kidnapping and violent attacks persist despite increased budgetary allocations to defense and security. It urged the federal government to deliver affordable, reliable, and accessible electricity to Nigerians. On the 2027 general elections, the church called on political parties to conduct their activities peacefully and urged the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to provide a level playing field for all contestants. It also encouraged eligible citizens to obtain their permanent voter cards and participate in the electoral process, while commending the Enugu state government for ongoing improvements in infrastructure, healthcare, education, and security. The Ogun state government says it is set to reopen schools in Ijebu-Ode that were temporarily closed following incidents linked to toxic gas emissions in parts of the area. The Commissioner for Education said the decision followed extensive consultations with school administrators and other stakeholders, as well as safety assessments conducted by relevant government agencies to ensure a safe learning environment. The Commission attributed the emissions to national geological activity associated with the Ifewara-Zungeru fault line, following scientific investigations that detected methane and hydrogen sulfate gases beneath parts of the affected communities. The government has advised residents to remain calm and comply with public safety guidelines, while experts continue investigations into the phenomenon. Authorities also urge residents to avoid activities that could worsen underground disturbances. Eight people have been killed and 17 others injured in a road crash along the Funtua-Katsina Highway in Bakori local government area of Katsina State. The Federal Road Safety Corps said the accident involved a Toyota Hiace commercial bus and a Bajaj tricycle. According to the Corps, the crash was caused by wrongful overtaking of one of the drivers. FRC personnel, supported by the Katsina Community Watch Corps, carried out rescue operations and evacuated the injured victims to Bakori Comprehensive Hospital for treatment, while the bodies of those who died were taken to the General Hospital, Funtua. The FRSC has renewed its appeal to motorists to obey traffic regulations, avoid dangerous overtaking, and exercise caution on the highways to reduce road traffic crashes. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has identified 385 potential security flashpoints ahead of the August 15th governorship election in Osun State. Resident Electoral Commissioner Dr. Oluwatoyin Babalola said the commission had also identified 200 difficult to access polling locations across the state's 30 local government areas, following a comprehensive risk assessment. She said the findings had been shared with security agencies to support operational planning and ensure the safety of election personnel, voters, and electoral materials on election day. INEC added that about 75% of the required non-sensitive materials had been received, expressing confidence in preparations for a peaceful, credible, and well-coordinated governorship election. The Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors, NARD, has declared an industrial dispute with the federal government and extended by 4 weeks its deadline for the implementation of outstanding demands. The decision was reached at the association's extraordinary National Executive Council meeting, held virtually after reviewing the government's response to an earlier 21-day ultimatum. In a communique jointly signed by NARD President Dr. Mohammed Usman Suleiman, Secretary General Dr. Shaibu Ibrahim, and Publicity and Social Secretary Dr. Abdul Majid Yaha Ibrahim, the association warned that it could embark on nationwide industrial action if its demands were not met within the new time frame. Doctors are demanding the payment of outstanding salaries, allowances, and arrears, including the 2026 Medical Residency Training Fund, house officer salaries, the 25-35% COMMES upward review arrears, and 19 months of outstanding professional allowance arrears. You're watching news around the globe coming to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, stay connected with us on our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here is a recap of some of the major stories making headlines. NAS sends state police bill to state assemblies. Resident doctors give federal government fresh 4-week deadline. And coming up shortly on the foreign scene, 33 rescued after Venezuela earthquake. And on the business scene, FCCPC probes fuel marketers over pump prices. Do stay with us.
The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo man wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless.
It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose fault is God.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last blood.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on the Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us.
You're welcome back. Rescue operations are continuing in Venezuela following the twin earthquakes that struck the country last Wednesday, with authorities confirming that 33 people were pulled alive from the rubble over the weekend. Interim President Delcy Rodriguez said 2 11-year-old boys were among those rescued yesterday from collapsed buildings in separate operations, raising hopes that more survivors may still be found despite the passage of the critical rescue period. Officials say the death toll has risen to at least 1,450, while thousands of people remain unaccounted for after the magnitude 7.2 and 7.5 earthquakes triggered the collapse of nearly 800 buildings across affected communities. Emergency workers, supported by local resident and international aid agencies, continue search and rescue operations as family awaits news of missing relatives. Authorities say efforts will continue for as long as there is hope of finding survivors. Pakistan's security forces have killed 29 suspected insurgents during a counter-terrorism operation along the country's border with Afghanistan. According to Pakistani authorities, the operation combined intelligence-led ground assaults with precision airstrikes targeting militant hideouts, following a recent increase in attacks on communities in the border region. The government said the offensive forms part of ongoing efforts to dismantle armed groups responsible for violence and restore security in affected areas. Pakistan Information Minister said security operations would continue until identified threats were neutralized. Military authorities say assessments of the operation are continuing, while security has been reinforced across strategic border locations to prevent further attacks. The United States and Iran have reportedly agreed to de-escalate tensions following recent exchanges of military strikes linked to the Strait of Hormuz. According to reports citing a United States official, commercial vessels are expected to resume safe passage through the strategic waterway as diplomatic efforts continue to preserve an earlier ceasefire understanding between both countries. The renewed tensions followed attacks on commercial shipping and subsequent retaliatory strikes by both sides. The United States said it carried out operations against Iranian targets after attacks on vessels, while Iran later announced strikes targeting United States military facilities in the Gulf region. Iran has not officially confirmed reports of the latest understanding. However, diplomatic contacts are continuing as international efforts focus on preventing further escalation in one of the world's most important shipping corridors. The Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission has commenced an investigation into fuel pricing by operators in Nigeria's downstream petroleum sector, following concerns over the slow reduction of pump prices. In a statement by the Commission's Director of Corporate Affairs, Ondaji Ijagu, the agency said market surveillance indicated that many marketers had not reflected the decline in global crude oil prices in their retail pump prices. Executive Vice Chairman of the Commission, Mr. Tunji Bello, said although fuel prices are determined by market forces under the deregulated regime, the Commission has the statutory responsibility to prevent anti-competitive practices and protect consumers from unfair business conduct. The Commission warned that any operator found engaging in exploitative pricing or other anti-competitive practices would face appropriate regulatory action. It also encouraged consumers to report suspected violations through its official complaint channels. The Bank of Agriculture has commenced the distribution of farm inputs to 500,000 smallholder farmers across more than 20 states under the federal government Renewed Hope Smallholder Support and Value Chain Development Program. Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of the bank, Mr. Ayo Sotinri, flagged up the program in Kaduna, saying the intervention is expected to support the cultivation of more than 500 hectares of farmland and boost national food production. According to the bank, about 200,000 farmers have already received financing, while improved seeds and nearly 2 million bags of fertilizers are being distributed to beneficiaries to enhance agricultural productivity during the current farming season. The bank also said that more than 1/3 of the beneficiaries are women, reaffirming its commitment to inclusive agricultural development and the federal government's food security agenda. The Lagos State government has begun the removal of illegal structures obstructing drainage channels, wetlands, and flood paths across the Lekki-Ekpe corridor as part of measures to mitigate flooding. Commissioner for the Environment and Water Resources, Mr. Tokumbo Wahab, announced the enforcement exercise during an inspection of flood-prone areas, warning that encroachment on national waterway would no longer be tolerated. The inspection revealed several environmental violations, including illegal wetland reclamation and developments obstructing river channels. The government directed property owners and developers to comply with the approved environmental regulations and setback requirements. The Lagos State government also appealed to residents to dispose of waste properly and avoid activities that block drainage systems, while the Lagos Waste Management Authority intensified sanitation operations across strategic locations in the state. And on to sports. Nigeria's Tobi Amusan has won the women's 100 meters hurdles at the Paris Diamond League, equaling her season's best time of 12.28 seconds. The world record holder finished ahead of American's Grace Stark, who placed second in 12.38 seconds, and Alicia Johnson, who came third in 12.39 seconds, after producing a strong finish in the closing stages of the race. The victory is Amuson's second Diamond League win of the season, following her earlier triumph in Rabat. She has also maintained impressive form this year with victories at other international competitions. The performance further strengthens her preparations for the Diamond League final and the Commonwealth Games, where the Nigerian hurdler will be aiming to add to her growing list of international titles. And on to entertainment. Nollywood actress and filmmaker Omoni Oboli has paid tribute to her late colleague Alex Ekubo, describing him as a gifted actor whose legacy will continue to inspire the Nigerian film industry. In a message posted on her social media platforms, Oboli said the late actor will remain in the hearts of colleagues and admirers. She also announced that proceeds from her latest film would be donated to support his family. The tribute comes days after the burial of the actor, which drew sympathizers and leading figures from the Nigerian entertainment industry who paid glowing tribute to his life and contributions to Nollywood. Alex Ekubo died in May at the age of 40 following complications from kidney cancer. His death has continued to attract condolences from colleagues, fans, and members of the creative industry. And now to end the news, the main points again. The National Assembly has commenced the process of securing state approval for the proposed establishment of state police, with the Constitution Alteration Bill set for transmission to the 36 state houses of assembly. The proposed amendment requires the endorsement of at least 2/3 of the state legislatures before it can be forwarded to President Bola Tinubu for presidential assent. The Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors, NARD, has declared an industrial dispute with the federal government and issued a fresh 4-week deadline for the implementation of its outstanding demands. The association warned that it could embark on nationwide industrial action if the issues remain unresolved. And on the foreign scene, rescue teams in Venezuela have pulled 33 people alive from the rubble following last week's devastating earthquakes, with 2 11-year-old boys among those rescued. Emergency workers continue search and rescue operations as authorities search for more survivors. And on the business scene, the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission has launched an investigation into fuel pricing by downstream petroleum operators over concerns that reductions in global crude oil prices have not been reflected in retail pump prices. The Commission says it will take regulatory action against any operator found engaging in anti-competitive or exploitative practices. That concludes news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Have a good morning.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
Nigeria's worsening security situation has continued to intensify calls for the creation of state police, as kidnapping, banditry, terrorism, and violent crimes stretch the capacity of federal security agencies across several regions. In recent years, Nigeria has witnessed repeated mass abductions of school children and civilians, including incidents in Kaduna, Niger, Zamfara, and Katsina states, where armed groups have targeted schools, highways, and rural communities. The Chibok schoolgirls' abduction in Borno State, the Kankara school attack in Katsina, and the recent wave of kidnappings along the Abuja-Kaduna Expressway remain defining examples of the scale of insecurity confronting the country. Beyond school attacks, rural banditry in the northwest has led to mass displacement of communities, destruction of livelihoods, and repeated negotiations for hostage releases. In the southeast, violent attacks on security formations and civilian targets have also been recorded in parts of Anambra, Imo, and Enugu states. In the northeast, insurgency linked to Boko Haram and ISWAP continues to destabilize rural and border communities despite years of military oppression. Security analysts argue that these overlapping crises expose a major structural gap: Nigeria's centralized policing system. With the Nigeria Police Force controlled federally, operational directives, logistics, and deployment approvals often require central clearance, even when emergencies are localized. A key challenge often raised is the limited operational authority of state governors over commissioners of police. While governors are officially described as chief security officers of their states, in practice, commissioners of police in each state report directly to the Inspector General of Police in Abuja. This means governors cannot independently order arrests, deployments, or tactical operations without federal approval. There have been several public instances where governors requested urgent deployment or redeployment of police personnel during crisis, only for delays or bureaucratic procedures to slow response time. In fast-moving security emergencies such as kidnappings or communal clashes, these delays can prove critical. Supporters of state police argue that decentralization would allow states to respond faster, using officers recruited, trained, and deployed within local environments. They say local policing would improve intelligence gathering because officers understand local languages, terrain, and community networks, which are essential in tracking criminal groups operating in rural and forested areas. They also point to countries with decentralized policing systems. In the United States, state and local police forces operate independently but coordinate through federal agencies when necessary. In Germany, policing is primarily managed at state level, Länder, while maintaining federal oversight for national security. India also maintains state-controlled police forces under a federal constitutional framework. However, Nigeria's security experts caution that without strong oversight, state police could be vulnerable to political interference. There are concerns that governors could misuse security structures against political opponents, journalists, or dissenting voices, especially in states with weak institutional checks. Human rights advocates also warn that disparity in funding and training between states could create unequal policing standards across the country. Wealthier states may develop stronger forces, while poorer regions could struggle to maintain professional capacity, potentially widening security inequality. Despite these concerns, many analysts argue that the current centralized system is overstretched. With Nigeria's population exceeding 200 million and vast ungoverned rural spaces, Federal police presence is often thin on the ground, creating operational vacuums exploited by armed groups. In several kidnapping cases along highways and remote communities, response times have been delayed due to distance, logistics, and command structure approvals. This has strengthened argument that localized policing would reduce response time and improve preventive intelligence rather than reactive operations. Proponents now suggest a hybrid model where state police operate under national standards with unified training, strict federal oversight, and shared intelligence systems. This, they argue, would balance local efficiency with national control and reduce the risk of abuse. Others propose phased implementation, beginning with strengthened community policing units upgraded into full state structures over time, allowing gradual reform without destabilizing existing security frameworks. Ultimately, the debate reflects a central national question: whether Nigeria's current security architecture can continue to carry the burden of rising insecurity, or whether decentralized policing is now a necessary step toward more effective protection of lives and property. What remains clear is that any reform must be guided by strong accountability, professional standards, constitutional safeguards, and political neutrality to ensure that security institutions serve citizens and not power structures.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
It's a wonderful morning. It's a beautiful morning here in the cold city state, Enugu. Welcome to Sunrise, your breakfast show here on Aneke TV, where we'll bring to you updates, discussions, and review as it pertains politics, life, and economic affairs. I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
And I'm Uche Osai. They say no matter how long the night, the day is surely to come. And we're here to make sure that you do not just pass through today, you own it. Thank you for letting us into your space this beautiful morning. As always, we're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
All right, we're finally in the last days of the month of June. And like we talked about on Saturday, I asked what the month has been like for most people. And in the course of the weekend, we've had a whole lot. You know, one of the busiest points of every week is the weekend, both in the community, both around your houses, and especially on social media. You get to see a whole lot of videos come up. You get to see a whole lot of conversations. And towards the end of the week, it was the video that YC made, and then Pella responded, and then Jarvis responded, and then there was a football. You know, there was wrestling. So it's been a whole busy weekend. I remember on Saturday, Mr. Uche said he's owing me rice. So I don't know when. I really wonder when this rice is going to come eventually. But then again, we are.
And eventually, you left earlier on, and then we made merry. You see, you wouldn't blame me for.
I don't know why you always
the party early.
I mean, we had it. I'm sorry.
No,
I'm sorry. I had to go.
After party is what matters. You left the party so early. You weren't part of the after party.
So at what point would this rice?
The after party came after 7 p.m. later on. Those of us who were around enjoyed the after party. So you left earlier, so you wouldn't hold me responsible for not enjoying that jollof rice.
All right.
However, I don't know why, I feel that you're taking me back into the month of June, because here in Aneke is already a new month for us. So we're already enjoying the needs of a new month. However, we understand that the month is already, coming to a close, and then what a way to, wish the month by with that jollof rice we had on Saturday that you missed, so. All
right, this point we'll have a whole lot to talk about, especially to learn about the updates on the state police and the issues, roving around the deregistration of the NDC party. But before we get right into all of that this morning, we'll read our quote for the day. And today's quote is also from Kevin C. Alike. And he says, "Public office is a sacred trust. It demands wisdom over ambition, service over self-interest, and character above convenience." Public office is a sacred trust, is a sacred position, is a sacred responsibility. It demands wisdom over ambition. It demands you knowing what you're doing over you knowing, desiring to be in a certain position. Service over self-interest. You are meant to understand that your primary responsibility in any given position is to serve. And then character over convenience. Even if it puts you at a tight corner, even if it deconveniences you, you understand that you are there to serve, and your character, your integrity must have at all times stand the test of time, and you are there to prove that the people that have placed in that position are worthy of your trust.
Wonderful, wonderful. I am beginning to try to peek into the head of Kevin C. Alike, when he tells us these beautiful, important things. And you've highlighted it quite well, speaking about the office holder, the people who, bring themselves forward for elective position or to lead, or be at the helm of affairs. And you said quite well, you analyzed it quite well, is that of trust. And for me, looking at it from your perspective, there's nothing else to add to it. Very well said, beautifully said. However, I choose to look at it from the perspective of the people who put these people into office. Yes, we need to be careful and cautious about the characters we put into office, we elect. When you expect people to vet themselves, like they always say, nobody ever said that their mother's soup is not sweet. People will tell you that they are the best material for the job until you see them doing the job. I don't know if you've gotten a bad plumber or electrician to do your work, and then you discover that this person made a mess of your job. How do you feel? So therefore, what we need to do is that we need to be cautious with the powers that we have. That's inherent power to elect, to choose our leaders, to see that the people we entrust with position are people of character. We are the people that can vet them to see if they are truly what they say they are by vetting and electing the right people. If they are people of character, if they are people with modest ambition, less for and with service for the people, then we can trust them. And if we can trust them, then let us elect them. Not getting people that, Ochoma, you cannot trust with your mother's pot of soup, or you cannot trust to keep your money, and then you elect them into public position. No, we need to vet them and then exercise this power and entrust them with leadership. And looking at this quote from Kevin C. Alike, and I understand that he meant both, because looking at this quote, so beautifully said, so briefly carved out, and if we can get this right, if we can work with this quote, I can tell you, Nigeria will be a Dubai in the next 10 years. Nigeria will be better than Qatar. Nigeria will be better than Singapore, only if we can work with these quotes and elect the people whom we can trust. Men with wisdom, over ambition. People who prioritize service over self-interest. And people of character who are above convenience. I tell you, the United States will be looking for visa to come to Nigeria.
And also, just to add a little to that, when you say about people that elect these people, it takes someone who has wisdom to know someone who could exercise wisdom in a given position. It takes someone who has modest ambition, like you call it, to recognize someone who, maybe you're not qualified, on a certain pedestal, but it takes you understanding, okay, I have a certain level of modest ambition, and I'm seeing someone who I can trust with the same level of modest ambition to go. If you don't have it, you may not be able to recognize someone who possesses the same qualities as you do.
No, you're quite right in that. Yes, it takes like to beget like.
Yes.
But however, it may go beyond that. There is a primary basis or fundamental upon which we can look onto. What are we looking for?
Yes,
what are we looking for?
True.
These are the yardstick to measure. The primary indices of the things we want people in leadership to do for us. Perhaps you want the road to be constructed, right? You want salaries paid on time. There's a simple check. And over time, what we should do is go back. This person, does he own a business? How does he pay his people? It's just like tomorrow, and my CEO, desires to go into public life and politics. What is my first line of campaign? I will ask civil servants, expect to be paid on time.
True.
Because he has a track record. Now, you want construction of road. Look at what that person, the quality of work, even if it's personal or public, what the person had done in the past, right? You say, wow, when it comes to road, trust this man to give you quality road, is it not?
True.
Then, when it comes to welfare of the people, go back, look at what the person has done. You can say, when it comes to welfare, be rest assured that this person can do it. He has done it in a private life, in a private capacity. There's no doubt he will replicate that. And I tell you, if you get these very fundamentals, and more often, Ochoma, it may not require a third sense or wisdom to do that. Therefore, my brothers, it's been a long time I went to the market. My brothers in Obwete market in Enugu, those in main market in Onitsha or Chanja market, those in Alaba International or Gige market in Nsukka, or you're at Ariaria market listening to us. What we are saying is that the power to elect the right people rests with us. Therefore, let us go out, get our PVCs, be ready that when the bell tolls, we will vet and elect the right people into position of leadership. That way, the future of our generation, the generation next, will be granted.
All right. The quote is from Kevin C. Alike. Public office is a sacred trust. It demands wisdom over ambition, service over self-interest, and character above convenience. We'll take a short break, and when we get back, we're reading out a weather report for the morning. Do stay with us.
In every generation, there exists a defining force, A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
You're still watching Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Next, we'll take a look at the weather report across major cities in the southeast today.
Good morning, Anambra State. The day in Anambra starts warm and humid, with morning temperatures ranging between 24 degrees Celsius and 26. By afternoon, temperatures will climb to 31 to 33 degrees Celsius, making conditions hot and sticky, especially around Onitsha. As evening sets in, temperatures will ease to 24 to 26 degrees Celsius, with thunderstorms and scattered rainfall expected across the state.
Good morning, Coal City, and welcome to Enugu. The day in Enugu begins cool, calm, and refreshing, with temperatures of 22 to 24 degrees Celsius. Afternoon temperatures will rise to 29 to 30 degrees Celsius, remaining pleasant despite the humidity. By evening, temperatures will settle at 23 to 25 degrees Celsius, with cloudy skies, thunderstorms, and light to moderate rain expected.
Good morning, Ebonyi State. The day begins warm and bright with morning temperatures of 24 to 26 degrees Celsius. Afternoon temperatures expected to climb to 32 and 33, making it one of the hottest states in the region. By evening, temperatures will fall back to 24 to 26 degrees Celsius, while heavy cloud cover, gusty winds, and thunderstorms are likely.
Good morning, Imo State, and welcome to my favorite city of Owerri. The day in Imo State starts mild and cloudy, with morning temperatures around 23 to 25 degrees Celsius. Afternoon temperatures will reach 30 to 31 degrees Celsius, accompanied by humid conditions. By evening, temperatures will drop to 24 to 25 degrees Celsius, while thunderstorms and intermittent showers develop across the state.
And lastly, in the state, Abia State, the day opens warm with cloudy intervals, with temperatures between 23 and 25 degrees Celsius. Afternoon temperatures will peak to 30 to 31 degrees, making Aba feel warmer because of the humidity. But by evening, temperatures will ease back to 24 and 25, with showers and thunderstorms expected.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, dress light, and keep an umbrella handy. But remember, either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise. We'll take a short break and we'll return with more updates. Stay with us, please.
You're welcome back. Now, moving straight into our newspaper headlines and analysis this morning. The papers we shall be reviewing and stories from these papers are from the Punch newspaper, the Vanguard, Frontline Africa, and the Guardian.
And joining us, as always, is Aneke TV's in-house analyst with in-depth insight, deeper analysis on news issues, Emeka Odom. Mr. Emeka, a pleasure to have you.
Thank you so much for having me. Good morning.
Good morning.
And good morning to our viewers. Good morning.
Good morning.
How has it been? How has Nigeria been treating you? You've been away for some time.
Yes. Well, I thank God I'm much stronger now. And also I had to make a quick journey, but thank God for safety and safe journey altogether. As per Nigeria treating me, as well as usual, Nigeria is like I always say, irrespective of whatever, we hope for the best.
We hope for the best. Hope is the watchword. Achamba.
Hope is the watchword. All right, starting off strong is from story from the Punch newspaper. The headline reads, Obi Kwankwaso lead NDC's battle against deregistration. Obi Kwankwaso lead NDC's battle against deregistration. Peterobi and Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso are leading efforts by the NDC to challenge moves aimed at deregistering the party. The political blog argues that the action threatens democratic participation and the rights of opposition parties. The legal and political parties expected to shape the landscape ahead of the Nigerian 2027 elections. And the national leader, Saraki Dixon, the National Working Committee, and other stakeholders are to head to the appeal court today to nullify or apply for appeal to nullify this registration. This development comes 48 hours after the Federal High Court in Lokoja, Kogi State, set aside its earlier judgment directing INEC to register the NDC.
Mr. Emeka, we are at it again. I remember quite well when we were talking about the High Court order of Peter Lifau to deregister some political parties with ADC, and here we are at another High Court, now in Kogi State, of Justice Issa Danshin, giving that order for and leading to the recognition of the NDC. Let's get your opinion.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, first and foremost, it's not the duty of the court to register or deregister a political party. So what I've done is to give an order to INEC. So now, well, it is expected, like we always say in a democratic state, that all court orders are meant to be respected, except otherwise vacated by a higher court. And so sometimes we also say that irrespective of, even if the judge giving the order, you know, by every intent and purpose seem to be completely and totally out of order, you know, as long as it's coming from a court of competent jurisdiction, it has to be obeyed in the first instance. And so we still stand by that because we are democratic and law-abiding citizens. However, we are aware that a lot of times court judgments can be completely and totally misguided. It is a fact, and we've seen it happen several times. And I believe that those who fashioned out the judicial system, they are quite aware of this, and that is why they have created, you know, windows to say, look, even when a higher court gives an order that probably you're not comfortable with, you can approach the appellate court, the appeal court of appeal, and even if by the judgment of the court of appeal, you're still not satisfied, you can also go to the Supreme Court. So that window is there. But in all of this, what makes it far more concerning is the fact that a couple of months back, you know, some pundits have actually said that, look, that the system, you know, the authorities and the powers that be, they after Peter Obi, they don't want him to contest the presidential elections, and that when he was in Labour Party, the crisis and the heat was in Labour Party to the extent that, you know, it threatened the existence of the party. And the moment he left, the party somehow found a fit. You know, the heat seemed to be away from him. He went to ADC, and ADC became the party in the storm. In the storm of the eye. So, and while he was there, the storm raged. And the moment he moved away from ADC, there seemed to be some level of stability in that party, and he went to NDC. And that people should watch it. In a couple of months from now, that the heat is going to turn to NDC, and NDC is going to come under. I mean, these are things that people whom you say probably are. There's no indices to credit them for anything in terms of, you know, knowledge, in terms of insight. But these are things they have said, and they seem to be coming to pass. So you begin to wonder what is really happening. Yes, for now, quite frankly, I do not have any credible evidence to suggest the fact that this is the hand of Esau and the voice of Jacob, even as people have, you know, suggested so. These are only things you hear probably in the social media, and, you know, but I don't have any credible evidence to believe that. That is not to say that it has to be completely dismissed. One thing I know, which I have also tried to emphasize, is that when it comes to politics, all things, there's nothing you may not find, both plausible and implausible things. So it's a possibility, it may not be. But one thing is sure, the optics are not good for the country. I must tell you, the optics are not good for the country. Now, how do you define a situation where we are going into a general election, knowing our elections, knowing our country for what it is, and there has been accusations and counter accusations, on working towards a one-party state. I mean, the ruling party has been accused of working to ensure that they do not have any credible opposition contest against them in the 2027 general elections. And so, even though there have been denials, of course, things like this, the denials are not enough. It's what is happening that we probably will pay more attention to. As it is today, every Nigerian knows and understands that there are two credible opposition leaders you can point to. And these were the people who gave the current president a good run for his money in the 2023 general elections. You have Atiku Abubakar of the ADC, you have peterobi of the NDC. Incidentally, the man who emerged as the fourth candidate, the fourth, runner-up, the third runner-up in that election, has teamed up with the second runner-up. And so people say this is a formidable opposition. And today, as we speak, with all of these things that we are seeing now, you find out that these opposition leaders and their parties don't seem to be standing very strong. And there are possibilities, because even the ADC itself is not completely and totally out of the woods. So the question now is, what about if, because inec says that they are studying the judgment. And one thing I always tell people is, just like I said, at the time the 2026 Electoral Act was in the works, the House of Rep has passed the bill with a certain provision. The Senate came with slightly different provision, and people were like, look, what is going on? Is it the executive that is it? And when that question was put to me, what I told them was, look, we don't need to bother ourselves too far. The House will come to a point of harmonization as normal each time bills are passed by the two houses differently. Eventually, a harmonization will take place before the common, the common bill that will be sent to the president for assent emerges. At that point, we will know whether the executive has a hand or not. If the executive has a hand, the Senate provision will take primacy over that of the House of Rep. And eventually, we all saw how it went. So on this issue, NDC has said they will go to the appellate court. By the time they get to the appellate court, we'll begin to see as things will emerge. Remember that executive runs the show. That's just the truth. Those, I remember when I was in secondary school, when we were taking government as a course, as every other teacher would teach anyway, and as in contained in the syllabus, you'll be told that government has three arms: the executive, the judiciary, and the legislature. And you were also told that they were all equal, isn't it? But in practice, you and I know clearly that they aren't equal. The executive runs the show. So if actually this is an executive soundtrack, we'll get to know by the time they get to the Court of Appeal and eventually the Supreme Court. We'll get to see how all that will play out.
All right. Still on this very issue, does it concern you that there has to be a lot of what many has called litigation involving major decision and in this democratic process, especially under this very dispensation between 2023 and date, that will have a lot of issues, democratic process, in being determined by the Nigerian courts in this very instance?
Yes, it's very worrisome. It's very worrisome because, you know, if you study our democracy as it is today and our democratic system, it looks as if, you know, the courts are the major determinants. Their pronunciations. Yes, quite clearly, the judiciary is part of a civilized society. There's no doubt. In fact, there's any society that doesn't have a judicial system, whether it is indigenous, traditional, colonial, whatever thing it is, the judicial system is part of the human society, and it's part of development. It enables you to sort out issues, you know, amicably without resorting to violence. So that is the way to go. However, if you study our democracy over time, you find out that, in fact, I was going through a study, you know, since 1999. You find out that democracy has made an astounding decision on our democratic journey, right from party registration to candidate disqualification to election nullification to all the way. If you look at the number of governors that are out of the 36 state governors now, take a look at it, you find out that more than 2/3 of them, after their elections, their stay or their elections was finally confirmed by the courts. By the courts. More than 2/3 of them. And you know how it is, say after elections, the winner is never very confident on his seat until he gets to the final stage of judicial intervention. And these are not, so at the end of the day, where does he leave us? He leaves the average electorate, you know, as a second fiddle in the recruitment of leadership, whether at the national or at the subnational. In other words, as election is coming now, irrespective of who we vote for or what we decide, it is the court that has the final say. And it shouldn't be so. Now, if you look at our system, you begin to ask, why is it so? One is electoral system that many pundits have said that is laced with a lot of landmines. I mean, very deliberately. Look at what is happening now in what just happened in our electoral act, 2026 electoral act. We said, yes, electronic transmission of results is okay. Once election happens, these results should be transmitted to the IREV portal electronically through the beavers immediately. Then, just few clauses away, we say, but in case there's no network, that the manual from EC8A should be resorted to. For many people, practically everybody agrees, look, this is a dangerous improviso. This is going to lead, in fact, this has created already on its own, it has created an expressway, litigation expressway. Right? So, now, how? It's because, you know, given our country that we know very well, a blessed country that we know very well, there are going to be network challenges. There are going to be glitches. So, this is another job for the judiciary, already created even before the election comes. That is number one. Then number two is, we run a system where those who operate this system, either as beneficiaries or as regulators or as participants. However, many of them, somehow you doubt their intentions, we doubt their sincerity, we doubt their sense of fairness and justice in all of these things. Look, if a system has, if I have participated in a system that brought me out to the fore, why do I, out of, maybe protectionism, trying to make sure that I protect the system to favor only me, and now probably I engage in other nocturnal, actions. For instance, let me give you an example now. If you look at the current, dilemma of the NDC, the party at the center, the organization that's at the center of this whole thing, is it the Peace Movement, the Peace Movement Party? Is it a registered political party in Nigeria?
It's not.
If that organization is not a political party in Nigeria, a registered political party now, why would they be dragging logo?
Months.
You see, when you register, when you go to organizations that register rights, properties, if it's a party, it's INEC. If it is company, it is CAC. If it is artwork, it's Copyright Commission. Right?
Exactly.
Good. Now, you don't begin to talk of right to when you are not even registered. As an artist, I have had my creative works that I share with people, see it on the screen of television, and I can't do anything because I didn't register it at the time. Maybe I was naive at that time because I was still young in the industry. Of course, now if it is now, when I come up with a work of that nature, the first thing I will do is to pin it down legally. So you don't begin to talk about registration, right to logo, when you are not registered and recognized as a political party. So, but the question is, why are these things striving? And that is where the theory of the hand of Esau and the voice of Jacob comes in. And if that theory is right, assuming that theory is right, why should it be so? Why don't you allow and create? See, whether we like it or not, let me tell you the truth. Yes, we have an INEC that is, said to be independent because that's what their name says. And we have other agencies of government that the law has said that they should be independent in the discharge of their duties. But the truth of the matter is that if the political leadership prevalent at every point in time doesn't think so, it definitely will not be so. That is the reality on ground, and that is why I said that executive runs the show. If the political leadership prevalent at every point in time doesn't think so, doesn't act so, that certainly will not be so. And that is why it's incumbent on every president of this nation, particularly when election comes, to create an enabling environment. Look, you can look at Muhammadu Buhari as you can say anything. He didn't run the economy well. He was this, he was that. But when it came to an election, the testimonies are very, very obvious. The testimonies are abound everywhere. That man had little or no interference in the elections. Even as the president of the country, where we know very clearly that he can bring his influence to bear, he will tell you, let democracy take its course. And I think that it's incumbent on any president that rules this country to give Nigerians, if not any other thing else. Today, Goodluck Jonathan is being respected because he was an incumbent that allowed the system to take its course to a reasonable extent. And eventually, we all saw the result. So I don't think there's any need for anybody to gag the system. If you have performed in a manner that appealed to the people will vote for you.
All right. Before I let you go on this very issue, on the altar of betrayed trust, what becomes of the electoral process and the system should...
On the altar of what?
Betrayed trust.
Okay.
What will become of the electoral process or the system if or should the ADC and the NDC now under litigation. Remember the
Yes.
NDC in their situation has gone on appeal?
Yes.
NDC is now mooting going on appeal as well. Should, at the end of the day, the court upholds the position of the lower courts, what becomes of the electoral process and the system?
Yes, of course. What will happen is that the electoral system, the elections itself, whether we like it or not, many people will look at it as lacking credibility, because we can't go into an election, and because look, the periods of party nominations are over. So if any party right now, for instance, let's assume what is happening, the NDC is proscribed. It simply means that the NDC presidential candidates cannot contest the 2027 general elections again. That's just what it means.
And all those that work.
Of course, every other action they've taken, you can't build on top of nothing. Every other action they have taken, all their candidates from across the board, because they accept if INEC now on their own decides to open the window again, and if they do that, the other parties will take them to court. So that's why I told you that if you look at this whole thing, the optics are not really good for the country. Is it because it doesn't? Nigeria is a big country, it's a big democracy, and it is one that many other countries should use as a reference point. Sometimes I even wonder, I think there was a time, was it the INEC chairman was saying that during the last administration of the last INEC chairman was saying, pointing to 1, 2, 3 countries that came to Nigeria to come and understand our democracy. And you know what I said? Well, for goodness sake, is this man talking to children? What have they come to learn? What have those countries come to learn? The shabby election you conducted in 2023, that you went and promised the whole world that you are going to do this and you ended up not doing it. Is that what the countries are coming to learn? Sometimes I wonder if public officers just come because you put microphone and put camera, they start talking. So if this happens, it's a huge discredit to the upcoming election.
True.
That's the truth. No, that's the truth. No matter how you look at it.
Okay, we're moving to the next story on the Vanguard newspaper. Federal government, others struggling to meet obligations despite rise in revenue to 108.8 trillion naira. Now, the recent findings from the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission has indicated that the 3 tiers of government in Nigeria have received about 53.3 trillion naira from FAC over the past 3 years. Also, their independently generated revenues over the same period is estimated at about 68.5, bringing the total to 118.8 trillion naira. And this, of course, has been shared across each tiers. In some years, they receive 758 billion. Some years they received 845 billion. But despite all this calculation, reports available indicate that these levels of government are defaulting in several financial obligations, including payment to contractors for jobs done and verified, payment of pension arrears, both at federal level, state level, local government level, while many states are yet to implement the minimum wage standard as agreed within the period of the rapid increase in government revenue.
Yes, I'm happy. You see, this kind of results like this, this kind of reports, sometimes it creates excitement for people like me, on one side, and at the same time, it's a very pathetic. It's one of mixed reactions. Number one, you must understand that it seems as if we're in a country where when there's more money, there's more, the mouth that consumes the money is wider, more corruption when there's more money. But above all that, the reason why I say it creates some level of excitement is because, this report is a direct, embarrassment to those who have tried to propound the argument that, with the removal of fuel subsidy, the flotation of the naira, that's the devaluation of naira, there's now more money for states to do more projects. Now they should be embarrassed with this kind of report. You know why? these same people, some of them are economists, world-renowned economists. They are the ones that are propounding this argument. Many of them are even at the top echelon of power. It's not as if they don't know what they are doing. They come up with all these stories just to deceive the gullible and to paint a deceptive picture. Why? They should know that yes, it might appear as if now that more money is coming into their coffers. But what is the value of that money? It's a simple arithmetic. Yesterday, for instance, if you're a worker, yesterday, you were receiving 100,000 naira salary. And based on the value of naira, with that 100,000 naira, you can buy A, B, C, D. Today, you're receiving 1 million. Of course, that's a major leap, isn't it? In terms of amount coming into your coffers. That's a major leap. From 100,000 naira to 1 million. So you can go to town and start shouting if you don't understand the indices. But that 1 million naira you are receiving today, the question is, what is the value? Yesterday, with 100,000 naira, you could buy, say, a bag of rice, a bag of beans, and the condiments to do what? To cook them. Today, with even the 1 million naira, you're not able to buy one bag of half bag of rice. So who is losing and who is gaining? So you find out, if you now go to town, shouting, jumping, celebrating that you have 1 million naira, the question to ask is, what is the value of the 1 million naira compared to the 100,000 naira you had yesterday? And these people know this. Now, upon all the big and bogus amount that is coming into the coffers, yet they are not able to meet obligations. They can't even, many of them can't even pay like from the report, they can't even pay the minimum wage. They can't even pay contractors. They can't even meet up other obligations. And yet, they told us that not long ago, the president said that they have surpassed their honor oil revenue, isn't it? For 2026. So what are we talking about? So, that is why I was just telling some friends the other day, look, see, when all these economies it's not as if they don't know what they're doing. They understand, they know clearly. But sometimes it's intentional. They substitute, facts with political, when facts are adulterated with politics, it becomes very, very dangerous. And that's what we've been having. So how can you come and celebrate and say, oh, you now have more money to do this thing, and yet the money you have now, you are not meeting on your so what has happened to the money? Perhaps they should come and tell us what has happened to the money.
Exactly. They should come and tell us what has happened to the money, because the question is, and many keep asking this question, we are in a regime that has removed oil subsidy, a regulated economy, and like you rightly pointed out, there seems to be more revenue accruing to the state, feasible by the even at
not that seems. Look at the figures that are being quoted. Compare them to the figures before the
118.8 trillion and expected 150 million by the end of the year. The question is, Mr. Meka, what has gone wrong?
That is the question. So, you see, the truth of the matter is that, number one, the currency has been devalued several times. You know what we are talking about? What was the naira to the dollar before this administration came to power? What was naira to the dollar? You see, when we say these things, people don't understand that they have a direct bearing. That is almost immediate. And that's the reality. Look at, for instance, in Enugu now, where we are. There's hardly any standard standard 3 bedrooms flat. In Enugu here, there's less than 1 million naira.
1 million. No,
I'm just saying, I'm just being modest.
You will not find.
Was it like that 3 years ago? Was it like that 3 years ago?
No.
That is the issue. So it's even very pathetic. It's even better on the side of the government because they are getting more revenue now. But on the side of the average citizens, what percentage of salary increment have you received? Even where your employer has increased your salary, at what percent? Compared to what you are forced to spend as a result of the inflation that's setting.
Okay, we'll take a short break. It's getting quite heated here this morning. But we'll take a short break. We'll come back with more updates. Still stay with us.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. This is still Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now, moving straight to our story is from Frontline Africa, frontlineafrica.com.ng. The headline reads, NAS transmits state police bill to 36 state assemblies. NAS transmits state police bill to 36 state assemblies. The National Assembly is set to transmit the Constitution Alteration Bill seeking the establishment of state police to the 36 state houses of assembly this week, marking a major step in Nigeria's constitutional reform process. Now, this bill, recently passed by the Senate, requires the approval of at least 24 state legislatures in line with Section 9 of the 1999 Constitution before, of course, it can be forwarded to President Bola Tinubu for assent.
Mr. Mika, are you expecting this not to set through across the subnational?
No, I guess it will sell through. The reason is very obvious. Before now we seem to all have been on the same page. We seem to have been on the same page on the issue of state police, and that's the reality. Most state governors have given their nod to it, and other sections of the country have equally given their nod. Not because the state police itself is a magic on itself to cure our insecurity challenges, but somehow I believe that it will make a very good impact. Coupled with the fact that as a country that is this challenged in terms of internal security, whatever option that can help to put things right is a welcome development. And not only that, Nigeria is a very large country, and a country like Nigeria still running a central. In fact, if you are for a country as large as Nigeria and with the kind of system that we run, whatever we run in this country today that has a central command or a central administrative system, perhaps apart from the armed forces, because that is one area that must remain, on a unitary level, right? Every other element of every other element of governance, apart from those few that must assume a unitary administrative system, and they are very clear. I don't think there are more than 10. Talk about the armed forces, you talk about immigration, you talk about, even to an extent, immigration, but at least on a central level, armed forces, monetary system, immigration, immigration, and a few other things. The bulk of the things should be concurrent in nature. That is one of the beauty of federal system. If you go to a place like United States, there are things that are obtainable in one state. They are not obtainable in another state. There are laws that are prevalent in one state. They are not prevalent in many other states. So that's the way it's supposed to be. We should be able to have a state police that will enable states and also challenge states to be far more deeply involved in providing internal security. Yes, anybody can say that, yes, after all, the states are equally involved right now. Yes, we agree they are involved now, many of the states are investing heavily in internal security, while others are not investing as much as others are. That is the reality. Many other states are not investing as heavily as other states are. Because if you go around the states and take, an inventory of the infrastructures that they have, both fiscal structures, social structures, and many other, look at the security architecture, you find out that some states, seem not to be as serious as others. So, but when the system is liberalized, then the differences will the gaps will begin to show, and the states will begin to take responsibility. So for me, I support state police, but the thing is, there has to be some safe nets. There really has to be, because those who are also expressing some fears about the possibility of the negative side of it, they also have a point. We have also seen it happen. I mean, we cannot deny. You see, we can't tell ourselves lies. Issues of abuse by state governors, those things has to be. We just that the full details of this is still not as much as available in the public domain, But so, but I believe that the committee, the National Assembly, must have done some extensive work in that regard. Issues of abuse by misuse, or rather, let me use the word misuse, not abuse, not misuse by state chief executives. Issues of abuse of human rights by some states. Issues of funding and issues of conflict or clash with the federal police. So, but I believe that once these areas are thoroughly addressed, the law itself may not be 100%, perfect. But we should start some. If we had started long before now, perhaps probably today we'll be far away from where we are.
All right. You've answered most of the questions around the fears of people. However, there are still some states that are insolvent. When we talk about funding state police, they are unable to pay the minimum wage. They are owing workers. How are they going to fund state police? These are still concerns that are being raised.
Yes, it's a major concern. That's why in my listing of some of the gray areas that needs very good attention, I included funding. You see, some people may argue that after all, some of these states now, there's hardly any state in Nigeria that does not have one semblance of a security organization or the other. And the answer is yes. However, you must also understand that these internal security organizations that many of the states have now is going to be completely and totally different from state police when you eventually, when we eventually get there. You see, in terms of structure, in terms of manpower, in terms of capacity, everything, they're going to be completely different. Recruitment, training, they're going to be completely different. So, a state must be financially buoyant to be able to float or establish a state police. I believe that the regulatory agencies are going to be very, very strict on this. Now, if you go to some of these states, you see there's internal security, all kinds of characters, wearing all kinds of things that look like uniform. Many of them are purely based on political patronage. Many of them are, people who, someone went to the villages and wrote down their names and, somehow they found uniforms and gave to them. That is not state police. The law is going to be very, very clear on matters of recruitment, matters of training, matters of, discharge of duties and everything else. So it's going to be completely different. But the good thing about it is that I don't think the law is going to make it compulsory for every state. Even if it becomes necessary, even if the law says that every state must have, I think states will take their time. The law will not just mandate or make it compulsory for every state to establish now immediately. I don't think it's going to work that way. Because we are talking of something that will require huge funding. And like you rightly pointed out, you may owe, though not advisable, that it's not as if we are campaigning, or it's not as if we support it, but somehow it's happening. A governor may find himself owing pensions, owing salaries for civil servants, or a particular ministry or a particular agency. If you do that to the police in your state, many of these internal security organizations they have now, if you do a research, if you do a little study, you discover how much many of them are collecting at the end of the month, and even the last time they collected such money. So the issue of regular payment of salary is even out of it. But when the police comes, you must guarantee regular payment of salaries and allowances. It's not going to be like when the federal government, came up with the issue of transferring primary schools to local government areas, and also what happened. So I don't think it's going to be like that. So any state that feels that they are still not capable enough to establish state police financially, I think the system has a way to also protect them, not to deny them the presence of federal police until they're able to organize themselves. But in any case, why would they say they don't have the money? Are they not the ones that are telling us that they all have more money? For instance, the Edo State governor some time ago told us that he has plenty money in the state now to do things that that the president gave to him. He said, where is all this money coming from? That is the president Bola Tinubu that gave it to him. He said so now, it was a public statement. And so you were looking at me as if I'm the one that's manufacturing the statement. So if he has all that plenty money to do, so I don't expect that when it's time for state police for him to...
That he must be able to fund...
Yes, of course, he should be able to. And likewise every other state in Nigeria, because I don't think any state is left behind in the windfall.
All right, just one more thing before we leave this very issue and attend to other ones. There's been concerns against abuse, like you rightly addressed, that we may see state governors empowering thugs, and then absorbing them into state police. However, on that note, I'm asking, against the current police culture that we have, are we expecting anything different from that same culture, talking about the federal police that we have in Nigeria at this moment?
No, you see, this is a very important aspect that we have just touched now. Number one, I even expect that now that they are amending, because the section they are amending right now is a section of the Constitution that deals with issue of state police, the issue of the police. I even think that the National Assembly should also use this as an opportunity now to also amend to a reasonable extent affect the federal government. And let me tell you, that's my opinion. As a country, I also think that there are one or two things that we are not getting right in terms of our, administrative structure. For instance, if you look at the Constitution, there are too many appointments that the president makes. And when you concentrate, a lot of times we all cry out, oh, this one is too powerful, this one is too powerful. We, on our own, we are not even making any effort. You know what William Jefferson said? He said, no man is righteous enough to be entrusted with absolute power. But we seem to have, entrusted into the hands of our leaders, particularly the chief executives, too much powers. My opinion on our policing system is that we should reform the processes leading to the appointment of Inspector General of Police. Right? Yes, the president may appoint and the National Assembly confirms or ratifies, or the police council. But for me, that is not enough. You may ask, who are the members of the police council? The governors of the 36 states of the federation. Tell me in the history of this country, since we returned to democracy, where the president has ever made an appointment and the council says, no, sir, I think we should take a second look at this person. Has it ever happened? It has never happened. So why don't we have a system where we can get even civil society organizations, Nigerian Labour Congress, student bodies, the media, get as many interest groups as possible in that council, and perhaps limit the one of 36 states or the federation to maybe a representative. Let the governors forum bring like 3 or 4 representatives as representing the governors there. Then open up the space to accommodate more interest groups, so that when nominations are made, people that can independently look at the profile of the person to say, no, I think this man, let's look at his history. Let's look at what he did when he was from the first day he became enlisted as a cadet, ASP. Let's go through his processes, his promotion, the places he has served, his conduct, the disciplinary issues he has had.
Do your due diligence.
Do it so that when the man comes out, and also put a safety net that, look, the president can't just wake up one morning and change him.
Exactly, because that's one of the provisions the Senate has, ensured on the police amendment.
That is on the state governor.
Yes.
Why can't we have the same thing at the federal? So these are some of the things that we need to look at, because we all desire an egalitarian society. Egalitarian society doesn't just drop from the skies. Because when you have such, because we have sometimes we argue that the state governors may want to become too overbearing and they will not allow the state commissioners to be independent. The question is, even those things we are talking, I think, are we not seeing it happening though it may be very minimal, but you see them happening. How many IGs have said no to a sitting president
and remained in the office?
So these are the issues. These are the issues we are talking about. As much as we desire these things, as much as we look forward to them, we have agreed that, look, this is the right way to go. But we need to get them right.
All right. Moving on to the next. The Guardian newspaper. It reads, 58 insurers race against time to meet recapitalization deadline. With barely a month to the July 31st recapitulation deadline set by the National Insurance Commission, only 25 out of the over 58 licensed insurance firms have submitted applications to appointed auditors for capital verification, raising concerns over the readiness of many operators for the regulatory requirements. And out of this 25, 8 have turned to the capital market to raise fresh funds as pressure mounts on operators to shore up their capital base ahead of the deadline. And we understand that the NICOM has insisted that there is no going back on the deadline. And we also know that in the past 2 years, we had bank recapitalization. Also, these insurers were issued, we are given 1 year for their own recapitalization. And for clarity, this is under the Nigerian Insurance Industry Reform Act of 2025, where some insurers, the life insurance companies, are required to raise their minimum paid up capital to 10 billion from 2 billion. General or non-life insurers from 3 billion to 15 billion. Composite insurers are expected to increase to 25 billion, and reinsurance companies, that's new capital requirements. Whoever that decides to set up a reinsurance company is to have their pay up capital to 35 billion naira. Although they say that, seeing that they just had 1 year, that their extension is possible, but the NICOM had insisted that come 31st of July, any insurance company that does not have or has not had their recapitalization done their licenses will be withdrawn.
Registered, yes.
Yes.
You see, for me, I will always support every move that the regulatory agencies are doing to be able to shore up our economy to stand very strong. Because it's a common knowledge in this country that the insurance industry doesn't have very good, narrative in this country. That is not to say that they are not doing their best. They are doing their best. Because, for instance, now, you know, when you want to go and insure your house or take up any, you know, insurance cover, the first line of advice you may get from people is, will you be able to get the benefits when if in case the need arises without stress? Whereas it should come without stress, you know. Yes, in many instances, people are getting the benefits, but what is the narrative out there? Because of, you know, so many of these insurance companies don't have the capacity, you know, because for you to be able to stand as an insurance, you know, to any organization, you must have a very strong capital base to be able to, you know, stand when the need arises. So for me, I support, you know, the NDIC in their quest to get the insurance companies. There's no need of having 200 insurance companies in Nigeria when, you know, only about 25 or 20 of them can really. Charles Soludo did the same thing in 19. In fact, it may interest you to know that in 2005, it was a bank recapitalization. The banking industry, there were about almost 100, about 90-something banks in Nigeria then, and it was drastically reduced to 25. And those 25, you could say, yes, these are really banks in every sense of the word. And by the time we saw the world economic meltdown that happened in 2007 or 2006, 2007, it looks as if Nigeria was immune. So these are the kind of things. These are the kind of things we will encourage. There's nothing wrong in 1, 2, 3, 4 insurance companies merging. You know, if they cannot do it on their own individually, 1, 2, 3 of them can merge to be able to come up with as a very strong, you know, single entity. So that when individuals are going to, if you look at what is happening, and let me tell you, if you look at what is happening there, many of the insurance companies have floated a pension company because they all want to draw from the pensions. They all want to draw from the pension fund. But assuming that is not possible, how many of them, purely based on insurance business, can stand very, very strong? So that's a welcome development for me, you know.
Okay, moving on to another story on the Vanguard newspaper. It says on the 2027 timeline, INEC parties clash over access codes for candidates upload. The Independent National Electoral Commission and political parties yesterday disagreed over issuance of access codes to parties to upload their candidates' particulars on the Commission's portal. Now, we understand that these codes were supposed to be released on Friday the 26th, and INEC said they have released it, while parties said they haven't received it. Meanwhile, INEC has said, the electoral body said it's conducted a training for representatives of available parties on the use of codes on Thursday and Friday, insisting that the deadline for upload of candidates remained July 11th. So a certain voter, educator, and PRO had argued that if these political parties had their representatives at the training, they wouldn't come out to claim that these access codes were released.
These things are very simple. There's no need of haggling over this. INEC should be able to give us a list of the people that attended the training and their parties. It's a very simple thing. I mean, wasn't attendance taken? Release the pictures and release the photographs and either the video or the photograph. Let's see the attendance list. Let's know the parties that sent their representatives there. It's as simple as that.
But Mr. Maker, against that background, shouldn't INEC worry? It shouldn't be about those who attended the training or about releasing the access code to all qualified political parties. If they now have issue of handling the codes or uploading on the portals of the INEC, then the issue will not be, we may not be able to assist you, being that you never sent representatives to the training.
As a matter of fact, yes, that's the way to go. But even as a matter of fact, the system must be in a manner that INEC should be able to, having conducted the training session, because this is an election we are talking about. This is an election. And you see, election has security implications. If INEC had conducted the training with the parties sent their representatives and the code, they should have a desk in INEC there, a help desk. Even after they have attended the training, parties who run into problem should be able to call INEC to say, call the help desk to say, please, we need assistance in so and so place. The INEC should be able to provide assistance as long as they are registered political parties who are going to contest election. INEC will continue to serve them. That is their job. They are not there for anything else. Their own is to ensure also that the election is conducted in a free, fair, and credible manner. Assist parties where they need assistance. That's the way it is.
All right. Mr. Meka, before we finally rest this very issue about INEC, the question is, bringing it together, because the conversation, all our conversation, you will see when we talk about the political process, INEC is infused in between. There's no conversation without INEC in it. And in fact, my question is, I know you've been studying the electoral process, both the process and the outcomes. And I'm asking, over time, have you witnessed a situation where INEC is embroiled in litigation like this very leadership and dispensation of the INEC that we have presently?
You see, that is the reason why we said, we need to have a comprehensive reform of our electoral process. The way the system is, configured as it is now, honestly, except if you have a political leadership, that is so determined to ensure that there's fairness, absolute fairness. These litigations and conflicts will continue to rise. Because if you study the way things have been going, it appears as if INEC itself has become an interested party in most of the conflicts. Whereas they are supposed to be regulators. Sometimes you see in INEC getting involved in matters that ordinarily they should not be involved in. So, and why are these things happening? They are happening because we need to really, really do a study and look at the word independence in the name of INEC. And until that is done, you find out that INEC may continue to be embroiled in litigation because, okay, let me give you an example. Why will INEC? Is it right for INEC to apply to be joined in a suit involving a political party, the internal affairs of a political party? Is it right to do that? So there are too many things that are, that are happening, and if you study them, for me, they all boil down to political leadership. That's just it.
Okay, and lastly on our trending story this morning, it's a video of a speech in the trending remarks from the First Lady of Nigeria, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, last weekend. The First Lady discussed the economic interventions distributed by the Renewed Hope Initiative, emphasizing that the government provided empowerment grants rather than loans. She highlighted low capital trades as viable paths to survival and financial support for vulnerable Nigerians. Now, in this video, she made claims that Nigerians do not need large amounts of money to start small businesses, using examples like frying akara, roasting corn, and making kuli-kuli. Now, over the weekend, we've seen trends where people have come out to, assert that, since our president's wife have said we should start businesses with akara, We've seen memes, we've seen videos where people have made, maybe fun of it or alluding to the fact that this is what she has said and it does not in any way favor or represent the realities of most Nigerians.
Mr. Meka, are you disappointed?
Well, the issue is that sometimes we do respect to the First Lady. We do respect to Senator Oluremi, who probably thinks that she's offering a very candid and motherly advice to Nigerians. But you see, yes, kuli and akara, they are legitimate business that people can embark on. But is it everybody that can embark on that kind of business? That is the question. The statement came as if, look, if you don't find anything to do, go and do that. That is number one. Number two, I also think that, the First Lady probably would have been a bit more sensitive to other categories of Nigerians who also want to, embark on a business other than frying of akara and the kuli business, and possibly talk or influence, because she can actually do so. I mean, we are talking about the wife of the president. Talk about other businesses for young, educated Nigerians who probably can access soft loans to start businesses that can, or render services that can at least usher them to the middle class. So I think that is where the whole criticism starts from. It's not as if they advise to kuli and akara. These are legitimate businesses that people can embark on, but it's not for everybody. And so the advice it looked as if they were asking you people to go and do so and so thing, and that is why it has attracted this level of criticism.
All right. On that note, while we continue to appreciate the First Lady of the nation, we call on her and her handlers to be, why they offer candid and motherly opinions, should be strictly aware or in tune with the time and tidings. Having said that, looking at the issue on our democracy, we call on the judiciary to do everything within its constitutional duty to see that our democracy is protected against political undertakers, to ensure that fairness is assured for every participant, political parties, irrespective of political divide. And then we call on INEC to, like Caesar's wife, be above board in its dealing to ensure that the process that leads to the actual election in 2027 is said to be free, fair, and credible, giving birth to an election that will be generally accepted by all to be free, fair, and credible as well.
Okay, that's the wrap on the show this morning. And here on Sunrise on Aneke TV, thank you so much for sitting through with us. And it's been a lovely time. But before I go, I leave you with this quote from Kevin C. Alike. Public office is a sacred trust. It demands wisdom over ambition, service over self-interest, and character above convenience. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. See you tomorrow.
Mr. Emeka Odom, thank you for those in-depth, incisive, analytical analysis on these issues.
Thanks for having me.
And to you, our wonderful viewers, I say thank you for watching and keep watching till we come your way same time tomorrow. I am Uche Osai saying bye-bye.
Like ours, each day is dark as the night. Since we have ended, I just pretend I have a reason to live. It's sad how the seasons change.
Nigeria's debt profile continues to rise, raising concerns among economists about sustainability and long-term economic stability. As of 2025, the total public debt was estimated to be around 152 trillion naira, or roughly $190 billion, according to the Debt Management Office. Debt servicing now consumes a significant share of government revenue, limiting spending on infrastructure, health, and education. Economists say the challenge is not only how much Nigeria borrows, but how effectively borrowed funds are converted into productive assets. The World Bank has repeatedly highlighted weaknesses in Nigeria's public financial management system, including inefficiencies in capital budget execution and limited transparency in project delivery. Across the country, there are recurring examples of abandoned and uncompleted projects, despite significant public expenditure. Infrastructure studies show that cost overruns, delays, and project abandonment remain common in public sector delivery, often due to procurement weaknesses and poor oversight. Roads, hospital facilities, and housing projects in several states remain uncompleted years after budget releases and contract awards. In the power sector, Nigeria continues to lose an estimated $29 billion annually due to unreliable electricity supply and infrastructure deficits, according to industry estimates cited in international reporting. Despite repeated investment cycles, grid instability and transmission constraints persist, limiting industrial growth. Governance experts also point to leakages in public finance management. Studies by international organizations have estimated that Nigeria lost billions annually in previous decades to corruption-related inefficiencies, including inflated contracts and weak monitoring systems. These leakages reduce the impact of borrowing and weaken development outcomes. Even social intervention programs have faced scrutiny over accountability and targeting inefficiencies, with investigations in recent years leading to recoveries for mismanaged funds in some federal programs. Despite these challenges, Nigeria remains richly endowed. The country has more than 70 million hectares of arable land, according to the Food and Agriculture Organization. Yet, agricultural productivity remains below potential due to limited mechanization and storage infrastructure. Agriculture still employs a large share of the workforce, but contributes less than expected to GDP. In the energy sector, Nigeria produces over 1 million barrels of crude oil per day, according to OPEC data. Yet, for years, depended heavily on imported refined products, creating pressure on foreign exchange and public finances. New refining capacity is beginning to shift these balances, offering potential savings in import costs. The solid minerals sector also remains largely underdeveloped, despite more than 40 commercially viable mineral resources, including lithium, gold, and iron ore. Industry reports suggest the sector contributes less than 1% of GDP despite its strong export potential. Experts argue that reducing Nigeria's dependence on borrowing will require a shift from consumption-driven spending to productivity-led investments. This includes strengthening procurement systems, enforcing project completion audits, expanding non-oil revenue, and accelerating public-private partnerships in infrastructure delivery. Ultimately, analysts say that Nigeria's economic challenge is not the absence of resources, but the efficiency of conversion. Borrowing, they argue, only becomes sustainable when it is tied directly to productive investment and measurable national outputs. I am Princess Ken Ochoma, Aneke TV News.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Nigeria's worsening security situation has continued to intensify calls for the creation of state police, as kidnapping, banditry, terrorism, and violent crimes stretch the capacity of federal security agencies across several regions. In recent years, Nigeria has witnessed repeated mass abductions of school children and civilians, including incidents in Kaduna, Niger, Zamfara, and Katsina states, where armed groups have targeted schools, highways, and rural communities. The Chibok schoolgirls' abduction in Borno State, the Kankara school attack in Katsina, and the recent wave of kidnappings along the Abuja-Kaduna Expressway remain defining examples of the scale of insecurity confronting the country. Beyond school attacks, rural banditry in the northwest has led to mass displacement of communities, destruction of livelihoods, and repeated negotiations for hostage releases. In the southeast, violent attacks on security formations and civilian targets have also been recorded in parts of Anambra, Imo, and Enugu states. In the northeast, insurgency linked to Boko Haram and ISWAP continues to destabilize rural and border communities despite years of military oppression. Security analysts argue that these overlapping crises expose a major structural gap: Nigeria's centralized policing system. With the Nigeria Police Force controlled federally, operational directives, logistics, and deployment approvals often require central clearance, even when emergencies are localized. A key challenge often raised is the limited operational authority of state governors over commissioners of police. While governors are officially described as chief security officers of their states, in practice, commissioners of police in each state report directly to the Inspector General of Police in Abuja. This means governors cannot independently order arrests, deployments, or tactical operations without federal approval. There have been several public instances where governors requested urgent deployment or redeployment of police personnel during crisis, only for delays or bureaucratic procedures to slow response time. In fast-moving security emergencies such as kidnappings or communal clashes, these delays can prove critical. Supporters of state police argue that decentralization would allow states to respond faster, using officers recruited, trained, and deployed within local environments. They say local policing would improve intelligence gathering because officers understand local languages, terrain, and community networks, which are essential in tracking criminal groups operating in rural and forested areas. They also point to countries with decentralized policing systems. In the United States, state and local police forces operate independently but coordinate through federal agencies when necessary. In Germany, policing is primarily managed at state level, Länder, while maintaining federal oversight for national security. India also maintains state-controlled police forces under a federal constitutional framework. However, Nigeria's security experts caution that without strong oversight, state police could be vulnerable to political interference. There are concerns that governors could misuse security structures against political opponents, journalists, or dissenting voices. especially in states with weak institutional checks. Human rights advocates also warn that disparity in funding and training between states could create unequal policing standards across the country. Wealthier states may develop stronger forces, while poorer regions could struggle to maintain professional capacity, potentially widening security inequality. Despite these concerns, many analysts argue that the current centralized system is overstretched. With Nigeria's population exceeding 200 million and vast ungoverned rural spaces, federal police presence is often thin on the ground, creating operational vacuums exploited by armed groups. In several kidnapping cases along highways and remote communities, response times have been delayed due to distance, logistics, and command structure approvals. This has strengthened argument that localized policing would reduce response time and improve preventive intelligence rather than reactive operations. Proponents now suggest a hybrid model where state police operate under national standards with unified training, strict federal oversight, and shared intelligence systems. This, they argue, would balance local efficiency with national control and reduce the risk of abuse. Others propose phased implementation, beginning with strengthened community policing units upgraded into full state structures over time, allowing gradual reform without destabilizing existing security frameworks. Ultimately, the debate reflects a central national question: whether Nigeria's current security architecture can continue to carry the burden of rising insecurity, or whether decentralized policing is now a necessary step toward more effective protection of lives and property. What remains clear is that any reform must be guided by strong accountability, professional standards, constitutional safeguards, and political neutrality to ensure that security institutions serve citizens and not power structures.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today,
Many thanks for joining us on The Insight. However, before we get into the program, we apologize for coming on late on this program today. As always, remember, The Insight is that program where we bring to you heartbeats of issues, politics, policies, personalities shaping our nation. And today on The Insight, we are looking at breaking the cycle. As part of the continuing awareness on the International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Trafficking, we once again turn our attention to one of the most painful and destructive challenges affecting the world. We are reminded once again that drug abuse is not just a private struggle. It is a public crisis that destroys health, weakens families, and steals futures. This year's theme calls attention to the need to confront the drug problem with honesty, courage, and action, because the damage it leaves behind is often deeper than many people imagine. That is why today's conversation matters so much. Breaking the cycle speaks to the painful reality that addiction can trap a person in a cycle of regret, dependence, and loss. But it also speaks to hope, the hope that no life is beyond recovery, and no story is too broken to help someone else find their way back. We are especially grateful to have Onochie Michael Okara with us today. By choosing to speak openly, he has shown uncommon courage. It takes strength to face one's past in public, but it takes even greater strength to allow that experience to become a warning, a lesson, and a lifeline for others who may still be struggling in silence. His story is human. That is why it matters. It reminds us that drug abuse does not begin with statistics. It begins with real people, real pressure, real pain, and real choices. And if we listen carefully today, we may not only understand the danger better, we may also help save a life. This is The Insight, and today we begin with truth, courage, and the determination to break the cycle. Mr. Onochie Michael, a pleasure to have you on The Insight.
Thank you, sir. The pleasure is mine.
All right, Mr. Michael, before we get into this conversation proper, how has it been?
Well, I don't know what to say, but I feel better.
You feel better?
Yeah, I feel better now.
It's encouraging to hear that. Yeah. All right, let us backtrack. Can you take us back to the beginning? What was life before drug entered into your story?
Okay, well, then that was my secondary school.
Okay.
I was going to school, attending to school. I was doing better in my school.
You were doing better in your school?
Yeah. So, like, after the term, end of the term, when the result is out, I do perfectly well until my friend introduced me to drug.
Okay. Let me get you correctly. You were doing perfectly okay in your studies
Yeah.
until your friend introduced you. All right, let me ask, what was the first substance that you were introduced to, and what made it so harmless at the start?
Well, the first drug I took was weed.
Weed?
Yeah. He, like, the way he introduced it to me, he didn't just brought it and gave it to me to smoke, you understand? He's my best friend then, so I came to, he didn't visit me for a while, so I decided to go to his house and know why he hasn't been at my house, because at times he do visit me. So on getting to his house, I saw him sick, lying down. So I asked him what's going on. So he told me that he's not feeling fine. I didn't know that the sickness that was wrong with him was that he didn't have money to buy the weed. So I told him, okay, let me rush and get money for my savings so I can buy drugs for you. And you know, then I've not been smoking, so I have savings.
To get medications for him.
Yes. Okay. So I have savings then, enough savings, because I haven't been taking drugs or this kind of thing. So I went to him, I brought 5,000 naira. I came to him, I told him, oh yeah, let's go. Okay, first of all, let me buy pig milk and malt for you so you can regain energy, so we can go to the pharmacy. So I went, I bought the pig milk. I turned it in a cup for him to drink. Then he told me, no, I should leave it. That there is something that is very, very important. I told him, what was it? He said, last that he will call his doctor. So he made a phone call. The guy arrived. Then he brought 2 bags of smoke, weed. Then they sell it 100 naira. And that 100 naira in the sachet is to be very, very big. So I paid 200 naira. He bought alcohol. Then he took me to where they are rearing pig at the back, where they're rearing one uncompleted building there. Then he rolled it, he gave me, and he took one. Then he smoked. Then I was afraid because my parents do tell me that, you know, when you smoke, you go mad. So I wasn't inhaling it inside. I was just
puffing it out.
Yeah, something like that. So after that day, we left, he left, I left. So I got home, I was like, this thing didn't do anything to me. So the next day, that period was my birthday month. The next day, I told him that I'm celebrating my birthday. I've paid for a hotel where I will celebrate the birthday. He told me that going to the venue, I need to be very, very high before I get to the venue. I told him, yeah, are you sure? He said, yes. He said he's going to give me another thing, that is tramadol. That if I take the tramadol, I will feel better. Like I will have the courage to talk to women anyhow I want. So I told him, all right. I gave him money. He bought tramadol. He gave me. I took. Then I gave him money. He went to buy SK. You know, the other one I took was normal weed.
Okay.
He bought SK. Then we are 3. We were 3 best friends then. Then we went to a mountain. There he rode. The other one rode like 3 sticks.
And they rode for you?
They gave
because
me
you've not mastered how to roll it?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we started smoking. I was inhaling it this time around. So I noticed a change in my body because we weren't sitting down smoking. We were standing up. We were kind of doing very fast so I can meet up with the venue. So we smoked like 1 bag of SK finished. I bought another 3 bags. We were smoking. How we used to smoke is that my own is, immediately they notice that my own is finishing, they will roll another one for me and light it and give to me. So, and you know, tramadol, when you take tramadol, it makes you like if you're smoking, it doesn't high you immediately. It will be making you to be taking more. So after smoking it, I told him that the time for the birthday is by 4 o'clock, and it was It was 2 something then. So I told him, let me go home and prepare. So before that time, we'll meet up and go there. He said, okay. So on my way going, I noticed there is changes in my body. I was very, very down. My eyes was very red. So when I got home, luckily enough, my parents was not around. So I lay down. I lay down on my bed. I was like, God, what's going on? Am I mad? What was this? So I remember that when you smoke and you're high, that when you drink gari, it will calm you down. So I went to the store where the gari is being packed. I will use my hand, instead of using cup to take the gari, I will use my hand, I will grab the gari like this. Instead of me to stay there and put the gari in my mouth, I'll carry the gari like that. I'll be entering my room. When I will get to my room, it has already poured on the ground. The little that is on my hand, I'll put it in my mouth. I'll go back again. This was what I was doing until I started getting myself small and I was feeling dizzy. I lie down. So I was sleeping. They were calling me. They were calling me. Everybody was calling me. Even the manager, everyone was calling me. My phone was ringing. I didn't even know. Until when I woke up, it was around 8 in the midnight. Luckily enough, my parents have not come back. So from my room to the passage to the store was full of gari that I poured. So I had to take the broom, started sweeping it. So after sweeping it, from that day on, I started smoking.
From that day, you started smoking?
Yes.
All right, I get you correctly. You started with weed,
yes.
From weed to tramadol,
yes.
and from tramadol to SK. And that's how the journey started.
Yes. So from that SK, I started smoking loud, and the one they called Charlie.
Okay.
Yes, it was when I came to Enugu because I had issues with my mom, my siblings, everybody were against me.
And where was this then?
At Nsukka.
Okay.
So everybody were against me to the extent that during my secondary school time, I had issue with my mom very well because of smoking. I started doing very, very bad. Then after my secondary school, they said they would relocate me to Enugu. So when I came to Enugu, I was looking for where I would buy weed and smoke. So when I got there, I saw some people taking Charlie, something they would put in, but I was like, what's this? The person told me I would like it that I should test it. I said, okay. Then he gave me one for free. I tested it, I liked it. Then there, I spent up to 30,000 naira that was given to me as my pocket money. And the money finished. You know, you sound somehow calling my people again, telling them the money they gave me that have not even lasted for 1 week has finished. I started selling my things.
You started selling your things?
Yes. I started selling my shoes, my clothes, everything that I have. I started selling it. So when my brother came back, because my brother traveled to Ghana then, my elder brother, he came back to visit me in the house they rented for me. He was like, it's only one clothes you have. Where's your shoes? So I lied to him. I told him that that I was robbed. So he said, okay, he's going to take me out from that place. Then the clothes that he wore, that he's no longer using, he gave it to me. So that was how I relocated from Enugu to Nsukka. I went back to Nsukka again. So because of drugs, I didn't finish secondary school.
You didn't finish secondary school?
Yes. So my mom was like, I need to write wike. So I'll get hold of something. So I said, okay. So I abstained from drug for 1 month.
Let me ask, at what point did you realize that you've become dependent on these drugs that you take? And how and when did you realize that you're no longer under control?
Well, it was So it was after my secondary school though. I can't even eat without taking drugs, smoking.
You couldn't eat without
Yes,
smoking?
Yes. Okay, it got to a point that I started taking mkpurumiri. That's eyes.
The eyes?
Yes, I took eyes.
But let me get it correctly. You were sent to Enugu so you stay away from drugs.
Yes.
Then when you got to Enugu, you rather graduated to higher ones.
Yes. Then when they sent me back to Nsukka, I started with mkpurumiri. A friend gave it to me. I started taking mkpurumiri. I emaciated. I wasn't in a good form. My mother kept crying every day. Any small thing, she yell at them, you know, because of my dopamine was very, very high. So I would shout at her. I started selling our things in our house to the extent that our family television, I took it and gave to someone to borrow money from the person. But my mother later paid back the... And also the sewing machine that we had, I had to sell it.
You sold the property?
Yes.
All right, let me ask, at what point did you realize that these drugs, this addiction was destroying your life, that you needed change?
All right. Well, I didn't realize that I needed a change because as of last 3 years, I was in Lagos. So my uncle, that's my mother's brother, he's a wealthy man. So because of my mother's siblings are very wealthy, but due to my character in drugs, they overlooked me. So they weren't, offering me the kind of help I need. So till my mother cried to him and told him, will you forsake my son because of his behavior? At least let him come over there and stay with you, then you can change him yourself. He said, okay. Then my other sister, she's in Lagos. She's working for one of my mother's brother in his company. So she lied to me. She was like, will you come to Lagos? My husband, he's a farmer, he owns a pharmacy, and he needs someone that will work for him. Will you come and work for him? Highest 2 years, 3 years, he will settle you. I said, okay. Then they started preparing for my travel. When I got to Lagos, I noticed that, I wasn't going to my sister's house, it was too late. They brought me direct to my uncle's house, and I'm always afraid of him. So he has a hotel. She said I will stay in the hotel, his hotel for the meantime, because they have workers' lodge. So within 1 week, he took me to Yaba Left Rehab. There I stayed 1 month. No, 2 months. 2 months. There, if you stay, the rehab is a private rehab. If you stay up to 2 months there, then they will refer you. If your people if they're not comfortable with the 2 months you stay, they will refer you to drug where you stay 3 months there. So after staying the 2 months, my uncle came. I didn't know that it was like he was offering me a very big help. Then after staying my 2 months, the urge of smoking was too much. Like I was feeling the urge to smoke. And there weren't any much teachings about drugs. And they weren't teaching anything. So after the 2 months, my uncle came and told them that he wants me to stay 3 months in the ndlea. I said no. There, your opinion matters, not
another person's opinion.
So the people there, the doctor there called me and asked me, do you want to stay 3 months at the ndlea? I said no. They told my uncle that they discharged me. That was how I was discharged there. When I got home, I became worse.
You went back to the same drugs?
Drugs, yes. I became worse than what I have been before. I was thinking, like, if you see me, I look like someone that is having HIV/AIDS. So my uncle called my mother and told my mother that he will not be running around for his business and still be looking after me, that I'm old enough to decide for myself. So my siblings, everybody, they put head together and said that let them send me to Enugu rehab here, that it will be better. So that was on October, just between December period. My sister said that she's doing her wedding, I should come back. True, they were preparing for her wedding. I should come back east so I can prepare for the wedding. I said, okay. So they boarded a car for me. I came back. When I arrived, my brother, I didn't go direct to, they lodged me in a hotel at Enugu here. So 3 days later, my brother came, he wasn't around, he came back and told me, it was like, he didn't even go straight to the point I'm going to rehab. It was my, okay, the one that my immediate elder brother, the one that sent me that he's in Brazil, he called me one night and told me that he would I like to come over to Brazil? I said, yes. He said, okay. But I will do one sacrifice for him. He said, what? He said that there's a place I will go that they will remove the drugs that that's in my body totally. Because they will, like before I travel, I will do
screening.
Yes. I said, okay. So the next morning, my mother came, and that day, I smoked. I bought a Scotches Loud. I smoked. So my mother came, she was carrying Ghana must go, things, pockets. I said, this one my mother is buying all these things. Is it for my junior sister that is in school? So my brother came also with my nephew.
But sorry, at this point, how were you still getting money for these drugs?
Okay. When I was coming back, my uncle gave me 50,000.
Okay.
And then I was into online stuff that I had a client that do send gift card for me. So I will send the gift card and I'll have money.
Okay.
Because it got to a point in Lagos, my uncle stopped paying me salaries because he knows that I don't have savings. Once the salary come in,
they go for drugs.
Yes. So he stopped paying me. So it was the woman that do sustain me. So when I came back here, I was with the 50,000. So with the money, I was using it to buy drugs. So I was driven direct to ndlea. Yes.
That was how your rehabilitation started.
Yes.
But let me ask, what was the lowest point for you when you were under addiction? The lowest period for you? What was the worst thing that has happened?
Okay. The worst thing that happened to me when I was, like, there's a time I tried to commit suicide.
You tried committing suicide?
Yes.
Under the influence of drugs?
Yes.
What happened?
It got to a point I stopped having money. If I ask my parents, they will say they won't give me, they don't have. But if my siblings come, like my junior sister, when she's back from school, she's going back, my mother will count a huge amount of money and give to her. The one that's me the one that is in Brazil, before he traveled, anytime he comes back, my mother will give him money. And my mother treats him very, very special. So I was seeing myself that I'm neglected, I'm not part of her children. And it's got to a point, if something, if they're looking for anything in the house,
they will ask you.
They will ask me. So there's a time she was looking for her ATM card. I thought I wasn't with the ATM card. She was shouting and reeking at me to the extent that she wanted to swear for me. So I took sniper. I went to the altar. I was like, God, if I'm the one that took the ATM card, let me not survive. Understand? But if I'm the one, let me survive. I drank it.
You drank the sniper?
Yes. So I'm drinking. I was drinking it when my mother came out and saw me. Then she rushed and entered the kitchen and brought red oil. And she was forcing me to open my mouth. I refused. She was begging me, crying. So I opened my mouth. She poured the red oil. Then she was shouting, screaming, shouting for help, calling neighbors. They had to bring a car. They drove me to Bishop Shonahand at Nsukka. So when I got there, there's a pipe they put in my mouth. So with the help of the pipe, they were bringing out the
liquid.
Yes. So that was how I survived.
All right. Just that because we're running against time, let me ask, what was the one thing you would remember that this addiction took from you? Is it your health, your dignity, the family trust, money, or education, or peace of mind? Which of them?
Like, it took everything.
It took everything?
Everything. It took the dignity, family love, my education, everything. Drug is very, very bad.
Drug is very, very bad?
It's very, very bad. When I got to NDLEA, I noticed that it's a very bad something with the teachings I had. So being sound and healthy is very, very good. Because you go for an interview, and if you're a drug dealer, me looking at you, the person won't even give you the job. You understand? And there's a point you will get in life, you reach in life, you see that you're no longer complete as a human being. You'll be thinking so many things because you will not have savings, nothing.
All right. Sorry, let me ask. Your family, how did the addiction affect them? I mean, your loved ones.
Okay. Because they want to help me, serious. Each time they want to help me, put me in something that I'll be doing, I'll see myself not focusing in those things that have sent me to learn tailoring. I will not even stay a minute there. I will go to the bank. I will like spend the whole day at the bank, taking up bromary, smoking, instead of concentrating on the tailoring. Yes.
And then your family, all this while, did they turn their back on you?
No, they didn't.
They didn't?
Yeah.
But it affected them somehow?
Yes, because I didn't complete my contract with the tailoring agreement. The money they paid there got wasted.
Let me ask, what about your friend that introduced you into the drug?
Well, it has been a long time I saw him because he's from Igara.
Okay.
So it has been a long time I saw him.
Right. But through this journey, did you lose your friends, your schoolmates?
Yeah, well, some of my schoolmates are doing very well. So those people I mingle with are those people from my street people. I lost a lot of them, and I don't even want to have them again. Understand? Because they don't have any good impact on me. So I'd rather stick with my family because they're my best friend and they're everything I have. Since I was at the NDLEA, nobody has looked for me, none of them.
All right. What was the hardest part of deciding to quit? And how was the journey like?
Well, it's very, very hard though, because when you're being locked up in a place where you can't find drug or take drug, you'll be going through so many things, withdrawal syndrome, so many things, you know. Like it got to a point I was like, will I survive this? When I was at the NDLEA. But with the teachings and the lectures I was given there, I noticed that drug is not good.
You noticed that drug is not good?
Yes, I had to make that submission, that determination that I will quit drug.
All right, Michael, just for the sake of people who are watching and listening to us, I'm asking, what practical steps do you have to, take to stay clean, especially after leaving the NDLEA?
All right, number one is self-determination.
Self-determination.
Yes, you have to talk to yourself because the best advice you can give to someone is the one the person gives to himself. Number one is advising yourself that no matter anywhere you see yourself, even if you're passing by or you're even with a friend taking it, if you're determined that you won't take it, you won't take it. And secondly, you have to be close to God. You have to pray, because without God, you're going nowhere. Then thirdly, you have to avoid friends that take drugs.
You have to avoid friends that
take drugs. And you have to avoid places that you find yourself where these drugs are being taken. Mind the kind of parties you go, the kind of gathering you go.
So, Michael, since leaving the ndlea facility, you've not been around where they take all these stuffs?
No, no.
And the urge is no longer there?
No.
At all?
No.
Do you still have friends now?
No, I don't have any friend. Like this, you know, I came to, let me say, the area I am now is new to me. So I don't have friends. I don't want to make any friends.
Okay. You don't intend to make new friends for now?
I don't intend.
All right. Let me ask, what are the lies young people tell themselves, you know, from your experience, knowing that drugs is dangerous? What is the one lie people, and especially young ones, tell themselves about drugs and quitting?
Okay. At times, they will be like, why will I stop this drug? Why we say it's let me say, they'll feel like they are bigger boys when they are taking the drugs. They feel big. They feel like tomorrow will be better for me when I'm taking drugs. You know, they feel like if they take drugs, like tomorrow they will see like 1 million or 2 million or 3 million, not knowing they are killing themselves. Some will be like, okay, I'll quit it tomorrow. That next day, you see the person going direct to the drug dealer.
All right. Michael, sorry, I'm sort of rushing you, you know, we're
problem.
a bit out of time. But I'm asking, what should parents or guardians watch or look out for in their children or worse to know, you know, that this one is beginning to move towards drugs?
Okay. Number one, the parents should observe the kind of friends.
The kind of friends?
Yes. The person brings home or the person keeps. Secondly, the parents should be, let me say, they should give their children a hearing ear. Like they should bring themselves down to their, so that they can communicate with them. Like if a parent is too close to his son, maybe if the boy goes out and a friend offers him a smoke, and he rejects him. When he comes back, because of that closeness he has with his parents, he'll be like, Daddy, Emeka gave me Igbo today, but I said no. Then the parents will advise the child and still go direct to that Emeka's home to warn him to stay away from his children. Because what sometimes parents, due to the kind of hand they're using to train us nowadays, they'll be afraid to tell their parents their experiences outside. And, well...
All right, Onoche, just that, let's backtrack a bit. Okay. In your case, what was it that was absent? Is it your parents' love, or they were not everly around that led you or made it impossible for them to detect that this beautiful young son of theirs, he has now moved away from the innocent boy that he used to be to drug addiction?
Well, my parents tried their very best on me.
They tried their very best?
Yes, they gave me everything. It's just that my growing up, I was being locked indoors, like from school to house. When I get home, bring your book. My father in the night, he'll wake me up, mass, all this kind. So, like that exposure, they didn't expose me to things that I shouldn't be doing.
All right. And that was a lot of pressure on you?
Yes.
All that time?
Yes. So when I get to know about drug, like the exposure wasn't there.
And you felt relieved from the pressure?
Yes.
All right. Onoche, let's say to the one teenager that is watching us or listening to us who is tempted to do drugs, what would you be saying to such a person?
Well, for you out there that is trying to attempt taking drugs, my advice for you is that you shouldn't think of it. Drug will render you useless. Drug will kill you. Drug will stop all connections that will come to you. At times, smokers will be like, witches and wizards are after me. No, nobody's after you. You're the one after yourself. because drug will disguise you, will make you look useless to the society. So please, to the young ones out there, avoid drug. I'm not saying it because I've gone to rehab, I'm good, but I'm saying it to testify as one of the drug dealers that drug is not good. Drug is not good. Run away from drugs. Be healthy and be strong for yourself and your society so you can actualize your dreams. You have a lot of potentials in you, a lot of dreams to be actualized. Because you know the evil one, the devil, when they see a potential, when they see a talent in someone, the devil doesn't just come with another thing. It comes with smoke so that it will kill you first before you get to your dream. So my advice to you guys out there, if you're smoking and you want to quit it, and you're sure you want to quit it, you can find yourself in Enugu State Rehab.
You can find yourself in Enugu State
Rehab. It will help you very well.
All right. Before I ask my concluding question, Onoche, what's one thing you feel that the government is not doing enough that makes young ones go into drugs?
Well, I think that they should be apprehending those dealers.
They should apprehend dealers?
Yes. You know, they say that if you see something, you say something. So you people out there, it's not, you help the government also. When you see someone selling such drugs, you should report. The ndlea is not far. You should report to them for them to be apprehended. You understand? Because if they don't apprehend these people, they are doing a lot of damages. They are killing people with what they are selling. So to the government out there, please, you guys to try your best to apprehend them. Please, because a lot of souls are losing.
All right. As we conclude, what's the one thing you wish you had known before you ever touched drugs?
Okay, one thing I wish
you knew before ever touching drugs.
I never knew that I had a very good potential, like talent. You understand? I'm an actor. You understand? And also a dancer and a singer. So I don't know that I have such potentials in me. And I was whiling away my time smoking. But now that I'm free from smoke, I noticed that I have a lot to offer to the society.
You have a lot to offer to the society?
Yeah.
All right, as we conclude, if your story would just touch one person, you know, from addiction, what would you want that person to remember you for?
Well, I want you to remember me with this. Drug is bad. Use my story as a story guideline for yourself. Drug is very, very bad. Abstain from drugs. Say no to drug. Try as much as you can to say no to drug. For yourself, your family, and for the good of the society. Thank you.
All right. And this is where we'll be drawing the curtain on this edition of The Insight. There's still much more to unpack. However, we thank Onoche Michael Okara for the courage to speak to us and speak about your experience. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
All right. And to you, our wonderful viewers, you've listened, you've heard from Michael Onoche Okara. Take from his story, and then let us know what you think about this conversation. Reach us with the hashtag The Insight, all at Aneke TV, on our social handles. Till we'll come your way, same time tomorrow. I remain your host, Uche Osai, saying bye-bye.
I want to gently recommend this to you. Please do not be nice. Be kind, because kindness is a measure of our humanity, but do not be nice. Nice means wanting always to be liked, and this is a particular affliction of female socialization. Nice means silencing inconvenient truths. Nice means choosing always to be comfortable. Nice means letting go of courage. Nice means talking about peace, but not about justice. Nice will not remake the world, and there is so much about our world that needs remaking. There is no such thing as a perfect human being. The longing for perfection will hold you back. It doesn't help any cause to start with perfection as yardstick. We do not need to be perfect before we are able to do what is right. I wish you everything you wish for yourself that causes no harm to others.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Chukuma. Headlines. The tragic road traffic accident along a major highway corridor in Niger State has claimed 5 lives and left 8 others with severe injuries. Operatives of the Niger State Police Command have dismantled a criminal child trafficking syndicate in Suleja, safely rescuing 4 young children aged between 4 and 7. The Federal Ministry of Works has announced an immediate ban on commercial motorcycles and tricycles along the newly constructed Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway and all bridges across Lagos State. Details of the news. Kwara State Governor Abdul Rahman Abdul Razak has approved a sweeping cabinet reshuffle, relieving all special advisors, senior special assistants, and special assistants of their duties. The minor shakeup also affects high-ranking administration officials, including the Deputy Chief of Staff and the Principal Private Secretary. According to a statement released Monday by the Governor's Deputy Chief Press Secretary, Mashood Abuola, the mass termination is aimed at broadening participation within the government and bringing renewed energy into the administration by creating opportunities for more members of the ruling party. Governor Abdul Razak expressed his gratitude to the departing political appointees for their service to the state and wished them success in their future endeavors. However, the directive remains immediate, with all affected officials ordered to promptly hand over all government properties in their possession to the office of the Secretary to the state government. The restructuring comes as part of the administration's ongoing efforts to reconstitute core parts of its team ahead of upcoming governance objectives. The Senate has strongly defended the passage of the 2026 State Police Bill, declaring the legislative initiative a necessary response to Nigeria's worsening security challenges rather than a political maneuver. Senate leader Opeyemi Bamidele stated that the proposal emerged from a national consensus following extensive consultations with the executive branch, state governors, and police top brass. Bamidele revealed that more than 77% of the upper chamber voted clause by clause in favor of the bill, reflecting overwhelming multi-party support driven strictly by national interest. While the bill has been widely welcomed, prominent legal and political figures are calling for rigorous safeguards before it is fully implemented. Former senatorial candidate Abiodun Oyefusi and human rights lawyer Ni Aborisade have both urged the government to establish a tight regulatory framework to prevent state governors from hijacking local police forces to intimidate political opponents or suppress dissent. Despite this concern, supporters maintain that the benefits of localized policing far outweigh the potential risk, provided robust accountability measures, sustainable funding models, and strict institutional oversight are locked in first. The Kebbi state government has strongly dismissed claims that the state is under siege, insisting that localized security challenges do not indicate a collapse of law and order. Reacting to a critical article titled Kebbi Under Siege, a Governor Without a Plan, the Special Advisor on Media and Publicity to the Governor, Yahaya Sariki, released a statement branding the report as highly exaggerated. The government maintained that schools, public markets, and government institutions remain fully operational across the state, while farming activities carry on normal in most rural areas. Defending Governor Nasser Idris' security strategy, Saraki highlighted several recent investments, including the distribution of over 100 operational vehicles to conventional security forces and 3,000 motorcycles to local vigilantes to boost rapid response capabilities. Additionally, the administration has trained and integrated over 3,000 local vigilantes into the state's security architecture, while reactivating local government security committees to enhance grassroots intelligence sharing. Pointing to the successful rescue of abducted schoolgirls from Maga earlier this year as evidence of progress, the government urged the public to disregard alarmist narratives designed to spark unnecessary panic. 5 people have been confirmed dead and 8 others critically injured following a devastating road accident in Agei, Niger State. The crash occurred on Sunday when a trailer packed with about 40 passengers lost control while attempting to maneuver around a broken-down tanker parked on the highway. According to emergency officials, the passenger-laden trailer was traveling from Gusau, Zamfara State to Shagamu in Ogun State when the fatal collision occurred. The National Emergency Management Agency desk officer in Agei, Hussaini Gureji, confirmed the details, stating that the tragic incident was triggered by a combination of the stationary, faulty tanker and an overtaking maneuver by another vehicle. The 5 victims died on the spot, and their remains have been moved to the local morgue. Meanwhile, emergency teams have evacuated the 8 survivors to the General Hospital in Agei, where they are currently receiving treatment for severe injuries. At least 7 local defenders have been killed after local vigilantes and members of the Civilian Joint Task Force fiercely repelled a heavy bandit assault on Ketare town in Malum Fashi local government area of Katsina State. The late-night invasion on Sunday met stiff, organized resistance from the community's defense forces, who engaged the armed attackers in a prolonged and intense gun battle, while the joint local forces successfully forced the bandits to retreat. The first confrontation claimed the lives of at least 7 defenders, including 2 certified members of the Civilian Joint Task Force. The security breach and subsequent casualties have plunged the grieving community into mourning as residents continue to live under the volatile shadow of rural banditry. Local security analysts emphasize that while the community successfully survived total overrun due to the bravery of the defenders, the loss has left deep wounds, leaving children fatherless and families permanently shattered. Security forces are monitoring the axis of the community course for increased enforcement to break the persistent cycle of rural violence. Operatives of the Niger State Police Command have arrested 2 elderly women suspected of child trafficking and ritualism, successfully rescuing 4 children aged between 4 and 7 years. The suspects, 68-year-old Promise Chukwudi and 62-year-old Susanna Onejoko, were apprehended during an intelligence-led raid behind the old NEPA area in Suleja. According to police spokesperson SP Wasiu Abiodun, the young victims were found hidden inside Onejoko's residence, where detectives also uncovered a hidden shrine filled with animal skulls, feathers, and other fetish items. The suspects initially tried to cover up the crime by claiming the children were voluntarily given up for adoption by parents from Taraba State. However, the police investigation completely derailed that narrative when multiple frantic parents suddenly emerged from Abuja, Nasarawa, and Benue states to claim the children. The suspects, who previously ran an unregistered orphanage and practiced local herbal medicine, have been transferred to the police headquarters in Mina and charged in court, while the rescued children are now under the care of a state child rights agency. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. Remember, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. A tragic road traffic accident along a major highway corridor in Niger State has claimed 5 lives and left 8 others with severe injuries. Operatives of the Niger State Police Command have dismantled a criminal child trafficking syndicate in Suleja, safely rescuing 4 young children aged between 4 and 7. Coming up shortly, the Federal Ministry of Works has announced an immediate ban on commercial motorcycles and tricycles along the newly constructed Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway and all bridges across Lagos State. We'll be right back shortly. Stay with us.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premium current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap your ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. The federal government has banned commercial motorcycles and tricycles from operating along the newly constructed Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway. Taking effect this week, the restriction also extends to the Federal Controller of Works in Lagos, Mr. Olufemi Dare. The measure is crucial to prevent the deterioration and misuse of the world-class superhighway, ensuring its long-term sustainability. In addition to the ban on Okadas and Kekes, the Ministry of Works is clamping down on environmental abuses and traffic congestion along the corridor. Authorities warn that the indiscriminate parking of trucks and articulated vehicles, as well as illegal refuse dumping along the highway, will no longer be tolerated. Enforcement signages have already been installed, and specialized task force teams have been deployed to strategic locations to ensure strict compliance and protect public safety. The Abia State government has launched the formal enforcement of its ban on commercial motorcycles operations across the key metropolitan areas of Umuahia, Aba, and Ohafia. Announcing the rollout, the Commissioner for Information, OK Kano, appealed to residents for total cooperation, acknowledging that while thousands rely on the Okada business for their livelihood, the policy is an overriding necessity for public safety and state security. To ease the financial burden on violators, the government has already slashed the previously announced fine for defaulters from 50,000 naira down to 20,000 naira. Under the newly enforced regulatory framework, a private and commercial motorcycles as well as tricycles must be registered and fully documented with the state. Private motorcycle operators strictly prohibited from carrying passengers, and any impounded bikes will only be released after thorough verification and compliance with statutory requirements, promising a fair, highly professional exercise. The state government has urged the public to immediately report any extortion or misconduct by task force officials using designated hotlines. Cross River State Governor Senator Basio too has reviewed that the People's First Agenda, defining his administration, was entirely inspired by the core values of faith, compassion, and selfless service passed down by his late parents. Speaking during a commemorative Thanksgiving service in honor of Elder and Mrs. Edet Okon Otu at the Presbyterian Church of Nigeria in Calabar, the governor stated that his leadership philosophy is a direct reflection of the moral foundation they built. Otu emphasized that he stood before the congregation first as a son, paying tribute before his role as a state executive, noting that his parents' open-door policy shaped his entire approach to governance. The governor paid emotional tribute to his mother, a dedicated educator for over 5 decades, and his father, whose profound generosity turned their home into a refuge for their less privileged. Otu maintained that their enduring legacies now live on through his administration's social welfare, targeting education, job creation, and poverty alleviation for Cross River residents. Delivering the sermon, the prelate of the Presbyterian Church of Nigeria, Most Reverend Dr. Ebenyong Akpanika, reinforced the governor's sentiments by urging parents to intentionally raise children with strong moral character, warning that wealth and social status can never be substitute for responsible parenting. The Nigerian Education Loan Fund has launched a crackdown on tertiary institutions accused of delaying or refusing to issue tuition refunds to students. In a public notice issued on Monday, the fund also condemned a recent wave of arbitrary hikes in institutional fees, declaring that such practices directly undermine the federal government's student loan initiative. The agency revealed it has commenced direct engagement with the affected schools and regulatory authorities to enforce immediate compliance and restore fairness. The enforcement action follows a surge in student complaints nationwide. Many beneficiaries reported that after paying out off-pocket tuition to meet school deadlines, their institutions pocketed the subsequent direct disbursement from the loan fund rather than refunding the students. Now, fund management reiterated that the landmark education scheme was established by the Tinubu administration to ease financial burdens, warning that the agency will aggressively protect the interests of Nigerian students and maintain public confidence in the program. The Anambra state government is calling on families to break the silence surrounding HIV and initiative open. Regular discussions at home to help curb the spread of the virus. Dr. Nkem Okeke, the executive director and project manager of the Anambra State AIDS Control Agency, made the call during a briefing emphasizing that epidemic control cannot be achieved by healthcare professionals alone. He urged parents and guidance to make HIV a strategic family conversations to foster a supportive environment for the younger generation. According to the agency, encouraging honest conversations within the household is key to promoting early testing, improving access to life-saving treatment, and dismantling deep-rooted stigma and discrimination. Okeke stressed that the fight requires a collective push from parents, schools, religious leaders, and the media to inspire healthier choices. He affirmed the state's commitment to expanding public awareness campaigns and urged all residents to get tested and know their status. The Dangote Petroleum Refinery has purchased its first ever cargoes of crude oil from the United Arab Emirates, pivoting to Middle Eastern suppliers to secure its feedstock. According to S&P Global Commodity Insight report, the procurement of the 2 cargoes marks a major shift for the 700,000 barrels per day facility, which has traditionally relied on Nigerian, African, and United States oil grades. The strategic move follows the recent interim peace agreement between the U.S. and Iran, which restored global shipping confidence through the critical Strait of Hormuz. While a domestic agreement with the NMPC was supposed to guarantee up to 15 cargoes of local crude monthly in Naira, persistent operational challenges and inadequate local supply have forced the refinery to look abroad. Refinery Chief Executive Officer David Beth revealed that diversifying the crude slate is essential for the company's ambitious expansion plans, which aim to double processing capacity to 1.4 million barrels per day by the end of 2028. Management noted that introducing heavier Middle Eastern grades will allow the mega refinery to blend its feedstock effectively as it transitions into a fully merchant global facility. The Nigerian naira maintained a stable stance on Monday at both the official and parallel foreign exchange windows. Data from the Nigerian foreign exchange market window showed that the official benchmark rate pegging $100 at approximately 137,922 naira. The Central Bank of Nigeria circulates and calculates this official rate using a volume-weighted average of all authorized transactions, serving as the country's primary financial benchmark. Meanwhile, the parallel market, popularly known as the black market, experienced minor fluctuations driven by localized demand and supply conditions. Traders across various hubs quoted buying rates around 1,390 naira per dollar, while selling prices fluctuated between 1,400 and 1,405 naira per dollar. Financial experts note that actual transaction rates may continue to vary slightly across commercial banks and bear out the change operators depending on dealer volume and location. Now in sports, Nigerian world record holder Tobi Amusan powered her way to victory in the women's 100-meter hurdles at the Paris Diamond League on Sunday, equaling her second season's best time of 12.28 season. The 28-year-old track star executed a phenomenal late surge, reeling in early leader Nadine Vessa before pulling clear of the field to secure a dominant finish. American hurdles duo Grace Stark and Alasha Johnson finished a distant big second and third respectively, unable to match the blistering pace of the Nigerian champion. The sensational win marks the third time Amusan has clocked exactly 12.28 seconds this season, replicating her dominant performances at the Xiamen and Rabat Diamond League meets back in May. Coming off the back of clinching her fourth consecutive African athletic title, the dynamic hurdler is building critical competitive momentum, having seriously secured 3 back-to-back Diamond League crowns. Amusan has clearly set her sights on reclaiming her global throne ahead of the upcoming Diamond League final and Commonwealth Games later this year. Now in entertainment, Nigerian politician Ned Nwoko celebrates his son's birthday with a low-key school bash today, a milestone marked by the notable absence of their mother, actress Regina Daniels. The celebration for Moon, who turned 6, and Khalifa, who turned 4, comes amidst a bitter public separation between the high-profile couple. Nwoko shared clips of the event online expressing gratitude for his son's growth while continuing to raise them single-handedly following the split. The couple's fallout turned messy last October when Daniel left the marriage, citing allegations of domestic violence. Nwoko fired back publicly, claiming the tension stemmed from her struggles with substance abuse. The custody situation has since kept Daniels at a distance, with the actress recently breaking down on a live stream to reveal she has not seen her children since last year, promising to love and pray for them from afar. And now to end news across the country, here are the main points again. A tragic road traffic accident along a major highway corridor in Niger State has claimed 5 lives and left 8 others with severe injuries. Federal road safety officials attribute the fatal crash to excessive speeding, which caused the commercial vehicle to lose control and overturn. Meanwhile, operatives of the Niger State Police Command have dismantled a criminal child trafficking syndicate in Suleja, safely rescuing 4 young children aged between 4 and 7. 2 elderly female suspects were apprehended at a residence containing a hidden ritual shrine, and they have now been transferred to the state headquarters for prosecution. We told you the Federal Ministry of Works has announced an immediate ban on commercial motorcycles and tricycles along the newly constructed Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway and all bridges across Lagos State. Officials stated the restriction is crucial to safeguard the world-class infrastructure from premature deterioration, structural misuse, and illegal roadside refuse dumping. That's the news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-3043-710 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer, Chidi Masawa, and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Depression is more than sadness. It is a medical condition that affects thoughts, emotion, and daily functioning. Many people struggle silently, masking their pains with smiles or business. This silence often makes the battle harder. Recognizing symptoms like fatigue, isolation, and loss of interest is an important first step. Depression is not a sign of weakness. It is a health challenge that requires care and understanding. Just like any illness, it deserves proper attention. Help exists through therapy, medication support groups, and open conversations. When society treats mental health seriously, more people find the courage to seek help. No one should suffer alone. Compassion can save lives.
As Nigeria continues to confront rising insecurity marked by kidnappings, banditry, communal violence, and terrorism, attention is increasingly turning beyond formal security agencies to the role of traditional rulers and religious institutions in stabilizing communities. Security experts say that in many parts of Nigeria, especially rural and peri-urban areas, traditional rulers and religious leaders remain the most trusted authority figures. In several communities across Borno, Katsina, Zamfara, Benue, and parts of the southeast, they are often the first point of contact during crisis, long before police or military intervention arrives. In practical terms, traditional institutions such as village heads, district heads, and monarchs are strategically positioned to identify unusual movements, strangers, and patterns of behavior within their domains. In past incidents of kidnapping in parts of northern Nigeria, local intelligence supplied by community leaders has assisted security forces in tracking criminal hideouts located in forest belts and remote settlements. Religious institutions also play a critical role. Churches, mosques, and faith-based organizations often command deep emotional and moral influence over citizens. In states like Plateau, Kaduna, and Benue, religious leaders have been involved in peace dialogues during communal clashes, helping to reduce retaliatory violence and promote reconciliation. However, analysts argue that this influence is still underutilized in structured security architecture. In many communities, intelligence sharing between traditional rulers and informal security agencies remains informal, inconsistent, and sometimes delayed due to fear of reprisal or lack of protection for informants. Experts recommend the establishment of structured community security councils at ward and local government levels, where traditional rulers, religious leaders, youth representatives, and security agencies meet regularly to share intelligence and assess risks. Similar models have been applied in countries such as Kenya and Ghana, where community policing frameworks have improved early warning systems and reduced rural crime rates. In Nigeria, there have been cases where early warning signals
were reportedly ignored or not escalated in time. For instance, several rural attacks in Northwest were preceded by reports of suspicious gatherings or movement of armed groups, but lack of coordinated reporting channels limited rapid response. Traditional rulers are also encouraged to strengthen local vigilante coordination under lawful frameworks. In states like Anambra, the operation of community-based security outfits has shown how structured local intelligence networks can support formal policing when properly regulated and supervised. Religious leaders, on their part, are being called upon to actively counter radicalization narratives and inflammatory preaching. Security analysts warn that hate speech, extremist messaging, or politically charged sermons can escalate tensions, especially in already fragile communities. In conflict-prone areas such as Jos, Southern Kaduna, and parts of Taraba, interfaith dialogue platforms have proven effective in reducing tensions when religious leaders jointly condemn violence and promote coexistence. These platforms, experts say, must be institutionalized rather than activated only during crisis. Another critical gap identified is communication breakdown during emergencies. In several kidnapping incidents, traditional rulers were among the first to receive information from affected families, but lacked direct emergency response channels to escalate cases quickly to security agencies. Security professionals recommend dedicated liaison officers between traditional institutions, religious bodies, and security commands to ensure real-time information flow. This would reduce delays and improve coordinated response operations. Experts also emphasize the need for protection mechanisms for community informants. Without assurances of safety, residents and local leaders may hesitate to report criminal activity, especially in areas where armed groups operate with high mobility and local familiarity. Ultimately, analysts argue that Nigeria's security architecture cannot rely solely on formal institutions. Instead, it must integrate traditional authority structures and religious leadership into a coordinated national security ecosystem. The expectation is clear. Traditional rulers must act as grassroots intelligence anchors, while religious leaders serve as moral stabilizers and peace mediators. Together, they form a critical first line of defense in communities where state presence is often limited. As insecurity continues to evolve, experts say strength of Nigeria's response will depend not only on weapons and uniforms, but also on trust, community intelligence, and the active participation of institutions closest to the people. Aneke TV Entertainment. Your world of entertainment begins here.
From the glamour of film and television, to music that inspires the nation, and comedy that brings joy to every home,
We bring you the latest in entertainment news, celebrity stories, red carpet moments, and exclusive interviews.
Aneke TV Entertainment, where stories come alive, where talent shines, and creativity thrives.
Aneke TV Entertainment, informing, inspiring, and entertaining you always. Aneke TV Entertainment. Stay tuned, stay entertained.
Good afternoon, beautiful Nigerians. Good afternoon, Enugu. How you guys doing? Today is Money Making Monday, and it's my Music Monday today. I'm gonna give a shout out to all my music fans. Today on Vibe Central, on our best of best entertainment show in the industry, I go by the name Gift Obodo, popularly called Shoshu Lawyer, aka all kinds of spicy pepper. Today I bring to you all kinds of spicy music, news, going on the globe today. And to discuss this with me is my own personal person. I call her Ugoma, the gentle spirit. Ugoma, how you doing?
I'm okay.
Why are you blushing? Why are you looking at me seductively? What's happening? Tell me what's going on your mind.
You look so amazing.
Oh, should I
love your hairstyles. I think this is what I'm going to do next. I don't see hairstyle what I'm going to do next. Your hair is beautiful.
Oh, thank you. So what's popping? What do you have for Enugu today? What's going on?
Enugu people, this guy here, I'm just darling today. I don't know. I'm so I'm okay. All right, I'm fine. As long as you guys are here with me, you're here tuning into this station, listening to us. I'm really okay and I'm happy that I'm here for you guys. Why would I be sad? No, there's never a dark moment with me. Okay.
So I'm going to start my music gist for today because today is my Music Monday, where I tell them what's going on in the music industry. So I'm starting with Davido. There is a news that at least 80,000 people attended Davido's FIFA event yesterday, and it was massive, and people cheered him up all crazy, singing his song. 001 is on a very new, different level. This is better than the FIFA opening performance. What do you think?
Oh, I didn't see that.
I know it's not your 001, it's mine.
No, it's not about being my 001 or not. I would love to watch him perform, okay? But I'm just saying that I didn't watch it.
Yeah.
I didn't see it, so...
I watched it. It was good.
I would love to see him.
It's my 001.
I like to see it. It's also my 001, but yeah.
So
I like to see it.
So let's go over to the next one. Thames did not just walk the BET Awards red carpet. She owned it, and she's, the definition of pure elegance. She came for the BET Award. And most of the Nigerians these days don't like to attend the BET Award. After those, they say BET don't always give them award on stage. I think Biscuit said something about
what they wanted to do to him.
Yeah, so a lot of them feel have this kind of resentment. I will use the word resentment towards BET. Like, I think after that whole quash, Davido
go again. You go like go. You go like go.
But Thames is representing us well.
She's representing, like, she has to be there. So it won't look like she just has to be there. I'm happy she went to also represent us Nigerians. Okay, one person have to be there no matter what happens. One person needs to be there. So she did.
So for me today, I have music, gist back to back for you. So the next one is the President Patrick Hamini officially welcomed Nigeria Ariasta to the State House of Assembly. Shecheli is doing a courtesy, call ahead for her headline concert, which is going on today. The visit serves as a cultural centerpiece for nation's milestone 50th Independence Day and Golden Jubilee, and it's a massive one for Nigeria.
Whoa.
Our celebrities
I saw something like that. I think was it yesterday, but I love the way she looked. I like the way Arista looked on the, she looks amazing. She looks cuter. I think her weaving, her cornrow hairstyle really suits her so well. I think she should continue with it than wig. This hairstyle really suits her. She did amazing. Why? She's really doing amazing. As young as she is, she has gotten the recognition globally, internationally, everywhere in the world. There's some person that doesn't know her, but almost everyone in the world knows Arista. I'm really happy. I'm really happy for her. I'm a girl, okay? So I'm happy for her, okay, right?
So Ashake's mom, I'm seeing a repetition of Wizkid's kind of scenario like Wizkid and the manager. Now there is a replication of this those things between Ashake's mom and her manager Alexia. Their bonding is something I don't understand. Is she the wife Wizkid's manager is the wife.
Wow, this
and Ashake is trying to play that big move. Like, what do you think?
That Ashake's mom is really beautiful. That lady is pretty and she looks younger and all that. My money is good. So as we were saying, I think we may not, it's just speculation, something that we think is going on. We are thinking that Ashake is having a relationship with the lady. Okay, but let's see. Let's see how it goes.
It's not how it goes. What do you think? Like,
they are bonding because it's job. Let's not go that side. Nobody
why don't you want to go to that side?
Let's not go that side. Let them not take contact.
So, let me just even tell you that Fowles explores socio-political themes on his new EP, Break Me. Just he looks like a clown. What's happening? Fowles is back with a brand new 5-track project titled Break Time, and is a deep divine and his current realities and controversial happenings and what is happening. The facial outlook is telling me culture versus culture mixed with Afrobeats and the spicy sports.
Well,
5 new tracks.
Fowles has always been the guy, okay? In as much as it seemed like he went on a little break, but Fowles has always been giving us beats. No, his craft has been about politics. It's going to have been about how to fix the economy, how the country is.
Do you think so?
You think, yeah.
What is the best collabo for you?
No, I've not really listened to his song, okay?
You don't know any song from Fowles?
From recent song.
Yeah.
I've not listened to it, but I've listened to his songs back then. Hypocrites, so many of them.
Do you know the one of the songs I like so much is Mr. Soldier. We are the one that
yes. He's always beautifully very he always has this.
I don't know. There was a time there was a spark relationship between him and Simi. I was all disappointed.
That was what we thought.
I was disappointed
that to end up together.
But dated.
Unfortunately for us, you saw something else. It was Adekule Gold, whom we less expected, because they never really saw them together, didn't they? But it was always Fowles. So we thought the chemistry was there. We didn't know it was just work related. We do the thing, Sha. But I love the fact that they cleared us. See, it's not be us, so we are not dating. Not be all they do now. This I like the way the whole thing comes out to be that our speculations and whatever rumor people were spreading then, we are all lies.
So Davido is set to celebrate the release of I Know Who I Be, his first single of the year, with an official release party in Miami on the yesterday, June 28th. What do you think?
We are anticipating.
Yeah, anticipating.
Okay, yeah, we are anticipating. We would like to see what he hasn't.
Because he was not giving us that this year. What's happening?
Yeah, sometimes
he's in Omugo or is
he's not in Omugo. These people have really made it. They've created way for themselves. They've built themselves. They already know. So even if they're not giving up songs right now, we know that they've worked hard and there are things they've already dropped. They will just go on a few break, cook something, and bring back to us. They want to give us the best. That's why it seems like they're on break. They're not really on break, they are walking behind closer. They're walking behind. They're trying to give us something that we wouldn't want to regret, something that we will enjoy. That's why it takes them time. That's why they have to take their time to cook something. Like Ruga always say, cook that thing. So they are actually cooking something. So we are expecting to see your album listening, okay? I know it's going to be a banger as usual. We're waiting for you, guys.
So Wizkid has announced the title of his 17th studio album, Sexy. He did this as a pre-release listening event last night in Paris.
Oh. Yeah, I saw that. I saw my baby. I saw my baby. I saw my baby music.
Oh my God.
Like, this guy is really working hard.
The video is not working hard. What's going on?
Wait, I didn't say so.
Yeah, you just did that.
I said Wizkid is working hard. I never said Davido. I mentioned Davido. I said he's cooking something great.
When I said something about Davido, you didn't tell us that he was actually cooking. You're a bit biased.
I said these people have actually worked hard. I used another tense. I said they've worked hard. They've done something already. They've actually created a lot of things for themselves. So if they go on break, we don't need to blame them. They just have to go back there and cook something very good. They don't want us to, you know, listen to nonsense. So that's what I said. I never said he's not working hard. Whatever I said, I don't have to put that he's working hard or he's not working hard. Okay, so he's doing amazing.
So before we go into the next conversation, we'll go on a short break. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Aneke TV Entertainment. Your world of entertainment begins here.
From the glamour of film and television, to music that inspires the nation, and comedy that brings joy to every home,
we bring you the latest in entertainment news, celebrity stories, red carpet moments, and exclusive interviews.
Aneke TV Entertainment, where stories come alive, where talent shines and creativity thrives.
Aneke TV Entertainment, informing, inspiring, and entertaining you always. Aneke TV Entertainment. Stay tuned, stay entertained. Seven days, countless moments, stories that shape the week. From decisions in the corridors of power to developments affecting everyday lives. From moments of challenge to stories of resilience and progress. This is where the week comes into focus. Week in retrospect, only on Aneke TV. In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives.
Information is power. Awareness is protection.
From our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security. Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch. Every week only on Aneke TV.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, They dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reach.
Welcome back to Vibe Central, the best of entertainment. Just moving back to what Ma said earlier. Ma, what do you think about Wizkid and his new move to Paris?
Well, it's a good move. Okay, it's a good move. This guy has been on the move all along. He's been giving us beats, but even though sometimes people don't really understand Wizkid's songs, they don't really vibe to it, but this guy's been amazing.
Okay.
Both him and Davido, they are really working hard, and he has a listening party. I think it went last week or so. So it's a good move. We're really proud of them. Okay. Yeah.
So guys, I wanted to tip in something hot and spicy to tell you that it's not only Ma here with me, right here with me. Someone else, someone big, a big bird just arrived. When I saw him, I just, it just had to give me this picture of Wizzy, the inborn Wizzy we have here in Enugu live direct. I'm talking about no other person than David Blue, live here in this room. Mr. David Blue, how far? Can
Aneke TV, how are you doing today? It's your boy David Blue from 042. I can see you guys are looking very nice today.
You too. You look amazing.
I'm telling you,
I love your fashion, saying everything.
Oh, maybe there's something you don't know about David Blue. I'm a fashion model too, so
I love it.
Getting dressed is a hobby. It's like a hobby. It's a passion too for me. So it's a way of expressing myself too.
Yeah, it's very, very nice.
So we want to meet this David Blue because the little I know is that David Blue is one big Afro star in Enugu and a big capacity for us in Enugu. So we want to meet this David Blue. So David Blue, tell us about you. The people of Enugu are anticipating to hear you.
Well, I'm David Blue by name, Mwachku Emmanuel Chinonso, from Enugu State. If you're from Nkanu and you're watching this, hello. And also about David Blue, it all started back then in school, So from rap battle, shout out to my manager, my guy, who's single, who always put me through some of these stuff. And I also wanted to express myself with the storytelling and the vibes, So from rap battles, I now had to try to be versatile and switch to primarily Afrobeats, but I do Afro pop. I still do rap. I touch other genres too.
So let me tell you a big secret.
Yeah.
While in school.
Yeah.
The first time I met David Blue was actually we were at this hub center where we had a gathering. Because I went to so David Blue was that one big name we know back in school days. Yeah. So when he was performing, that was the big name we know back in school days. And one day we were performing, people were gathering. I was like, who is this one? What is happening? Who is David Blue? Do you understand? And now I know that this guy is right from Nkanu. It's my big brother. So I'm giving a big shout out to Mr. David Blue right there.
Hola.
So Mr. David Blue, you have a lot for us, and I just you talked about diversity of your music, genre, and I just want to give us one something like the Enugu just have to take a deep breath, enjoy just for some minutes,
Okay, actually would have done it live in a big way, but today I'll just do it a little. I will just give you.
Don't make me fall in love. Don't make me laugh.
Today I won't make you fall in love.
He was you actually don't make me fall in love, because if I do, I'm telling you.
Okay, so you want the love song, not a motivational one.
And I want
love. So let me just motivate you guys. Then maybe some other time we can give you love.
Yeah.
Okay, so it goes like, what a beautiful day. I wanna dance and celebrate. For the loss is a heavy gaze. I suppose that remain for heaven's gate. Though those things they said will destroy me are the things that made me like the ocean I'm wavy. See, what's in my eye don't see, my eyes don't bread. I no fish out, I no fit talk, I be one give up, but I no fit stop on God. See, as a blessing just they come my way. Make every day come they be like saying a holiday. Because the suffers not they come back again. Oh, you say again. See, as a blessing just they come my way. Make every day come they be like saying a holiday. Because the suffers not they come back again. Oh, you say again and again. I think that's it for now.
Alright, see, that's not beat. Yes, I am moving my body.
I'm telling you, that's not beat.
Are you see boys? That's an amazing.
I told him that he should not make me fall in love, but he's doing the opposite today.
That means you actually believe in love. Okay, when you sing it with all sincerity, means that you are a lover boy, right?
I'm a lover boy, yeah.
So I'm gonna also move over to the next person on my left. It's a big bird. He came in as the motivating big bird. So can we maybe
Okay, my name is Goswell from the United States. I'm a WB's manager.
Yeah.
So we've been in this game for almost 6 or 7 years now.
6 or 7 years.
No,
That's
I
massive.
think, yeah, like officially should be like from 3 years and above.
Okay.
Well, if you want to do overall, it's close to like 11, 12 years.
Let's speak the language. This industry.
The problem with visibility, funding.
Yeah,
and,
visibility.
Because
the
connection.
There's this song of yours I listened to last year.
Yeah.
I think, something like that. And the beats kept singing in my head. I've been listening to that video. The last time I met him was last year.
Okay.
It's an amazing song. He has so much amazing songs. I went to listen to it. So like, this guy's really good. You guys need to listen to this guy, okay? I don't know where you guys get your song. One thing with us, these Nigerians, that we only listen to songs that do not really rhyme, that do not really make sense. You see people that are working so hard out there, cooking up something very nice.
Massive.
Like, they don't listen to it. Go to listen to something that you listen to, like, what's this person singing?
Yeah.
Like, no good lyrics, no good sound, nothing. It's just the kromoto sound.
The last thing I'm going to say to the people of Enugu before we call it a break here is that a lot of things are happening here, but you guys need to know that your homeboy, David Blue, has come to stay, and it's going very far on that stage. So you guys just always tune in.
And I also have a song coming out on the 3rd of July for Lashadi. Please stay tuned. You will love it.
No, you are coming back to give us that.
Yeah, definitely. Let's heal together.
So, Ma, thank you for being, on the show, giving us the vibe, giving us the, making Music Monday a splendid day for us. Thank you to Mr. David Blue, and thank you to our powerful manager. You have made this push through, like, you made the voice, loud and clear. And to my people of Enugu, I will just say thank you for always listening, tuning in, and always watching us live on Aneke TV. We see you tomorrow, same station, same time. We love you. That's bye for today. Bye.
Aneke TV Entertainment. Your world of entertainment begins here.
From the glamour of film and television, to music that inspires the nation, and comedy that brings joy to every home,
we bring you the latest in entertainment news, celebrity stories, red carpet moments, and exclusive interviews.
Aneke TV Entertainment, where stories come alive, where talent shines and creativity thrives.
Aneke TV Entertainment, informing, inspiring, and entertaining you always. Aneke TV Entertainment. Stay tuned, stay entertained.
So sad how the seasons change. sad how the feelings go away. We were in love, but now it's over. So once in a while I dream.
Fake news on social media has become one of the most dangerous byproducts of the digital information age, reshaping public opinion, weakening trust in institutions, and in some cases, endangering lives. With billions of users active daily on platforms such as Facebook, X, WhatsApp, and TikTok, misinformation now spreads faster than traditional verification systems can respond. Communication scholars define fake news as false or misleading information presented as legitimate news content, often designed to influence perception or behavior. The Reuters Institute Digital News Report has repeatedly identified social media as the primary driver of global misinformation flows, noting that algorithmic amplification prioritizes engagement over accuracy. In this environment, emotionally charged content, whether true or false, travels fastest. The danger is not theoretical. In several African countries, including Nigeria, false reports shared online have triggered panic, communal tension, and security disruptions. In past incidents, fabricated alerts about attacks or kidnappings have led to mass movement of people, market shutdowns, and unnecessary fear, forcing authorities to issue emergency clarifications. Security analysts warn that during sensitive operations, misinformation can compromise response strategies and endanger both victims and rescuers. Political communication is another area heavily affected. During elections, manipulated images, edited videos, and fabricated quotes are frequently circulated to discredit candidates or influence voters. Communication theorist Marshall McLuhan's famous assertion that the medium is the message becomes relevant in this context, as social media platforms themselves shape how political realities are consumed, often without editorial gatekeeping. Similarly, the agenda-setting theory by McCombs and Shaw explains how repeated exposure to false narratives can shape what the public considers important, even if the information is inaccurate. The implications for democracy are significant. Fake news can erode confidence in electoral institutions, weaken trust in the media, and deepen political polarization. In extreme cases, it can delegitimize outcomes and fuel post-election tensions. Analysts know that once false narratives become entrenched, corrections rarely achieve the same reach or emotional impact as the original misinformation. Public health has also suffered severe consequences. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the World Health Organization described the global misinformation surge as an infodemic, warning that false claims about vaccines, cures, and transmission patterns undermine scientific guidance. In several countries, vaccine hesitancy was directly linked to viral falsehoods circulated on social media platforms, contributing to preventable infections and deaths. Economically, fake news can destabilize markets and damage reputations within minutes. False reports about companies, banks, or government policies have triggered panic withdrawals, stock fluctuations, and loss of investor confidence. Financial experts stress that in a digital economy driven by perception, information integrity is as critical as fiscal policy. At the societal level, individuals have faced harassment, job losses, and reputational damage due to false allegations circulated online. Victims often struggle to recover, even after misinformation is debunked, as digital content continues to circulate in archives, screenshots, and forwarded messages. Media ethicist Walter Lippmann once observed that we are told about the world before we see it, a reality amplified today by algorithm-driven feeds that prioritize virality over verification. Experts argue that addressing fake news requires a multi-layered response. Fact-checking organizations, regulatory frameworks, platform accountability, and media literacy education are all considered essential tools. UNESCO has repeatedly emphasized the importance of digital literacy, urging users to think critically before sharing content online. Journalists, meanwhile, are expected to adhere strictly to verification, balance, and accuracy, particularly in fast-moving breaking news environments. Ultimately, the fight against fake news is not solely technological, but behavioral. It requires a shift in user responsibility, platform design, and institutional trust. As digital communication continues to expand, the ability to distinguish facts from fabrication remains a critical skill for citizens navigating an increasingly complex information ecosystem. In an era where information travels at the speed of a click, the consequences of falsehood are no longer confined. They are immediate, global, and often irreversible.
You're welcome to our program Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. This is a program where we bring you discourse on topics that are relevant to the national polity, relevant to the growth and development of Nigeria. And of course, we also handle some other international issues. Today, we're going to discuss on a topic which states the judicial incursion on the process of democracy in Nigeria. This topic is apt given the circumstances of various problems associated with judiciary and the dispensation of justice with reference to seriously political issues, which tends to mar the political process and the fairness and integrity of the process. Today, we're going to have a very popular face on our program, an erudite personality, a journalist, the former vice president of Nigerian Union of Journalists, Comrade Ken Ofoma.
Thank you. My pleasure to be here once again.
Thank you for coming. They say that the judiciary is the last hope of the common man. And amongst the three arms of government, judiciary plays a role. That's the only arm that interprets the law, that puts checks and balances between between them and the two other arms, and with the citizenry. They interpret the law, they say the way things should go, although the law is made by the legislature. But the law is even not valid or is not law until tested in a court of law, where the judicial pronouncement would have made the law very strong to be implemented. But in the case of Nigeria, especially recently, although from history, there's been some judicial pronouncement that has elicited a lot of criticisms People have criticized many of them, like the days when Awolowo was sent to prison. It was actually the judicial, that judgment was criticized. We have seen the order that annulled June 12th, which was procured by ABN. It was also criticized. We have seen the 2023 election Supreme Court ruling on Obi Atiku and Ahmed Bola Tinubu. You know, their parties contending the winner of the election. Of course, that pronouncement has also brought about criticisms and various many others. Some sections of the society say the judiciary is making a lot of jankara justice. When they say jankara justice, it means it's a kind of a voodoo thing, something that, you know, jankara in quotes, something that is not supposed to be. We have seen where the judiciary also make a pronouncement in the case of Ihedioha, the case of Ihedioha, removing Ihedioha as the governor of Imo State, and of course replacing him with the man who came forth during the elections. These are some and very many others. And most recently, the courts in Lokoja also reversed itself in an order it gave to INEC to register the NDC. And after many months, after since December to June, it came back and reversed itself. And I think that should be a millennium somersault on the part of the judiciary in that circumstance, because some issues, of course, the party has gone to appeal, so we shall not discuss exactly what the appeal will be like, otherwise it becomes sub judice. But all the same, these are some of the very many, you know, court rulings or judgments that has given rise to the loss of hope on the saying that the judiciary is the last hope of the common man. The judiciary now tend to, of course, become the de facto electorates in elections, where they come, that is where I gave the instance of Imo State, where they come now to give a verdict that should have been given by the masses for somebody who they said should be elected. So these are some of the things that happens in the judiciary. Comrade Ofoma, let me ask you, political interference and executive capture, the influences of the executive, that is to say, that the executive tend to have swallowed the activities of both the legislature and the judiciary. What is your take on the play between the executive and the judiciary and the consequent orders coming from the judiciary favoring the executives?
Well, the judiciary remains a very important arm of our government, a very important institution. No matter what happens, we still have to hold them to high esteem. Because I know that even if there is such unfortunate rulings or judgments that may not conform with people's sense of natural justice, it cannot be all the judges. It could just be some exception, you know, some cases. Some judges that may not know whether they are under influence, whether they are under blackmail or whatever they have led them to taking such, or, you know, making such rulings or judgments. And well, we should continue to hold our judiciary to the highest esteem as a very important institution, and still the common hope, the last hope of the common man. Because one good thing is that due to hierarchy of the judiciary, sometimes mistakes made at the lower strata are corrected at the upper. Just like the recent one by Justice Peterobi of Abuja Federal High Court that ordered the deregistration of 5 political parties. Despite an appeal that ordered him to hold on with the case until determination of cross appeal at the appeal, he still ignored the High Court order and went ahead to
the appeal court order.
The appeal court order, and went ahead to order INEC to deregister 5 political parties. And he saw the reaction of Nigerians, and even the appeal that did not spare words in tongue lashing him, and of course stayed the judgment. Of course, the recent one being that of Lokoja High Court by Mohammed Dashe, who had already given a ruling, a judgment, a substantive judgment.
A substantive judgment.
In December 2025, ordering INEC to register Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC. Only for him on Friday to reverse himself. And many Nigerians, legal luminaries and commentators, they are weighing in on the matter. But again, no matter how bad, that is the legal principle. No matter how bad the decision of the court or ruling or judgment, the only remedy is to go on appeal to correct it. And I believe that when you go to the appellate court, because it is a panel of 3 judges, of 4 or 5, as the case may be, you always have a different sense of satisfaction and or correction made by what the lower court may have done. And so that is the saving grace. But looking into some of these judgments that appear to be eroding the public confidence in the judiciary, we are human beings. You cannot rule out the issue of human, either poor understanding of the law or mischief. Many people tend to take the latter, mischief, for whatever reason. Some of these judgments, embarrassing judgments, are given by judges. Let's take the latest one, that of Lokoja High Court, Federal High Court, by Justice Dashe. Who gave a ruling in December that NDC should be registered. And it was NDC that went to court because INEC refused to. Even INEC was a party, and INEC was called upon by the judge to justify why it will not register NDC. The main point INEC pointed out was that the symbol of NDC resembled that of APC, All Progressive Congress. Then secondly, that another political association had applied, known as Nigerian Peace Movement or whatever, had also applied for registration with that same logo in 2015. So now that means that that matter has been brought before the judge. And I understand that the same judge now asked INEC, that political association, Nigerian Peace Movement or something like that, were they registered? INEC said no, 2015. And this is
2026.
No, not
2025.
27.
This is 2025.
2025 also.
Yes, before the court, yes.
Yes. So this, INEC said no, that organization was not registered. And they have not reapplied for registration. So why are you now saying, because even in the Electoral Act, when association apply for registration and it is not registered, after 5 years, another association can even take the same name and logo or symbol, and because it is assumed that it doesn't exist. So but this all happened in 2015, that of the association, and the application failed, which means that they became non-existent, unknown to the law. Only for 2017, I think, another group, the NDC, now apply using the logo. And so when the judge asked all these questions, and INEC said no, they were not registered. That means no political party exists with that logo. And they didn't reapply for registration. So the road was clear. And that was why the same judge gave the same judgment, gave the judgment, the order that NDC should be registered. Now, only for this same association, the Nigerian Peace Movement or whatever they are, to now come again with a motion that they were not joined, that they are interested party in that judgment given by the judge in December 2025. And based on that, the same judge now say that the registration of NDC should be put on hold, and any decision taken before things should revert status quo as if they were not registered, given that order. The reaction is that many people have said that it appears the judge is now sitting on appeal on its own judgment, but that it is against the principle of justice that once a court gives a judgment, it becomes functus officio, meaning that it cannot go back to that judge. But there are some exceptions. But I don't think this one, that exception is where there are hidden facts. Judge can exercise that power. But when you look at this case, instant case, you discover that it doesn't fall into such an exception because the fact of the association was made known, and the judge himself asked during the substantive case, was the association registered? And they said no. Did they reapply for it? And they said no. And he went ahead and gave judgment. So why should you now reverse yourself? Based on a non-existent political party. It does not exist. It's a non-judicial institution or body. You cannot use it to now cause damage, irreparable damage to a political party that has already been registered, conducted congresses, and is in the process of fielding their candidates with INEC. It lacks common sense. So, but I think that the NDC will still go to appellate court to correct it. And on a personal level, I should think that the Electoral Act should be looked into. There should be a time that courts should not entertain such matters, assuming, but not granted, that the Nigerian Peace Movement or whatever they are called has any stake or any claim legitimate.
Because equity does not help the indolent.
Exactly.
If you go to sleep,
if you check 2015,
taken from you.
2015, when they applied and the application failed, and now, which is about 11 years, what were they doing? Sleeping or what? And only for you to wake up. So, once if I should be part of the legislators that will amend the Electoral Act, once any party has undergone the process of congresses, ward, local government, state, and have produced candidates, court should not entertain cases that will nullify the whole process. That is a serious injury, serious violence to democracy, and even common sense. What do you want them to do? When the process has already passed, for them to even join another party has passed. Because the same new electoral Act 2026 said that you must submit, register, 30 days or so to your Congress. And all these processes have already been done. So what do you want them to do? Stranded or not to participate? So it's a serious violence to our democracy, that kind of ruling. And well, the hope is that the appellate court will correct it and allow these parties to participate. And the Nigerian Judicial Council should also take note of. You don't even need anybody to bring application against some of these judges. There are some rulings that some of the NJC will see and call such judges to order and reprimand them or sanction them. It's something that runs against common sense and against every principle of justice. Because such things help to, like I said earlier, to affect the confidence of the people in the judiciary. Gives a bad picture of the judiciary. But like I said, we should still encourage good judges. We should still defend the judiciary as a very important institution. We should not use some bad eggs or few people who are doing what is wrong to now, generalize.
Okay, we should not use what is wrong to generalize. I want to ask, what could be instrumental to some of these actions of members of the judiciary? Such actions include the fear of intimidation, nepotism, corruption, delay in delivery of judgments. What could be instrumental in doing these things? Because these things are part of the things that people look at. It's not just about the rulings and the Jankara judgments or Jankara, what do you call, motion, Jankara judgments that are given, that is, and we talk about even the justice delayed, which is justice denied. Sometimes you find out that what somebody is seeking, a race, has been, destroyed in a matter before a court. Then you find out that you have lost everything. It becomes a mere academic exercise while in court. Ordinarily, the litigant must have gone to court to get justice. And when it is delayed, it is denied. If the litigant did not get justice after all. So some of these problems, what could be instrumental to these problems within the judicial circle that brings about that erosion of confidence?
Well, to my understanding, most of these cases, or these incidents of judicial somersault, or what you call Jankara judgments, I don't want to use that term. Let me just say that inappropriate judgments and rulings. They come mostly during political cases that has political undertone. I know in politics is something that can destroy. I think it was Justice Caribe White of the Supreme Court of blessed memory that warned against judges, allowing political pressure to weigh their judgments. Such a thing can destroy the judiciary. Because politicians are desperate. They don't care. And that is why you are talking about the influence of the executive arm over the judiciary and the legislature. And so most of these ugly incidents occur when political cases are involved. So by inference, one may not go far to believe or assume that it is the case of a witch crying in the night and the child dying in the morning. Therefore, that some of the judges may be under considerable pressure or even blackmail. Because sometimes they may have something against the judge that if you don't do the bidding, such a thing may be exposed, or it could be arrested, it could be a corruption case, or whatever. So these are assumptions.
And that was done in Nigeria during the Buhari administration,
Exactly.
where judges were harangued and intimidated, and
their houses invaded,
and so on,
money
and
confiscated. So some of these things are intimidation from the. So it could be that, and it could also be just that lack of integrity. But everybody cannot be the same. If you are, there is always a Judah in every 12. Lack of integrity, greed, corruption, personal corruption. So we can't rule it out. So these are some of the things that could influence or affect judges in their judgments that could be embarrassing. Even kindergarten lawyer, even a non-lawyer, there are judgments you look at, you just shake your head. And so these are they could be under considerable pressure. Or it could be lack of personal integrity. It could also be corruption, personal corruption. Trying to quest for, because like I said, political cases come with a lot of pressure. That the judiciary should stand firm to defend itself. The society, civil society, a Nigerian Bar Association, then NJC, they should stand up. I don't see NBA talking. I don't see NJC taking action. They should take action, because this democracy is for all of us. If we allow it, politicians will destroy it. And some of the politicians have amassed wealth. If anything happens now, they have second homes and second addresses outside Nigeria. But some of us, we don't have a second passport. We die here. So we should stand up to defend our democracy and take actions to correct some of these anomalies.
Okay, some say that the living standard of these members of judiciary, the judges, magistrates, as the case may be, is very low when you compare it with what the executive and the legislature take home. That these judiciary is supposed to be independent, but they are not truly independent due to they are not financially independent, and their take-homes are meager in comparison with the other arms of government. Consequently, some of them, because we see where it is the executive that tend to, give them cars and so on. You see where situations where judges could not on their own, buy comfortable car, build a comfortable house for themselves, while these politicians are taking home almost everything. And people think that they were thinking about the number of years they have given in for the service of the nation, yet people come in to serve just 4 years and go with several hundreds of millions. And then they will be impoverished, kept, their families are not well taken care of. So, and because of that, they tend to succumb to the whims and caprices of both parties as long as our politicians coming to them for the purpose of giving them what they need from them. That is to say, some take money to give them judgment, and some take money to even place the government on a better side in terms of anything that comes from government in terms of litigation, and so on and so forth. So, does it mean that these judicial officers are not well remunerated in Nigeria?
Well, there is need for judicial reform. There is need to, I think it's even in the law, but I think the implementation is another thing in terms of charging all their financial budgets and requirements to direct funding, what do you call it, of judiciary. I don't think it is good for the executive, either the governor or minister or president or anybody to be building houses for the judiciary. you know, it should be provided in their own budget and charged direct to consolidated revenue so that they can execute. That's why we have a Chief Justice or President of the Appeal Court or Chairman of the High Court or whatever. They should, and that should be laid down, I believe there is, laid down rule how to provide, for instance, accommodation for judges, how to provide allowances. Of course, their salary should be enhanced, and whatever other benefits. That should be done. But I want to believe and I want to argue that even if there are some, the bad eggs, that no matter what you pay them, they will still be mischievous, they will still be corrupt. We have them in every other profession, not just judiciary alone. And the issue of comparing what the judiciary officers earn and what the politicians earn should not even come up. It's a question of your own choice. If you want to be a politician, you can resign as a judge and join politics. It shouldn't affect your integrity. There was no time that judges were paid the best of salaries anywhere in Nigeria or any time. But you still have men of integrity, judicial officers, that the likes of, like I mentioned, Karibi White, Justice Chukwudi, Justice Namani. I'm just using those around that I know. There are those in the West, in the North, that have very credible and transparent and time-tested judgments that will still hold till today. They are not millionaires, but they serve with integrity.
Yes, these judges, there are judges that serve with integrity because they are not greedy like the ones in quote called, referred to as bad eggs. So submitted my guest, Comrade Ken Ofoma, on Arena. We are going to pause for a break. When we come back, we shall continue with our discourse. And just don't go away. Be right there for us. We'll come back.
Join us on Arena, Aneke TV's premier current affairs program, where politics, development, and governance come alive. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we host top professionals and thought leaders who speak their minds on issues shaping Nigeria and the world. It's inclusive, enriching, and absolutely captivating.
The roadmap is, let's have our environment secured so that investors can come.
If you don't know what economic security is, kidnapping will tell you what it is. You kidnap for ransom.
Customers are going to get these meters, and like we said, it's at no cost.
There are things that dialogue can handle. But when you leave it, you want to use a kinetic approach alone. You cannot.
For discussions that promise insight and deliver truth, stay tuned, stay informed, and keep watching Arena, only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. We're still on our program, Arena on Aneke TV, Enugu, Southeast Nigeria. And today we are discussing on judiciary and the controversial incursions in Nigeria's democracy. It is these incursions that people are afraid may hamper on the progress of that democracy, which has been seen even after 20-something years of this republic as fledgling. So the judiciary has a very vital role to play, but somehow the public are now crying foul that some members of the judiciary are not doing their best to ensure that the democracy becomes stable in such a way that the government in Nigeria will be sustained in a very beautiful way. Now, Comrade Ofoma, you were talking about integrity of some members of the judiciary.
Yes, and still the need for judicial reform.
Yeah. So, I want to ask, we have a whole lot of, mentioned it before, bureaucratic delays and lack of accountability. Initially, we talked about a judgment without justice. That is, justice delayed, justice denied. One gets a judgment, but the person did not get justice because what the litigant went to court for has been denied. That is delayed and denied. So yet you come with a judgment at the end of the day. We have seen also orders, conflicting orders from courts of concurrent jurisdiction. Another court in Oyo will give an order. Another court in Abuja will give an opposing order. Another court in Uyo will give another order. Another court in Kano will also, on one particular subject matter. How do we begin to check situations like that? Does it mean that these courts, there's no channel upon which matters that are in court should be checked in such a way that litigants will know not go to different courts to get different orders based on what influences they have on the courts where they are seeking those orders?
I believe that there should be, and I believe there is, code of conduct for judicial officers. And such, not just code of conduct, but also such that we prescribe sanctions for certain malpractice. Because what you just raised is also commonplace, particularly in political cases or cases involving high-profile corporate organizations with large, with deep pockets. So you begin to see that, courts of coordinate jurisdiction giving conflicting rulings or orders or judgments. And even when they are reminded by other counsels that this matter is already there or being handled in this court, they will ignore it and go ahead and give a ruling or judgment. I think in recent time, the Supreme Court is frowning National Judicial Council, Nigerian Judicial Council, they are frowning at that, but there is not enough sanctions. So I don't know, maybe they need to review code of conduct, they need to increase the penalty or sanction, they need to also come up with reforms that will automatically, at a click of a button, the judge will know whether this matter has been filed somewhere else. But you don't even need to click anywhere. You can simply ask either the plaintiff or the defendant or the applicant or respondent, this matter before me, which other court have you filed it, if any? So that if you lie, at the end of the day, the matter comes up. You face heavy penalty, like they are doing in recent time, where when lawyers file frivolous cases, particularly, the Constitution, recent amendment of the Constitution for outside jurisdiction of courts to entertain internal affairs of political parties. But still, some lawyers will still go and file cases challenging internal, maybe congresses or...
And judges still take it.
But in recent time, they now give heavy penalty and they charge the lawyer directly. I think that was the one that ruled in Abuja where they asked the judge to pay 10 million. I mean, the lawyer, not even the litigant, the lawyer himself should pay 10 million. He ought to know that this matter that no court has
it's not
jurisdiction
justiciable.
Over internal affairs of political parties. Even today, I was in court. Such a matter came up, but the judge was a high court, Enugu State High Court. It was lenient over NDC matter. People went to court that they had already conducted primaries and congresses, and that the national leadership has no right to come and order for a fresh one. And the national leadership came and said, this is internal affairs of the party. And the judge ruled today, and witnesses in court, that this is internal affairs of the party. And they gave plethora of Supreme Court judgments on that. But he was lenient on the lawyers and the other party. They just dismissed the matter. Say that the court has no jurisdiction to entertain it. So what am I saying? We should tighten our operational guideline as judicial officers. And in terms of delays or other bureaucratic bottlenecks, those go to judicial reform, how to train, how to modernize, how to computerize the judicial processes. And if you are going to be a judge, you should be subjected to ICT training, so I'll be conversant with modern operations. And like I said, issue of remuneration, issue of allowances, issue of accommodation should be charged to consolidated revenue and first line charge. It shouldn't be the executive doing that for the judiciary. Some people will claim, yes, after all, they build a house, the judge will stay and go, another judge will come and stay. Must you build it? Give the money. They have their yearly budget. Give it to the judiciary, let them build. What gives, it's bad optics. For instance, when you see the FCT minister, the recent buildings he gave to judges, they are very palatial. One of the judges said, in passing or as a joke, I understand that. Who will live in this house and give a judgment against the state? You understand? Oh. So give it to the judiciary. They have the arm of the judiciary in charge of projects, execution, and all that. In charge of accommodation for judges, or in lieu of accommodation, allowances you could pay them, they build their own houses. It's not for one arm to start building for the other arm. By the time you are doing that, you are giving a wrong impression. It's wrong, even if you don't have anything in mind doing it. But it's not wrong, it's not good. So these are the things that should be, and their money should be released to them, first line charge. So that the judiciary, the executive will not use any bureaucracy or any delay in the functionality of the judiciary, whether they are running costs, whether it is electricity supply to courts, whether it is water supply to courts, whether it is stationery, whether it is even the judicial workers. Everything concerning them, their salaries and allowances, should be charged to first line charge. As the budget is being released to states and the federal government, their own should be going to them directly, and not to wait for the executive to start buying cars for them, to start building houses for them, to start giving them accommodation allowances and what have you. So these things will help to guarantee the independence of the judiciary, so that the few bad eggs that will be easy to discover and then punish appropriately. And that's what I feel.
Yes, if the government takes care, ensure that the judiciary gets whatever they need from the first line charge, then it means part of the problem would have been achieved, or for a greater part of the problem would have achieved. And those who are, corrupt, possibly, will now be open to facing whatever should be whatever should be the punishment for their actions or inactions.
Sanction.
So now we have a government, a judiciary, being appointed by the executive. Such appointment tends to have long-lasting influence on their job pattern, their work pattern, the decisions they make with respect to issues that affect the government or the individuals that are working in government from where they were appointed as magistrates, judges, and other judicial officers. What do you suggest should be the way out of the quagmire? Because you have talked about independence. What's your suggestion for the judicial workers to be truly independent? Well, you know, how should I arrange the appointment? Just like the executive are elected, legislature are elected, the judiciary should have, possibly from the Bar Association, you know, internally, to now elect or possibly screen down and push about 3 names to the person who is going to appoint to look at and appoint, and so on. So what's your take?
Oh yes, generally speaking, the issue of appointment of judges is one of the areas that will require judicial reform. And it is also one of those areas that you will look at and you believe that our political class really don't want this country to move forward. They don't want reform. They don't want innovation. They want the old ways of doing things to continue because of they are benefiting from the shortcomings. When you talk about appointment of judges, talk about appointment of electoral officers, talk about other appointments. People are, even if you look at Justice Way's reform of the electoral activities, they made suggestions about even how electoral officers should be appointed. It shouldn't be somebody who is also taking part in election that we don't want to appoint electoral officers. The same way, the same thing applies to judicial officers. I think that the regulation spells out how judges should be appointed. But are they followed? Are they strictly followed? Because I think it is the National Judicial Council that should recommend to the governor who will appoint. But sometimes...
So the president or the governor?
Or the president or the governor. But sometimes you see a lot of pressure. It was the political arm, the executive, they wield a lot of influence and pressure. And because of also the Attorney General and Minister of Justice, or Attorney General and Commissioner of Justice, which people have been clamoring for separation of that office. If you're going to be the Attorney General of the Federation, it should not also be Minister of Justice. Minister of Justice should be the legal representative of the executive. But the Attorney General of the Federation should be separated. It is the Attorney General of the Federation that should be a member of the NGSC, for instance. It should be or Attorney General of the state, as the case may be. But Commissioner for Justice or Minister of Justice should be separated. But nobody is doing that. The appointment of electoral officers is still being done by the executive. The appointment of judges, to a greater extent, there are some states, including Imo, where the appointment of chief judge is being delayed because perhaps the next person in rank is not the choice of the governor.
And the recommendations has already been made.
And the recommendation has already been, it's been delayed because of the enormous influence that the executive wields. And sometimes they have their way. The governors have their way, or the president, as the case may be. They will delay until that person they don't want will also reach the retirement, and the person they want, you know. So that is part of the problem we're having in this country. And that's why we're having the challenge we're having, that sometimes we lack the political will to do the right thing or carry out the necessary reform. When you want, okay, look at the appointment of this approval now for establishment of state police. At the end of the day, it's a topic for another day. You know, we discussed it sometime. I told you I will not say anything until I see the law. Now, look at the rush. That is one. Then, who is going to appoint the commissioners? What are the safeguards to ensure that people who are qualified and neutral are appointed as commissioners in the state? If you don't take care of those things in the law now, they will become a problem tomorrow in the implementation and effectiveness of the state police. Because they are still going to follow the same pattern of appointment of the national police officers, senior police officers. Because nobody has the courage to undertake the reform that will lead to effectiveness in the operations of these various institutions, that will give them independence. The executive in particular want to control. The governor wants to direct. The president wants to direct. The executive wants to control. They want to have political advantage. The same thing applies in the appointment of judges. It's a general problem. If you look at, it was, I think Professor Dinkara was saying that the Nigerian politicians are planting judges in their bedroom. What was he trying to say? That most politicians, powerful politicians, ministers, governors, or this and that, if you see the willing and dealing that goes with the appointment of judges, and they're appointing their wives as judges. So that's why I say they are planting judges in their bedroom. Okay, we also saw during valedictory session of the, I think, 9th National Assembly, a senator came and was telling his colleagues that, you know, my wife was president of the Court of Appeal. Some of you approached me and he assisted you in your cases, openly in the plenary.
Which is indicting.
It's indicting. So some of these things, we know they exist. We know the business that goes, the willing and dealing that goes with the appointment of judges, magistrates, and what have you. Sometimes even big businessmen determine who is appointed judges because they have contact the governor, meet the governor, Excellency, I want you to appoint this person as judge. And so sometimes it's about long leg, not based on merit. Sometimes such appointments are meritorious.
Okay, you talked about a review of the workings of the judiciary. And that review could also go to other sectors.
Exactly.
So how do you actually want the reviews to be done? Just in a little time, and then we'll be able to round off because of one of time.
There is need for serious constitutional reform in the country. Because sometimes when they do some of these constitutional amendments, you see them bringing in their interest. They will give with right hand and take back with left hand, and then the confusion will continue. What do I mean? Look at, for instance, the 2026 Electoral Act Amendment, where they said, for instance, transmission of results, electronic transmission. Where they say, if there is no network, you can transmit manually. You have already approved transmission, electronic transmission. Leave it at that. And INEC has said they have coverage of 95% across the country. And sometimes the beavers don't depend on network. Even if there is no immediate network, by the time you send the result and move from one location to another, the team will automatically upload and send. So why bring that clause again? So that's what I'm saying. Sometimes they give by the right hand and remove, because that loophole has created opportunity for rigging or manipulation.
Okay.
This is just an example. So our National Assembly members, our politicians in the executive, they should be patriotic and for once bring out laws that will help us be a better society. Like the countries they always rush to.
Bring out laws that will help us be a better society. So submitted our erudite guest, Comrade Ken Ofama. We want to thank you for being our guest. You have always come over to Macedonia to help us. This is the much we can take from this program via Join us next time on this program Arena on Aneke TV. We will continue to give you the best. Stay tuned.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Nigeria finds itself at a pivotal moment. A nation of nearly 220 million people, rich in human potential, natural resources, and cultural diversity. Nigeria is simultaneously confronted with an array of security challenges that have deep historical roots and contemporary complexity. From the harsh insurgency that has persisted in the northeast for over a decade to the sprawling banditry networks across the northwest, from recurrent header-farmer clashes in the Middle Belt to rampant kidnap for ransom syndicates and urban criminality, insecurity today manifests not as isolated events, but as an interlinked ecosystem of violence and instability. These phenomena do more than threaten lives. They fracture social trust, impede economic growth, depress investment, and erode the foundational legitimacy of the state. In environments marked by distrust and fragmentation, dialogue emerges not as an optional luxury but a strategic imperative, a mechanism for understanding grievances, bridging divides, and constructing mutually accepted pathways toward peace and progress. Indeed, scholars of conflict resolution affirm that sustainable security is seldom achieved by force alone. It demands conversation, negotiation, and inclusive engagement across societal fault lines. Nigeria's own post-conflict history offers instructive precedent. Following the devastating civil war of the late 1960s, the approach known as "no victor, no vanquished" was more than a slogan. It was a commitment to national reconciliation. Government leaders, community representatives, and civil society actors engaged in dialogue that helped diffuse lingering bitterness and chart a course toward reintegration and rebuilding. Similarly, global practice reinforces the centrality of dialogue. In conflict zones from Northern Ireland to South Africa, negotiated engagement between hardline actors and governments ultimately outlasted militarized approaches. These examples illustrate a foundational principle. Dialogue humanizes the other and transforms entrenched antagonisms into space for shared problem solving. In the Nigerian context, dialogue must operate at multiple levels: local, state, and national, each tailored to the specificity of its environment. At the grassroots, structures like traditional council forums, community peace committees, and youth roundtables serve as critical platforms where grievances can be heard and understood. For example, in parts of Plateau and Kaduna states, facilitated dialogues between herders and farmers have reduced violent confrontations over land and grazing assets by identifying consensus on resource management and corporate forms of engagement. These forums help transform relationships of suspicion into dialogues of accountability and shared interest. At state and national levels, concerted efforts are needed to institutionalize dialogue mechanisms within governance architecture. This means establishing offices or councils dedicated to peace building, conflict management, and stakeholder engagement with clear mandates, independent oversight, and sustainable funding. By creating structured channels for communication between communities, security agencies, traditional leaders, and civil society, the state can move beyond ad hoc responses and toward proactive governance. Dialogue must not be restricted to reactive negotiations in moments of crisis. It should inform policy design and implementation. For example, if a policy on grazing reserves is developed without the voices of pastoral communities, farmers and state governments, it risks exclusionary outcomes that fuel resentment. Genuine dialogue ensures representation, especially of women, youth, and marginalized groups whose experiences with insecurity are often distinct yet underrepresented in formal decision-making spaces. Recognizing the value of dialogue is one step, operationalizing it is another. To ensure that dialogue is transformative rather than performative, several practical measures should be prioritized. Conversations must be paired with tangible socio-economic investments, such as rural job creation, skill development programs, microfinance assets, and community infrastructure, which address the underlying conditions that often give rise to insecurity. Digital platforms can democratize engagement, enabling citizens, especially in remote areas, to participate in consultations, report security concerns in real time, and access information. Technology also expands the reach of peace education campaigns that reinforce values of tolerance and civic responsibility. Efforts to mainstream peace building into school curricula, community organizations, and media narratives help cultivate a culture of nonviolence and mutual respect. These educational foundations strengthen the long-term resilience of societies against polarization and conflict. Professional training for dialogue facilitators, negotiators, and conflict analysts enhances the quality and credibility of engagement processes. Skilled mediators are equipped to manage tensions, navigate entrenched positions, and sustain momentum toward constructive outcomes. Nigeria's security challenges are either sudden or isolated. They are the product of historical marginalization, governance deficits, competition over resources, economic insecurity, and weakened societal contrasts. Addressing these complex realities demand a response that is equally nuanced and collaborative. Dialogue offers a means of confronting not just the symptoms of insecurity, but these root causes. As the nation contends with these present trials, the urgency of inclusive conversation cannot be overstated. In bridging divides, building trust, and co-creating solutions, dialogue becomes not only a pathway from violence to peace, but a foundation for progress. A secure, peaceful, and prosperous Nigeria is not a distant aspiration. It is a collective project achieved through the persistent work of engagement, understanding, and shared purpose.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as we welcome His Excellency, Mr. Peter Obi, all the way from Nigeria, to join us here in this national conference. Your Excellency. Thank you.
Please be seated. Please be seated. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Let me very respectfully stand on all due and existing protocols, because I'm sure the protocols have been over and over mentioned. So I respectfully observe all protocols, but not without recognizing the woman who brought us here, great, powerful mayor of Banjul. I was telling my dear sister from Leeds that I had to come because the mayor is one person who is persistent in her strong demand that I must come to the Gambia. And this is my first time of coming to Gambia. And since yesterday, what I've been doing is trying to learn more about the country, the Gambia. And I must say, I'm impressed. I know you might have other problems like African countries. We in Africa have a problem. There's no, in some places it's worse. You are probably one of those who have less problem, because at least you can talk that you don't have insecurity problem, which is good. This year, the International Women Day conference month have said all that needs to be said. And all of you have contributed to that by saying, what is the theme? Give to gain. Shows that the more you can give, the more you can gain. And what are we talking here? We are talking about the most important contributor to development. Whenever we talk about women's affirmative action, women's inclusion, women's this, what it shows that we don't even know where development is or who is driver of development. Because nobody cares more than women. Nobody. We are all male can testify to that their mothers were more caring than their fathers. My children said that every day to me. So I know that. I argue and tell them, it's okay, between me and your mother, who is more caring? They'll look at me and say, Dad, you know. So we all know that. And if they're more caring, that means they will contribute more to the societal development than men. So if the societies are not doing well, it's because we are abandoning the critical development drivers. And that is why Africa today, despite being a continent of the future, because whenever people talk about Africa, Africa today, I can tell you, is the greatest continent on the surface of the earth. We are the number 2 by land size. We're number 2 by land size, sitting on about 30.3 million square kilometers. We are number 2 by population size, about 1.6 billion. But in terms of natural resources, today Africa holds the highest. What is beneath Africa is actually unimaginable. Resources that can turn around the world. Africa today have the highest land that is uncultivated. That can feed the world. Africa today has the highest human resource because we have the highest number of people in their productive age. 60% of African population are young age that can be productive. I can go on and show how Africa is great. Yet, Africa is home to the poorest people in the world. If you talk about poverty, the highest number we found in Africa. Because we've not done the right things in terms of leadership, leadership in Africa must change. We now want people who are competent, who have the capacity, who have the character, the commitment and compassion to lead. We can no longer be led by people who give excuses because we have what it takes to turn around Africa. And that's what we're championing. And that requires not women, not us trying to see it as if women are begging to be included. No. We should do it as a matter of need, that we need women to be part of it. One African population today, the actual population is about 1,585,000,000, 50.8% are women. So how do you tell people who are more to be begging for space? It should be the other way around. We should be begging. In Gambia, out of a population of about 2.8 million, about 3 million, women are 52%. So they should be leading, not the other way around. The men should be begging them because they are less in population. So what we have had here is that those who should be begging are the ones who are now trying to be, even trying to give token to the people that are supposed to be begging. That is what we need. So give to gain. We must now have a clearly deliberate policies, not speeches, because in Africa, we are used to conferences, we are used to speeches, where we talk and go home and allow the same incompetent drivers to continue. No, Africa must change. We have since allowed people who have passed their destination to continue to drive us. We must now ask them to go down from the vehicle so that those who have a future can. The African youths are about to take over. And women are at the forefront of this. Because when we have, if you look at what Amartya Sen said, great Nobel Economic Prize winner said, that the more you involve women, the more productive, the more developed the countries. And it's been shown everywhere. Places where affirmative action has been taken seriously, you've seen a great improvement. If you study world countries like, let me not use the first world countries, use Bangladesh. You go there today, 80% of revenue from export in Bangladesh is from clothing. Over 60% of those employed in that production are women. And of course, recently, you have the Prime Minister as a woman, the opposition leader as a woman, the speaker as a woman. And you could see the great improvement that country has done in terms of education. They've moved from a low-income country to a medium-income country. They moved from low Human Development Index to a medium Human Development Index. And you can see it's not just them. So many other countries that have done similar things. And that's what we have to look at. Africa cannot continue. And when I mean Africa, the same thing applies to Gambia, where we have less than 10% of our women involved in leadership, when they are more in population. We now have to be deliberate in our policies, in our laws, and have a strict implementation to ensure their own spaces, their own quotas are maintained. It's no longer to come to conference and say women is 30% and then go out there and create violence that will make it impossible for them to participate. No more violence. We want it to be women have 30, 35, 40%, and it must be women. Not that men are trying to give it to. It's not a gift. And it's not patronage. It is requirement. It is something that must be. We must then invest in girl child education. They can help to change the world. I'm somebody who has a privilege of working with women as a banker or involved in bank. I don't know what has changed now, but in my days, I was the youngest chairman of a bank in Nigeria. I was barely 40. I was a chair in a bank, which remains one of the biggest banks in Nigeria till today. So these are among the biggest 6 of international banks. As the chairman of that bank, I worked with women who made it impossible for us to have a problem. Our chief risk officer was a woman. Our treasurer, and I can go on and on. But I can tell you, as the chairman of that bank, knowing fully when women have a chance, how strong they are. If I do anything as the chairman, the risk officer will look at me and say, Peter, I know you're the chairman of this bank and I'll lose my job, but I can't allow you to put the bank at risk. Men in the other places didn't do it, and the banks collapsed. So when I had an opportunity of being governor, and I tell people this, I had probably more women. I use probably, but I know there are more in my cabinet than men. The rest is for you to go and verify. Because whenever I talk about government, I don't talk about what I did or what I didn't do. But in critical areas of development, which is health, education, you can go and verify what we did. I had a chief of staff that was a woman, commissioner for education, a man, commissioner for finance, permanent secretary of finance, head of service. I can go on and on. And today, when people ask me, how were you very prudent and what were you able to achieve or didn't achieve? And I said, ask the women that work with me. Till today, in Federal Republic of Nigeria, I can quote that nobody at the subnational level have left the government with the amount of money we left behind when I left office. What you hear everywhere in our country is that we're owing salary, we're owing pension, we're owing suppliers, we're owing this, we're owing that. I left office 13 years ago, barely about 14 years ago. The day I left office, I was not owing salary, I was not owing pension, I was not owing gratuity, I was only owing any supplier or contractor who have delivered it. And I've challenged everybody, if you see one, I've stopped out with politics. I wasn't owing anybody. And as at then, I left the equivalent of $500 million in the account of the state. I had a woman as Commissioner for Finance. And I've challenged everybody for the first 14 years. The monies were kept in the bank. Why am I saying this? Whenever I serve in that cabinet, working with women, they were always thinking about the future of their children. When you talk about their education, they'll carry it powerfully. Whenever you say this, they'll say, no, we can't spend this money. This money has to go into health. Because today, health is a problem in Africa. My country, primary health care have collapsed. Infant mortality is high. We've overtaken countries that are 7 times our population, like India. Because mothers don't have anywhere to go with their children. But working with these women, they will say, why don't we put this money in health? Because they know the implication. Why don't we put it in education? The more educated a country is, the more developed. So you need to invest in education. It's shown everywhere in the world. And Africa is a continent where Human Development Index is still low. On the average, you might have 1 or 2 countries that are doing well. Africa is where you see the drivers of HDI still low. Today, the average per capita for Africa is below 2,000. That is low when you compare it to other continents. That's about all we have. Of course, in Gambia here, per capita should be between $800 and $900. That is low. It's something in Nigeria. It is low. So we need to aggressively involve women in what we are doing, because the more we involve them, we will put them out of poverty. They become drivers of development. That is what changes everything. I keep repeating, they are more caring. If you give a woman money to save, he knows the future. Most men will do the opposite. And I've always said they are less corrupt. Because I work with them. They're far less corrupt. Because they think about tomorrow, they think about their children. So we need to involve them. We need to invest in them. So I thank you, Mayor, for what, and all of you who have talked about women, for what you're doing. What we now need is to go all over Africa and continue to say, we are no longer the laws. You will have to form a stronger union to insist that those, yes, I listened to my dear mother, the Vice President, and I thank you for being part of what happened in Nigeria in 2023. Mom, it's not that for me, I said anywhere I have opportunity, I'm not desperate to be the president of Nigeria. I'm desperate to see Nigeria work. I'm desperate to see Nigeria have a society. I'm desperate to see Africa work. Where we create societies where a child of nobody can be somebody without knowing anybody. We cannot continue where you tell me your father is this or your mother is this. No. We want a society where people's hard work and talent will match up the opportunity. That's the continent. Not the talent where, not where people are stealing public money, criminalizing the country and stealing what they don't need. That's not what we want. We want public money to be used for public good. That's what we want. So it's not about me being president. It is about things working. We have millions of people living in poverty. When people like me are stealing money and buying houses all over the place, they don't need. How many houses are you going to sleep in? So when you see such a thing, it is painful. Our children are not in school. We have insecurity. Everybody knows that the more you put people out of poverty, the more you reduce insecurity. When people don't know where the next meal will come from, how are you talking about security? Put them out of poverty and you reduce insecurity. And that's what we want to do. We want to come and see Gambia, where the women of Gambia are happy they're in government. The women of Gambia are not poor. Yes, Gambia is good. I see tourists, foreigners enjoying in the restaurants in Gambia. I equally want to see Gambian people in that restaurant. Not that they are there because foreigners will come. Everybody will be in the restaurant, including the women of Gambia. Because that's what makes a difference. So I thank you for what you're doing, and I assure you that you have a supporter in that journey. I've listened to the wonderful speeches and I've listened to what the great people of Gambia and everything. But you know, when I was talking, I said, well, look at a beautiful conversation going on in Gambia. Gambia is just 2-point-something million. And Nigeria is 240-something million. So Gambia is actually about 1% of Nigeria. And I looked at the Gambia land size and I said, Gambia is just a country of about 11 million square kilometers. That is the size of Gambia. The largest state in Nigeria is 73.6 thousand. So it's actually one state in Nigeria, Niger State, is about 7 times the size of Gambia. But I remember something. I said, maybe Gambia will wake up Africa, because you know, when a cow moves, it sleeps at times. What wakes the cow up is the gadfly, the tiny thing that bites him in the tail. It makes him to wake up. Maybe Gambia is the wake-up call for Africa. So that was what I seen. The powerful Nigeria couldn't tell Gambia how to do this. Maybe Gambia will tell us how to do it. So we look forward to the women of Gambia holding forth and telling other African countries. We have some improvements in Africa, I must mention. It's happening in Rwanda. So people should actually sue Rwanda as an example. Maybe because the women were involved more in Rwanda, today, Rwanda has become a shining star in Africa. Some other African countries are trying to do it. So I thank you for the opportunity. And I assure you that what we need to do is to insist on strong, clear, defined laws that will make the affirmative action no longer a talking point, but actionable law that can even be challenged in court where you're not doing it. That's what we need to do. And that's what you and your group will continue to demand. For me, and I said any day, we need women not as a favor, but because of necessity. The more we're holding women down, the more we're holding the society down. And by doing that, it will take its revenge on us and the future of our children. Thank you for being part of this. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. There is a word there that captured my attention, and I believe the attention of so many of us here. That is, we need an Africa where the child of nobody will become somebody without knowing anybody. And we all know this is a very big issue in Africa. In every sector that you knock on, you must know somebody before that door can be opened for you. So it's high time that we change that narrative. Therefore, we need laws that are just not talking laws, but actionable laws that will be implemented. And therefore, we must also make sure that women are involved. Like the team says, give to gain. And when you give a woman the platform, obviously, she will multiply, not just for herself, but for the whole nation. So therefore, we must change these actions, and we must rethink, and we must make sure that women are involved in every decision-making and in every sector of governance in this country and also in Africa as well. Mr. Peterobi to also receive his gift from our worship.
Well, once more, thank you. Thank you, Mayor, for your invitation and for your recognition Thank you, everybody. I'm happy that a young master of ceremony have agreed with me that we must build that continent where women will be in charge and where people's talent and hard work must match up their opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. We truly appreciate your knowledge that you have shared with us here today and joining us here to make sure that this conference become a reality and also a success. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon and welcome to News at 3 on Aneke TV. I am Onyechi Ugu and I'm glad to have you join us. Here are the headlines. Gunmen attack Borno Secondary School. Kaduna State Governor vows to justice after mob kills teachers over false kidnapping allegation. Federal government resumes evacuation of Nigerians from South Africa ahead of planned anti-immigration protests. Now the news in details. Gunmen have attacked Government Day Secondary School in Lassa, Askira Uba local government area of Borno State, killing a teacher and abducting an unspecified number of students. The attack occurred when heavily armed assailants riding motorcycles invaded the school during the community's market day. Special Advisor on Media and Strategy to the Adamawa State Governor, Mr. Solomon Kwamagar, confirmed the incident, saying the attackers ignored the busy market and headed directly to the school. He said the gunmen shot a teacher before forcing students from their classrooms and taking them away. The school is situated in Lassa, a border community linking Borno and Adamawa states, an area that has experienced repeated attacks by armed groups. In the meantime, the Borno State Police Command has deployed additional security personnel to Lassa community following the abduction of students writing the National Examinations Council examinations by suspected terrorists. Police Public Relations Officer Mr. Nahum Kenneth Dasso said the security operatives engaged the attackers during the incident, preventing what could have been a larger abduction. He added that security operations have been intensified to rescue the victims and track down those responsible. Special Advisor on Media and Strategy to the Adamawa State Governor, Mr. Solomon Kwamagar, also confirmed the attack, saying the gunmen arrived on motorcycles before invading the school. Meanwhile, President of the Borno South Youth Alliance, Mr. Samaila Kaigama, alleged that the attackers wore military and forest guard uniforms during the operation, a development now forming part of ongoing investigations. The Abia State Police Command has intensified investigations into the abduction of 2 school pupils allegedly kidnapped by an unidentified tricycle operator in Isialangwe North local government area. Police Public Relations Officer Mrs. Maureen Chinaka said the children were returning home from school during a rainfall when the tricycle rider offered them a lift. She explained that the suspect later stopped, claiming he had run out of fuel and sent the older children to buy fuel with a jerry can and 1,000 naira. According to the police, by the time the older children returned, the suspect and the 2 younger pupils had disappeared. The incident has sparked concern within the community and prompted an intensive search. Chairman of the Umoso Development Association, Mr. Barachie Dozie, said efforts are ongoing to locate the missing children. Police have appealed to members of the public with credible information to assist ongoing investigations. The Imo State Police Command has rescued a kidnapped victim during a coordinated rescue operation targeting criminal hideouts in Oberu West local government area. Police Public Relations Officer Mr. Henry Okoye said the operation was led by the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Audu Gaba Boso, alongside tactical police teams and local vigilantes. He said the operation covered forest locations around Nekede, Ihawa, and Agbala communities. The rescued victim, Chinanobi Uche Bulam, was found with injuries sustained while in captivity and was immediately taken to a medical facility for treatment. Police said his condition is stable and he is responding to treatment. Kaduna State Governor Senator Uba Sani has vowed to end jungle justice following the mob killing of Islamic teacher Omol Kari Usman Aliyu in Maraban, Jos over false kidnapping allegations. During a condolence visit to the bereaved family, Governor Sani announced that the state government would support the victim's husband and sponsor the education of her 4 children. He described the incident as unacceptable and assured residents that justice would be served. Security agencies have arrested more than 100 suspects in connection with the killing. According to the state government, 41 suspects have been charged with culpable homicide, while others are facing investigations and charges related to unlawful assembly. Governor Sani also directed security agencies to investigate the conduct of police personnel attached to the area, including the divisional police officer, to determine whether there was any negligence or complicity during the incident. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, has called on communities across Anambra State to strengthen efforts against drug abuse and illicit trafficking. Speaking during activities marking the 2026 International Day Against Drug Abuse and Illicit Trafficking in Awka, the Anambra State Commander of the NDLEA, Mr. Charles Onogu, urged residents to report suspicious drug-related activities, stressing that community participation remains essential in combating the menace. He said that the command arrested 570 suspects over the past 11 months, seized nearly 2 tons of illicit drugs, secured 128 convictions, and rehabilitated more than 100 drug users. He added that the agency also expanded its sensitization campaigns in schools, churches, and communities. Leaders of our community in the Demoli South local government area have called for a thorough investigation into the suspected murder of a 23-year-old female student found dead in her residence. The delegation, led by the President General of our community, Mr. Emmanuel Ojukwu, visited Anambra State Police Command headquarters in Awka to express confidence in the investigation and present additional information that could assist detectives. Mr. Ojukwu commended the police for their prompt response and pledged the community's continued cooperation to ensure that those responsible are identified and prosecuted. Responding, the Commissioner of Police, Mr. Ikoyi Orutugu, assured the delegation that investigators would carry out a comprehensive investigation. He urged members of the public to remain calm, avoid spreading rumors, and continue providing credible information to the police. The Anambra State government has announced a restriction of movement across the state on Saturday, July 4th, from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. to facilitate a statewide environmental sanitation exercise. The exercise follows Governor Chukwuma Soludo's declaration of a state of emergency on environmental degradation aimed at tackling flooding, blocked drainage channels, and erosion across the state. Commissioner for Information Dr. Law Mefo and Commissioner for Environment Dr. Felix Odumegu Aguiyi said the exercise will involve communities, market unions, transport operators, youth groups, and religious organizations in clearing drainage systems and evacuating waste. Essential workers, including healthcare personnel, security agencies, firefighters, and accredited journalists, will be exempted. The government also reminded developers that catch pits are mandatory for new buildings and warned residents against dumping refuse in drainage channels or erecting structures on waterways, stressing that offenders will face prosecution under existing environmental laws. The news at 3 comes to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking news stories, follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now here is a recap of the major stories making the headlines. Gunmen attack Borno Secondary School. Kaduna State Governor pledges justice after mob kills teacher over false kidnapping allegations. Coming up shortly, federal government resumes evacuation of Nigerians from South Africa ahead of planned anti-immigration protest. We will be back shortly.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Welcome back. The federal government has resumed the evacuation of Nigerian nationals from South Africa following heightened tensions ahead of planned anti-immigration protests in the country. An Air Peace aircraft departed Nigeria today for Johannesburg and is expected to return to the Murtala Mohammed International Airport in Lagos tomorrow, with another batch of voluntary returnees under the government-assisted evacuation program. Spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Keme B. Ebifong, confirmed the operation and advised Nigerians still in South Africa to remain vigilant, avoid protest locations, and maintain regular contact with the Nigerian High Commission. The federal government says more than 300 Nigerians have already been evacuated in previous batches and reaffirmed its commitment to working with South African authorities to ensure the safety of Nigerian citizens. The Abia State government has inaugurated an anti-corruption and transparency unit steering committee as part of efforts to strengthen accountability and integrity in the state's public service. Speaking at the inauguration in Umuahia, the head of service, Mr. Benson Ojekere, said the committee would promote transparency and reinforce ethical standards across ministries, departments, and agencies. In a message delivered by the Solicitor General and Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Justice, Mr. Paul Ogubonka, the Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, Mr. Ikechukwu Uwana, described corruption as a major obstacle to effective public service and urged members to discharge their responsibilities with diligence. The state government said the committee would coordinate anti-corruption policies and support Governor Alex Oti's administration in promoting good governance, accountability, and efficient service delivery. Anambra State Governor Professor Chukwuma Soludo has awarded a lifetime scholarship to Ms. Chiazo Umebdiani, the student who scored 344 in the 2026 Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination. The beneficiary, a senior prefect of Maria Regina Model Comprehensive Secondary School, Newi, received the award during the first anniversary celebration of Solution Fund City in Oka after the governor learned of her outstanding academic performance. Governor Soludo announced that the scholarship would cover her education from university through doctoral studies, saying excellence should be encouraged irrespective of background. He also urged young Nigerians to remain committed to hard work and academic excellence achievement. The Anambra State government has reaffirmed its commitment to strengthening micro, small and medium enterprises as part of efforts to drive economic growth and job creation. In a statement marking the 2026 World MSMEs Day, the Commissioner for Commerce and Industry, Mr. Nonso Chukwuma Ebonwu, described small businesses as critical to innovation, wealth creation, and sustainable economic development. He said the Soludo administration is implementing policies aimed at improving the business environment through capacity building, enterprise support, investment promotion, and expanded market access for local businesses. The commissioner urged entrepreneurs to take advantage of government support programs while emphasizing that sound corporate governance, innovation, and continuous skills development remains essential for sustainable business growth. Nigeria's para-badminton star Eniola Bolaji has won a silver medal at the British and Irish Para-Badminton International Championship in Dublin, Ireland. The Paralympics bronze medalist finished second in the women's SL3 singles after losing the final to Japan's Shino Kawai. Bolaji reached the final without dropping a set, defeating opponents from India, France, Turkey, and Australia. President of the Badminton Federation of Nigeria, Mr. Francis Obi, commended her performance, describing it as another major achievement for Nigerian badminton on the international stage. He said the federation is planning to an overseas training program to prepare Bolaji for future international competitions and improve her chances of reclaiming the world #1 ranking. Nollywood actress Bisola Badmus has celebrated the birthday of her son Abdul Malik Olasunkami Ishola Marshall with an emotional message expressing gratitude for his life and growth. In a post on her social media platforms, the actress described her son as a source of strength and hope, thanking God for preserving his life and praying for continued success, good health, and divine protection. The celebration comes as the actress continues her recovery from a prolonged health challenge, during which she has received support from family, friends, and members of the public. The birthday message also reflected the renewed bond between her son and his father, Fuji musician King Wasiu Ayinde Marshall, popularly known as K1 The Ultimate, as the family continues to rebuild relationships while appreciating the support shown by well-wishers. And now to end the news, here are the main points again. Gunmen attacked Government Day Secondary School in Lassa, Askira Uba local government area of Borno State, killing a teacher and abducting an unspecified number of students. The Borno State Police Command has deployed additional security personnel to the area, while security agencies have intensified search and rescue operations to secure the safe release of the victims. Kaduna State Governor Senator Uba Sani has condemned the mob killing of a teacher, Omulkari Usman Aliyu, over false kidnapping allegations and pledged that all those involved will face justice. The federal government has resumed the evacuation of Nigerian nationals from South Africa ahead of planned anti-immigration protests. Spokesperson for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Kemiebi Ebiefan, says another batch of voluntary returnees is expected in Lagos, while Nigerians still in South Africa have been advised to remain vigilant and maintain contact with the Nigerian High Commission. And that concludes the news. Thank you for watching. I am Onyechi Ugu. Good afternoon.
how the feelings go away. We were in love, but now it's over. So once in a while I dream.
Hello and welcome to our Vox Pop segment on Aneke TV, where we engage residents on issues affecting daily life and development. Today we are speaking to residents about electricity supply and how it affects homes, businesses and other daily activities, from small business owners to students and workers. Many people say stable electricity remains essential to productivity and quality of life. We went out to hear their experiences and concerns.
To be honest, electricity supply has been very sporadic, to say the least. It's been somehow bad, it's been somehow good. These days, we're having our exams for the past few weeks, and it has been really tough trying to mix, because I usually read in the night. It has been really tough trying to mix in the reading at night, and I'm literally burning candle. It's very funny. But yeah, the electricity has not been so good, and it needs to change.
There's been a little slight of change, considering where I'm coming from, where I used to stay, where I stay currently. The electricity supply was normal. Was the normal coming and going, but it's we're usually having sufficient electricity. But until recently, just about 3 or 4 weeks ago, I think it's a problem. We've not had electricity for about close to 3 weeks now, and it's not been funny. You can't do anything. The cost of fuel is high, and then the only alternative source of power is maybe generator or solar, and then you have to have sufficient solar energy to be able to power anything. So it's been difficult. But apart from that, I think if it's fixed, as has been promised that it will be fixed soon. I saw a news where there was an advert that the whole state, that the whole light is going to go off so that they can fix my particular area, that area that I stay. So that's when I noticed that it was particular to my area, that it's not something that has to do with everybody. So I'm optimistic that we'll fix it so that we can return back to status quo. It's not as though that the former one was cream de la cream, but at least it was sufficient enough.
Electricity supply in my area is quite erratic, in the sense that there is not too much supply of electricity there, and it has a lot of impacts both in the businesses around there and the impact on us as students. We rarely see the light to read and prepare for our exams, and it's a very important factor for us as students. So that's very bad for us as students. The weather is actually very hot now, so people need cold water, cool drinks, and not having that around actually slows down business for people too.
Electricity supply in my area has been quite inconsistent, in the sense that they bring the lights, let me say a day they bring it close to 10 hours a day out of 24 hours in a day, and I'm a student. I need lights to charge my phones to read, and to read in the night also, in case my rechargeable dies. So it has not been fully of great advantage to my daily life. It has affected my activity because I'm a night reader basically, but now I have to shift my night reading to afternoon and morning reading so that the normal daylight would help me.
Electricity remains a major factor in economic growth and everyday living. The opinions shared by residents today reflect the challenges many people can continue to face and the importance of improving power supply in Enugu and across Nigeria. Thank you for watching. I am Sharon Uche, Aneke TV.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
The world changes. Markets.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Of all the wonders I have seen, it seems to me more strange that men should fear death, knowing that death, a necessary end, must come when it must come. That is from our brother William Shakespeare in his work Julius Caesar, during the conspiracy that brought the end of Caesar, AD 44 or BC 44, or 44 AD, 44 BC, whichever one. Now, we want to look at this phenomenon called death. At a stage in his life, Job, of the scripture, wished for death. We have seen in the scripture about those who wished for death. In fact, Job said during his torment that people dig and dig and dig for death and see death does not come. But still, people are afraid to die. And that's why, you know, when we were in secondary school in the 1970s, one of the biggest, writers then was, under the named Hadley Chase. And then one of his works was Want to Stay Alive. Want to stay alive. Life is not easy to lose. It is something that is priceless. You cannot give an amount to life, whether it is $1 trillion or 1 quintillion pounds. There is no price for life. And that's why today, with me in the studio, to look at this thing called death, this phenomenon called death, this dread called death, this thing that people also wish for called death. We want to look at death. You know, this phenomenon called death. It's a mystery. Even, you know, Shakespeare even said through Julius that it is a mystery. So with me in the studio to look into this mystery, we have our brother Gabriel Nnameka Anichukwu, a peace and conflict consultant. Gabriel Anichukwu, welcome to the program.
Prof, thank you very much.
Death. Everybody's afraid of death. But sometimes people wish for death. And sometimes you say that some people die happily. And it's in fact because the only way to heaven is to die. The only way to heaven is to die. I don't want to say why do men fear death, but I want to know, first of all, this phenomenon called death. What is even death? Because like both of us now, I am Jude Denta and we are Nnameka Anichukwu. That Anichukwu, did you meet the man? Do you know him? The Anichukwu whose name you are answering. So let us look at death. Then we will now understand what death really means. Some people say that for you to go to heaven, you must first of all die. I don't understand. So, Nnameka, what is death?
Death simply means the cessation where the activities of the vital organs of life in a man stopped eternally from being active. Is the cessation of life in a life of man, where life stops in a living organism, man or animal. Where life stops in a living organism, either man or animal.
So, and why do people refer to it as transition? What happens, or when people say it is an end? Some people call it transition, some people call it an end. Why? How come the concept of transition added to life? Or, you know, because those of us that have gone through the scriptures a little bit, I've not done it deep like maybe somebody like you. You know, you hear that the Sadducees believe that immediately life ceases, that is the end. But the Pharisees, who are our brothers as Catholics, understand and believe and understand that there's a transition. You know, vita mutatis non toletur, that life is changed, not ended. How come that kind of understanding?
That philosophy is revolved under the fulcrum of metaphysical perspective of death. Revolves on the fulcrum of metaphysical perspective of death. Because man is a spirit. He has a soul and he lives in a body. Man is a spirit. Man has a soul and lives in a spirit. So, from that metaphysical perspective of death, whereby it is referred as transition, it means that at death, the physical body becomes a waste, transforms, and the soul leaves the physical body. Then the Christian says it goes to the Maker. Have you seen it? Then the traditional religion says it goes to Obindi Ichie, whereby the soul comes back in reincarnation.
Yeah, what if he's a young person? If you are saying Obindi Ichie?
All I know that man is a spirit and the spirit does not die. So in transition, when you approach death as a transition, means that person that you said died really did not die, but transforms, becomes another nomenclature of a being that comes back. That's why there's a reincarnation or resurrection.
Yeah, because I'm asking this question because to so many people in life, in fact, from the literature we have, death is the real tragedy. Real tragedy because that is the end of every effort.
No. Death is not the end. Because man is a spirit. He has a soul and lives in a body. So that thing we call tragedy is whereby you see it as where the physical body stops, the activity stops. But the soul continues the journey. That is transition.
Not like some people that, like, you normally use this concept of the esoteric knowledge.
Yes.
Some of them will say that the person ends as a man.
Maybe the etheric body
maybe becomes a tree or
the
something like
earthbound body shares away. The earthbound body. The transient body. This is the transient body.
Okay.
You are hearing my voice, but you can't see Nemeka and Ichuku.
Okay.
You can hear my voice. I'm a spirit.
Okay, yeah.
So whenever the son Nemeka and Ichuku in the time to come dies physically, I chase off this earthbound body, etheric body.
When Nemeka and Ichuku ceases to breathe, we shall come back to it. We'll take a little break and then come back to it, because I want to understand when Nemeka and Ichuku ceases to breathe. Yeah. Not when he dies, because we're not talking about that.
Die.
So we'll take a little break and then continue.
All right.
Just a little break.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
We are back, and we thank God that we have been joined by a pastor, a Reverend Omar Kalo. And you're welcome, eh?
Reverend Uche Kalo.
Uche Kalo.
Yes, sir.
With Omar.
Yes,
but Omar is here. Uche Kalo.
Omar has never been in my name.
Uche Kalo.
Uche Kalo Oka.
Uche. Sorry. Uche Kalo Oka. Yes. Uche Kalo Oka. Kao. So you're welcome. And like your brother has said, Kao, you're welcome. Now, we are looking at this phenomenon called death, and we started from the point of our brother Julius Caesar, who said that of all the wonders I have seen, it seems to be most strange that men should fear death, knowing that death, in every end, will come when it will come, and there's nothing you can do about that. So, but in defining it, our brother Gabriel now gave us an important perspective about it. That's not just about it's about cessation of
breath,
ethereal cessation of breath, cessation of breath. Yes. Because we also know that our brother Job, when he was talking, prayed for death. He prayed for death. He wished for it. A lot of times people also wish for death. But it's not as simple as that, because I once watched an accident scene. I was there, in one place, and the woman was going, and she was going because the thing was bad, but she was carrying a little baby, and she didn't want the baby to feel the pain. She was undergoing a lot of pain, but at every point, she begins to leave. That baby will give out a cry, and she will just put her breast again back into the lips of the baby, just to keep things going. Because I don't know, you people that are, those of you who are pastors, what is death? How do you understand it? Because sometimes you have been around where people die.
Okay, thank you, sir. To our viewers, death, as long as I know, remains a mystery. It's a mystery. No one can talk in totality about what the details of death until you die. until you die, and the God that created death. So, being a human being as a tripartite being that has a soul, spirit, and a body, okay? Death is a transition, a means of entering into another phase of life. It can also be termed to be a voyage, a carriage that transports you from one end to another end. So when, just like my brother pointed out or said, it is a cessation of breath. The air that gives you life is cut off. Then the inner body, which is the soul, goes off back to the maker. So death, from its parenthesis, remains a mystery to the living.
Yeah, because I want to look at that, the mystery of it, because when Jesus was here with us as the, physical Jesus, the historical Jesus, when he was here as the historical Jesus, the day he was walking on the water, his disciples and apostles, because there are two different groups, they saw him walk on water, and they started shouting that it is a ghost. Now, this concept of ghost, how do we have that? Why do we have that? Because we're talking of dead beings walking, dead men walking. So, yes, I want to understand that from a pastor's perspective before I go back to my brother. Because when they shouted, it's a ghost. Then he said, no, it is me. Then even when he rose from the dead, he still came to them. He said, as you can see, ghosts do not have a physical body and they can't even eat. So he ate fish before them. So this thing called ghost, I'm looking at that ghost. I'm bringing death, because when you talk of death and you're talking of ghost, when you talk of ghost, you're talking of the dead. So what's the relationship between death and the ghost?
Okay.
Is it even something that is real?
Human beings has a way of relating what they know or their perspective over an issue. Human beings that are alive has a way of relating what they know or what they perceive over an issue. When you talk about a ghost, you are talking about a manipulated sphere, the devil using a manipulated being to influence the activities of men. And when you come to a spiritual being, a pastor, a child of God, he knows that spirits exist.
Okay.
In those spirits that exist, it can be influenced by the devil. It can be carried by the Spirit of God. There is a presence of a spiritual being. And in this spiritual being are where forces interact, where forces are being manipulated. If you are spiritual, you know the genuine one. If you are spiritual, you know the one that is not genuine. And when they say it's a ghost, they are trying to say that they perceive this being is not a physical being like us. It has been transcended into another atmosphere. And so we don't see it as ordinary. No human being walks on water ordinary. Then this one should be a spiritual being. It's a ghost. And the easiest elementary name to give to a spiritual being is ghost. Ghost. It is us that will tell you whether it is an angel that came in the form of that ghost, or it is the devil that manipulated that spirit being.
An angel or a demon?
Yes. Okay. When it is a demon, then you now say that the devil manipulated that spirit being. But if it is God, he comes in form of an angel, in that enclave, in parentheses, of a ghost.
Okay. So, because you're listening to him, he talked about this, because we are looking at this, the breath has ceased.
Yeah.
But we are still talking of beingness, even when the breath has ceased. And then from there, we brought in this issue of the ghosts. And then the way he has tried to explain the ghosts. Do you accept that explanation of ghosts? Yes.
Ghosts...
because you talked about it as something that is manipulated, even though there are a number of things there.
There is positive manipulation, there is negative manipulation.
Okay.
So when we are talking about manipulation, we need to dissect it properly.
Okay.
Ghost is a phantom being that operates on a different frequency, on a different realm of existence. When a being is read as a ghost, that ghost can walk on water, because the earth-bound body, that ghost is not carrying the earth, the mortal,
the gravity.
Yes, the mortal body is not there. The person or the deity or the spirit has transformed into a higher frequency that becomes very light, so that the being can walk on water, as Jesus Christ did. Likewise, those who do teleportation, even African mystics, called the Ikiri. So you can't, this earthbound body, you can't use this earthbound body to do it. So what I'm saying is that whenever you see somebody who is operating on a higher level of spiritual frequency, you will see the person do the impossible.
Okay.
What is physical impossible? That's what when those who have faith said, when you believe, you will do the impossible. Doing impossible means you need to move out from this earthbound mortal flesh into the higher spiritual realm of existence to cast and bind even the devil. They cast and bind.
Okay, so now that tells me the second question for you now. There's something that we talk about almost all the time. If you go to the book of Revelations, you talk of the second death. What does that mean? How do you understand? How do you explain it to the viewer? Second death. Because from what you are saying now, that means that there's one death and another death.
It's a simple issue that man is a spirit, he has a soul and dwells in a body as the transportation mechanism. Then that second death is all about when you shed off this earthbound body, where does your soul go?
Okay.
So we're talking of that second death. Then second death unto life or unto miserable death. That's why the Christian philosophy says you need to repent and come out from sinful life, so that when you shed off this mortal body, then you will be awakened to be in the bosom of the Lord because of your good works. So your soul will go back to God, where you will have what they call heaven.
Okay.
Then if you check it from traditional indigenous point of view, indigenous philosophy or cosmology, then when you shed off this mortal flesh, you transit in reincarnation and come back to reap the good fruits you have sowed when you lived in the past life. That is second life. So when you're coming back, you are coming to reap. That is the karmic consequences of your life in the past. Okay. That your soul has turned back to take another mortal flesh for you to reap the good or the evil that you have sowed. Because in karma, there's no grace and mercy. You reap according to what you have sowed.
You reap what you sow.
No grace, no mercy, no blood of Jesus Christ in karmic consequences of one's actions.
Okay. Yeah, because this second death, because I want to understand it.
Yes, second death.
Yes, because
there is no too much grammar about it.
Yes.
When you die from this physical body, you enter into either eternal damnation or eternal life. Okay. The judgment that takes you into eternal life and eternal damnation is what is called second death. When you die, that is the first death. You come before the judgment seat according to the scripture. And when you are judged, you will be taken into eternal damnation. That is the second death, or eternal life. Do you understand?
I'm trying to understand.
You are trying to understand?
Yes.
All I'm trying to say is this. This life we are living is the first life.
Okay.
And when you decease from this first life, you have the tendency to enter into judgment of God that decides your second death.
Or second
that
life.
Decide your second death.
Or second life.
Or second life.
Okay.
Second death in the sense you either open the window to eternal damnation or eternal life.
Okay.
Yes. The eternal life is not the one that he talks about reincarnation, coming back into life to reap whatever you have sown in your first life.
That is the eternal life.
Because the Bible says,
that is the eternal life.
The Bible we talked about said that if you die a sinner, the Bible said that the book will be opened in Revelation. And if your name is not written in that place, you'll be cast into into the lake of fire.
But it's not an absolute statement, though.
Now, when we talk about
you
death,
are going to respond.
When we talk about death on its own entirety, we discover that death is a mystery.
Yes.
And we have seen people, they say, they die so place, and they come so place, and they remarry.
We have had
and the wife say, I want to go to your village. And the man say, they don't talk about my village if you want this marriage to last. And at the time, we got so pressured that the wife decided to find out. And they all travel to getting to a point. Yes. The man say, let me ease myself. And the man disappear. Why is he disappearing? And now, you discover that the devil can manipulate a being.
Is it? Are you trying to say that because he's going to respond
that
to
is not where that is not where we mark a second death, because it is from that anchor that he says you will come and reap.
No. I don't think he was bringing in that one.
In the order of reincarnation.
No, he didn't bring that one. You're saying is not reincarnation. That one is from the point of view of ghosts or another kind of life, because we're looking at death.
And also reincarnation.
No, it's not. This one you're mentioning, the man that came to marry. It's not reincarnation.
He is part of it, because he also mentioned.
Anyway, he's here.
He also mentioned that if somebody dies, the person will come back to reap what he has sown in the first.
No, that's why it's not reincarnation that they will understand. But I think you are here to speak for yourself. You heard him.
It's quite appalling that whenever reincarnation is mentioned, especially my great man in the Christian pulpit, most of them will have a kind of negative perception of reincarnation. Let me tell you the truth. Resurrection of Jesus Christ is a kind of reincarnation.
Resurrection?
Yes.
And reincarnation?
The resurrection is a kind of reincarnation. So people should not always paint reincarnation from in the negative color. Reincarnation is where the soul or spirit takes flesh. Simple.
Yeah, but
in the context of reincarnation, there must be a better.
Excuse me. Let me. Giving birth, even Jesus Christ, from the Christian point of view, who gave birth, who gave the seed? Not the spirit.
It's the spirit.
It's the spirit.
It's the spirit.
He was impregnated by the spirit.
And that is reincarnation.
It's not reincarnation.
No, I'm asking you now.
That's why it's reincarnation.
Listen, we were talking of coming back to life. Don't view that whenever it's always evil, it's all devil.
You know, you need to understand incarnation and
reincarnation.
They are two different concepts.
Spirit taking back the mortal body. That is reincarnation. Reincarnation. I'm listening. So what I'm saying is that reincarnation is a reality. It's a reality.
Yeah, but we want to bring it to death now. And how does it, affect or influence what people do as regards death? Because sometimes when some people are dying, they are happy that they are dying.
Whenever someone who has committed evil does not die a sweet death.
Happy death or sweet death.
Be the person a Christian, a Muslim, a traditionalist, there is a spirit in man that tells any man, I am an evil man. There is a spirit in man that tells somebody, I've done well.
Good.
I've done the good fight,
like
and my reward is waiting for me. That's why whenever these evil people are dying, they die gnashing their teeth, because they know that at the point of decision of this life, the whole thing the person has done will be shown. There's nothing like second judgment, too. Nothing like this judgment will happen. You judge yourself based on Akasaic record, you judge yourself based on your conscience, which is God in you. Before you cease breath, you judge yourself. You know where you are going. You know. Excuse me. You said according to the Bible.
Yes.
As it was written. You are not the person who wrote it.
The Bible.
Allow him to finish. You will come in.
Excuse me. According to the Bible, you were the person who wrote the Bible. According to the scriptures, scripted by who? To whom? So I'm not saying it's false, but you cannot say absolutely that this is the truth. So what I'm saying is that at the decision of life, whatever that seat of judgment, nobody judges you. You judge yourself based on the conscience. Your conscience, which is God in you. You will judge, you know if you're going to heaven or hell. Whether you will come back to reap as a good reincarnation or bad reincarnation. You have judged yourself. Because the God in you, the you in you, will tell you what you have done and where you are going.
No, the scoreboard is already there.
I know you have heard about the book of life and the book of death.
We call it Akashic record in the esoteric studies.
That keeps record of our being.
That's
yes.
That's why the golden rule, according to Matthew 12, something
do unto others.
Says, do unto others, which others do to him. And Christ said that golden rule fulfills the law and the prophets. That's why he has come. Christ did not come to establish religion. Christ came to establish a way of life. That when you live that life, as a Hinduist, as a traditionalist, as a Shintoist, you will reap eternal life.
Okay, because I want you to respond to what he has said, you know, in terms of on his understanding of the second death and so on and so on. Now, but before, you know, even as you are responding to that, I wanted to equally bring to our people, how do we get people to live one as much as we can? Because today we know that Confucius, if you go to Asia, and even all over the world, he is a major philosopher. 700 years before Christ.
Okay.
You know, Plato, Aristotle, all of them, 500 years, 300 years, 400 years before Christ. And they are still around. And people are still answering Abraham. Okay. People are answering Paul. People are still answering Matthew. People are still answering Jude, 2,000 years ago. People are still answering, and people are also, so people are still answering Jezebel. You know, those no longer general. It's at the realm of the...
No, we are not talking
about that. I'm coming now. I see, yes. You know, but we are talking about these names. No, you know, people are talking. We are talking about these names because you know people don't answer Lucifer easily, except when they go in the dark.
Or Judas.
No, in the dark. You know, people in the dark may answer Lucifer. People in the dark may answer Jezebel, but they are no longer general names, and those ones are like dead names for the dead. So how do people make sure? Because whoever is remembered is not dead, though. Whoever is remembered is not dead.
Whoever is
remembered.
Remembered. It's not dead.
It's not dead.
Not dead by name or by being.
No, you have seized breath, like we have all agreed. But the life continues. Yeah. The life continues. Yes, cessation of breath is one thing, but the person has moved to a new plane.
Realm.
Or a new realm. And there's a new phenomenon of life, which we all have accepted here. So how do we get people to live that life everlasting?
It's important for us to know.
Yes.
That just like we said, a good man knows in his conscience that he's a good man. And the evil man knows that he's an evil man.
Thank you, Pastor. Thank you, Reverend, for accepting my view.
And that is where the conscience stays awake. But if conscience goes asleep, an evil man can come out and tell you that he's a good man because his conscience has gone asleep. Now, for a child of God...
Are you sure that an evil man can... No, the evil man will tell you he is in charge, whether he is evil or not. Like people say, somebody says, I am Igwe, and he takes the stool and says, call me Igwe. And people will call him Igwe. When he knows that he's not qualified...
Inside him, he knows he's Igwe now.
That's what I'm saying. Because his conscience has gone asleep. Yeah. He will not desist from that evil path. He will continue in that evil path, pretending that he is the best. Because his conscience has gone asleep. Now, as a child of God, redeemed by God, we have what we call incarnate Jesus, not reincarnate Jesus. Incarnate means to say the resemblance of the Father, the being of the Father, not Jesus that came before coming again. Yes. Now, if you are a child of God and you have the Spirit of God, you will not be afraid of death. Because you know, the life you are to enter, you must pass through death. Everybody who eat a duty. God hid it from us when to die, how to die, what will kill the person. It's not known. You will not even.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to Aneke Brief. This is your station, Aneke TV, and the program where we bring to you conversations surrounding events in the Southeast. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Now on this show, we bring to you conversations cutting across emotional challenges, emotional conversations, cultural conversations, psychological conversations, legal conversations, and of course, spiritual conversations as the case may apply. And also is across states, the 5 southeastern states, Enugu, Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, and Imo State. Now on today's conversation, we're addressing a rather sensitive topic. As we well know, it's the Men's Mental Health Awareness Month, and we'll be looking at a certain conversation surrounding the men's psychology and the men's mental health. And my guest is already seated right here in the studio. But before we get right into all of that, let's take a look at the stories that arose on the news bulletin earlier today here at the station. We'll take a short break. When we get back, we'll dive right into that. Stay with us.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Welcome back. Now, before we get right into the news bulletin and the news analysis, my guest this afternoon is a big sister, one I've come to consider a big sister. She is Florence Nene Esquire. Florence Nene Ugu, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us this evening again.
Thank you, Princess, for having me. I'm really excited to be here.
Esquire.
It is the Esquire for me.
I mean, the fact that you light up anytime I call you Esquire. I mean, I think that alone is fulfilling. It's fulfilling. It's good to have you once again. It's good to have you once again.
My pleasure, darling.
Okay, now before we get right into our conversation for today, let's just look at what we have on the news. Now, on the first story is here in Enugu State, where the Enugu State Church of Nigeria Anglican Communion, Enugu Diocese, has urged the federal government to fast-track the completion of the Eastern Railway linking Port Harcourt and Maiduguri. This was issued in a communique passed by the Right Reverend Samuel Ike, that's the Bishop of Enugu Diocese, where he has asked or pleaded with the President and the government to finalize on a certain project that the President last year had promised to expedite. That's the rail. Apparently, there is a railway linking Enugu, Port Harcourt to Maiduguri. And also they're encouraging the government to intensify the efforts to give electricity to Nigerians.
I would call it reopening it, because from my understanding, we've always had that railway connection. There's been a railroad or rail transportation between Enugu to Port Harcourt to Maiduguri to Kaduna. So it's been in existence.
Yes.
These things were under the government. They were mismanaged, right? So if the present administration has vowed to
complete
it or reopen it or up the maintenance to make it more accessible, because it's a means of transportation that I also think would benefit every sector, from health to food transportation to economic wise and everything. So if the federal government has deemed it necessary to look into that part of transportation again, then that's a very good. I will also plead with them to please expedite it.
Truly, truly. All right, moving over to Abia State. The Abia State government has launched the formal enforcement of its ban on commercial motorcycle operators across key metropolitan states, Abia, Aba, Umuahia, and Ohofia. And of course, to ease the pressure for offenders, they've reduced the fine that one is required to pay from 50,000 to 20,000. This is an outright ban of Okada in Abia State.
I was waiting to hear what the government is offering the citizens.
Well, it's to improve safety,
No, you're ending a job security.
Yes.
There should be a means to it. So you're ending the motorcycle business, which is a commuter business, right? That's been transporting people from point A to point B. So what are you offering that sector that you're closing down the business to go and do? Because the little I know from visiting those states, especially Umuahia and Aba, they already have an outburst of keke.
Yes.
So if you close the bike, number one, are they closing it within the metropolis or even to the extended suburbans where it is needed because the roads are not so motorable? Oh, and I must give it to their government of the day. He is doing amazing things trying to get the road networks functional. But then with the rate of economy downsizing we're having and the Naira fast diving down, how or what is his plan to make sure that the security he's trying to create does not become insecurity? Because believe you me, if there is the motorcycle association, we are not talking about 100 people out of business here. We are looking at thousands of people. There are people that this
is their only source of
income, and they have children. So, and maybe their wives are petty traders, or even earning whatever little they are earning too. So they are putting their resources together to hold their home front, and then you're stopping it. Okay, fine. There's been a consideration of fine being reduced from 50 to 20,000, but it still doesn't solve it.
Well, I mean, he's not the only governor that has outrightly banned motorcycle.
At least they should learn from Enugu. The little idea I know, and though I was quite young, I think I was in secondary school, thereabouts, when the Okada ban happened in Enugu. It didn't digest well. For months, we kept having random stealing, armed robbery picking up anyhow, snatching of cars. Even though that at that time, the government of the day that time had the Sullivan taxing, to help alleviate whatever would be the pressure on people. But I think there was a certain amount of money that was supposed to be deposited for anybody who wanted to access the cab then. And not everybody will have that amount of money. So for every government, whatever measures you're taking to bring about security, we appreciate it. But make sure that whatever it is you're about to do does not backfire. We all know what happened. Why keke now doesn't have sheds. So if it's raining, you're in the keke, you're automatically soaked because it was abused. So you don't try to cure one sickness and then inflict another
one. True. Truly. Okay. And then on the last story, this is from Anambra State. Now, the state government is calling on families to break the silence surrounding HIV and initiate open, regular conversations and discussions at home to help curb the spread of virus. And they're saying these conversations should not only be at the hospitals or health centers. They should have a common playing ground where people can talk about these things, create their awareness, and of course, help dismantle deep-rooted stigmatization and discrimination.
So what are they doing to make sure that what they are seeking for is being implemented.
Yeah.
Yes, now the government that is saying, who are they talking to? No, you give us ideas. We understand. We like the idea. We enjoy it. It's okay, right? But the truth is, when you bring out idea, you have to bring out a way to make sure that the idea is brought into a message stage, which now becomes an information, right? That needs to be passed down. So what is the process? You have said, let's advocate and talk about together. Talk about HIV that is becoming a thing of concern and everything. By what means does this message begin to pass? You've said it, but now when you go down to the state health development agencies, they will tell you they've not been mobilized to pass the information. You go down to the special community centers, health centers, the CHOs and the JCI and the junior nurses will tell you they've not been mobilized. See, we have a problem of speaking in our country without implementation. HIV is not even only a concern in Anambra, it is a concern in Enugu State as well. But everybody is turning a blind eye to it. And you know the funny thing? In as much they are saying there is no drugs again, in terms of the AIDS has been stopped and everything, when we go down to our health commissions, we will see those drugs packed there. So when a government is telling, or whether they are speaking to the parastatal in question, there should be a line out of what they are to do. I know they have their commissioners. So if what he's saying is directed to the commissioner, he should have said he's directing the commissioner to take notes and start up a campaign or an advocacy towards enlightenment of HIV prevalence in Anambra State.
And also to help the parents understand what they're supposed to do.
What it's all about. In fact, HIV does not even kill as fast as hepatitis B. It's B, yeah.
Yes.
HIV doesn't kill that much. Again, in fact, it stays in the carrier body for a very long time. But B, I think that's the one we should pay attention for. And funny enough, they are charging money to give the vaccine. Why?
Anyway, we hope that the circle around to create it, like you said, we have too many policies and less implementations. Okay, that's all on the news bulletin for this afternoon. We'll take a short break, and when we get back, we're diving right into our conversation for the afternoon. Stay with us.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're welcome back. Now to the conversation of the day. For generations, the African man, and particularly the Igbo man, has been defined by one code: strength, silence, endurance. We say, a man does not cry, a man provides, a man does not break. Traditionally, the Igbo man is raised to embody responsibility, integrity, resilience, hard work, emotional discipline, and unwavering commitment to family and community. He's expected to be a provider, a protector, a leader, and a custodian of culture and values. Strength was not merely measured by physical abilities or financial success, but by wisdom, by self-control, by compassion, accountability, and service to society. Across the Southeast today, conversations about insecurity, unemployment, substance abuse, domestic violence, cybercrime, cultism, broken homes, and the growing loss of societal values have become increasingly common. Now, while these concerns are often
discussed individually, there is a deeper conversation that is rarely brought to the forefront. The silent crisis facing men and boys, and how changing notions of masculinity are shaping the moral and social fabrics of our communities. Equally important is understanding that moral decay cannot simply be blamed on individuals. Families, educational institutions, religious organizations, traditional leadership, government policies, and the media all play significant roles in shaping the values and mental well-being of young people. When support systems weaken, mentorship disappears, and economic opportunities diminish, the consequences often extend beyond individuals to entire communities. So the question today is not why are our boys behaving badly? The deeper question is, what broke them first? Is it the weight of a society that measures a man only by his bank account? Is it the collapse of the family structure that once taught values before success? Or is it a culture that taught our sons to swallow their pain until it turned to rage? Now, we understand that seeking professional help is often perceived as a sign of weakness, while emotional vulnerability is discouraged from childhood. Instead of expressing pain, some internalize it, while others externalize it through aggression, substance abuse, criminal behavior, or self-destructive lifestyles. This afternoon, we examine these pressing issues as we explore the topic, the unseen crisis, masculinity, mental health, and moral decay in the Southeast. Joining me to unpack this important conversation is our guest already, Florence Nene Esquire. She's a gender activist and legal practitioner who will help us examine the root causes, of this silent crisis and the practical steps needed to build a healthier generation of men while preserving the values that have long been the strength of the Southeast. Welcome once again. I mean, I saw you nodding. I'm like, this is really this is really hitting home. Now we've when I first learned or when I realized it was Men's Awareness Month, personally I didn't have anything to say. Not because I didn't know what to say. It's because we are in a society where, like I rightly mentioned, where men, you don't know what they're thinking. You don't know how, because they don't. Women, we are very expressive, so you can tell whether she's in a bad mood or because she would express herself. But let's start the conversation. What would you say is the highest contributing factor of, this failed perception of male masculinity? Is it the society? Is it the family? Is it the environment? Or just, a certain setup structure that we know nothing about?
When it comes to, the question you asked is a very unique one, but let's narrow it down one after the other. So the decay in moral standard
and values
is one of our major problems of today. Yes, there is the economic ripple effect, but the societal ripple effect is the biggest challenge. Remember, family is the first pointer to a society, and the family has a very deep role to play in a man's life. And unfortunately, we grew up with the idea that there are stereotypes to a man. But the truth is, everybody is not wired the same. There are men who can chest things and nothing can happen. But there are also women who can chest what a man is chesting and nothing can happen. But the truth is, the society have so labeled our men and put a lot on their shoulders. And then that old saying that a man should not cry has now left some of them internalizing hurts, depression, anxiety, worry, and the moral decay is a cry for healing and direction. But they cannot even say it because the person you're going to talk to will tell you, cheer up, you're a man. No, I'm not a man. Please, I'm a human being. I have emotions. There are the level of what a man can carry. There is an Igbo adage that says, "Mberede yiri dike, mana ofu mberede ahụ ka eji ama dike," which means it's okay for a man to cry. It's okay for a man to reach out for help. It is okay for a man to say, "I am tired."
And not be judged for it.
And not be judged for it. Anywhere I am and you tell somebody, "It's okay, you're a man," I'll tell you, "Oh yeah, nah, let out your feelings. Cry, shout, let it out." Because the truth is, at that time, they are internalizing a lot. And you don't know the emotions and the feelings the person is taking all in. And that person is caged up. And tomorrow something happens and you're wondering. But our problem didn't start from just the society. It started from the unit that formed the society, which is the family. And then it began to trickle down. So as the moral decay, gained more grounds, economic insufficiency became the order of the day. Now a man is measured by the amount of money or the amount of wealth he has encompassed. But the truth remains, when our fathers were there, a man was measured by how powerful his words are, the integrity of a man. If a man tells you to stand, you will stand. But these days, the person you're even going out with, you are afraid of the person. Your uncle that is in the village that sent for you, you're there applying all the religion artifacts they have given you to cover yourself with, fortify yourself spiritually. So there is a lot that has been placed on these young men, especially the young men of the 21st century, where moral is no longer a living standard, where you're being measured. Nobody asks again these days, how did you amount to this kind of wealth? It's just some mothers or some parents will just say, is that person not your mate? And things like that. No, the person is not their mate. They might have bear the same date of birth or the same year of birth, but they are not mates because grace are not the same. What you should be looking for is my child somebody of what that their words can be taken for? Can somebody come and say, "Oh, I've done a deal with this person, and I can tell you for a fact his words are his bonds"? We don't have such again. And so the man is, even to provide these days for their family, some men are not so weighed down with providing. They are weighed down with trying to buy a car to show off, to build a house to show off. But there were days, if I remember my growing up properly, when the joy of a man is to make sure that his family is well fed and the children are going to school. So even with the high rate of depression and suicide, percentage high on the men's side, the survey every day says that the average man still does not provide enough for the family. So the truth is, we need our men to be a little more expressive. Tell us what exactly the problems are. Let us help you. I do not care what the society is thinking. I haven't been born to care for the society. I am part of the society. The society wasn't just meant to exist. I am part of its existence. The society was supposed to have 3 segments to it: the poor, the middle class, and the rich. Are we being oblivious to the fact that we just have poor and rich now? Yes, but there are still middle class. But those middle class are very few. So we need our men to be very expressive, because the truth is, we value them. For some of us, yes. For myself, I try to tell my husband, please, when it's too much for you, let me know. Let me know. When you can no longer handle it, let me know. It's not like I can handle it, but we will share it. We'll talk about it. We'll discuss it. A problem shared is half solved. Sometimes you, as the parent, Before you begin to tell your son, you know, to buy a car, build a house, is it not your mate that is over there? Make sure you yourself as a parent have given the person the basic ground to be able to run.
Okay. Now, as a gender activist, I'm sure you've met or you've dealt with some of these cases, most of these cases. Who would you say, or what age range would you say suffers depression more? And not just depression, the idea of being pressured by peer, because going from what you said about the urge to make wealth, it's particular to a certain age bracket. When you discover these age brackets and these depression cases, how best would you say their issues are being addressed?
The truth is, we have a society that, you know, there is a lot of reorientation to be done. That's the truth. And, you know, most times when you say I'm a gender activist, the average man sees me as a women's rights lawyer.
Activist, okay.
But the truth is I'm a gender, which means it's for both man and woman. Now, the percentage of men that are depressed is in categories.
Okay.
So we have the teenagers, the ones between the 12, 13 years to 19, 20 years. These people is usually by peer pressure. This is where the moral decay is of surge. Why? Because this is when a mother, you can no longer control your child at this age. So what is happening? The child is being controlled by peer pressure, by what they see, by what their friends are doing. So they want to wear the clothes their friends are wearing. Timberland, Nine West, whatever the design names are. So they steal, they feel inferior, their low self-esteem is questioned. They lie. So if you as a parent cannot detect this in your child, and then it begins to grow with that, then you have the young adult between the ages of 21 to 33 who is struggling and does not understand that life is a process. At that age, they are to navigate life. They have to go through the school of life, they have to go through university, they have to go through social understanding and interaction. Life is in stages. And so most times, these children of the young adults, that's the teenagers, they've lived in a very low character families most times, right? But not all the time. So they are questioning themselves, their personality, they are navigating life, and they're being controlled and pushed by peer pressure. Now, once you've lost that child within that age bracket, it takes only the grace of God to have an input in a child in their 20s and 30s. You are already an adult. You cannot change. The character formation of a child between 6 years to 12 years is what guides a child through the adult age.
6 to 12?
Yes. You know, children of 1 year to 6 years, they listen.
Okay.
What you say is what they say. What you tell them is what they do. But once it's 12 years, once it's 6 years, they are imitators. What you do is what they do. What you say, they don't hear. Once you lie, they would take it in their head. It's okay to lie. Mommy lied. Daddy lied. That's why you can see a child tell their mommy, as the mommy is coming in, Mommy, when you went out, the help went and brought yogurt from the fridge and drank it and poured it and threw the can over the fence. Is their innocence talking? What you do with that information and how you handle it will determine if they will be willing to talk to you next time or not. At 1 year to 6 years, you have a directive child, someone that is inquisitive, that wants to see everything, know everything, do everything. At 6 years to 12 years, they are imitating you. They are doing everything you're doing. They are looking at the way you dress, the way you talk to your friends, the way you handle the home, the way you do your things. And the best form of communication is your body language. So once they get to teenage age, you've not been able to manage them well. They get to that age. You don't have anything. You've not formed that, friendship with them within those two ages. At teenage, you've lost them because peer pressure, I want to belong, I want to be seen, I want to, everything, they just want to be out there.
So is it safe to say that the primary formation of a male child happens first at home?
Yes.
But how does he, because we understand that the pressure, because when we call it peer pressure, it makes it sound light. There is a pressure once you get into secondary school, once you get into university. Now, what is that one factor that would help these? Yes, we understand that the Bible says train up a child, but then again, how does a child stay strong and keep his sanity intact in that point?
With your parents. Don't compare your children.
Okay.
Don't compare them. Don't hit them for every mistake. Sometimes watch your child's pattern. A child could be trying to communicate and then being disobedient and arguing a lot. And you know this is not the child you gave birth to. Call him or her. Call him and say, what is it? This is not the you I know. What is happening around you? What is it you want to tell me? You know you can tell mommy anything. You know you can tell daddy anything. Don't compare them. And then when your child is talking, don't be too forward to say, will you shut up your mouth? No, you're killing the child's self-esteem. Allow the child to talk. When the child is done talking, say, okay, are you done talking? Yes. Then say your own. That way he understands that communication goes both ways. Learn to give reasons for why you're saying no to your children. Don't just say no.
Okay. Now, before we continue a conversation, there's an unpopular opinion that it's easier to train a female child than to train a male child. It's easier. Yeah, I know. Like I said, it's an unpopular opinion. But before we, I'll get your opinion on that. We'll take a short break. We'll be right back.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're welcome back. This is still Aneke Brief. Now, before we went on the break, I asked about your opinion. So let's get that before we get right into, this is just a side observation. I just wanted you to address.
That's not true. Every child is peculiar to them. You have to find out what works. There are children who gentle parenting will work for, and there are children who gentle parenting will not work for. You have to find out what is attributed. There are people, I think, growing up, once you shout on me, I zoom out on you. There's nothing you would tell me again I will listen to. So it took me a while to understand that shouting doesn't go well with me. So my mom really had a hard time connecting with me. Everything that was happening in my life as a young teenager, as a young girl, she heard from my aunts or my aunties or this other person. You have to find out what actually works for your child, right? And that opinion or unpopular opinion that says a girl child is easy to train. Hello, can you really, reflect back to the days of puberty? Just when you started noticing the changes in your body. Then you will not agree to go out without properly dressing yourself. How can you how can you say that? Because I know there are certain things that I would want to do, and I'm like, I cannot do this, so because some people are looking up to. But the truth is, you cannot say the girl child is easy to train. No, every child is peculiar. Every gender is peculiar. You just have to find out how to manage A or manage B.
Okay, now we've talked about family participation and the effect of peer pressure. This is for persons younger, teenagers and younger children. Now let's talk about adults. Now you may have survived, had a good upbringing, your belief systems might be solid, but that issue of pressure from responsibility. Now you did not toe the path of quick cash. You paid your due diligence, you did all of that. Still paying. But there is that untold pressure from society and, at this point, social media. And by records, the statistics shows that in every 5 suicides, 3 or 4 are men.
Sure.
Good. So how did we get to that point? I'm sure that there are so many factors, but with the rate at which the pressure is on men from all sides, would you say this is one of the highest contributing factors to men? Now, because earlier you said men should be able to talk. Men should be, and I must say that there are very few persons who would have people that would get them to listen, and very few people that understand that I can share my feelings with people that I trust. But we've also had cases where men have been vulnerable to people that are in their lives and it backfired. So how do we reconcile all of this? These suicide, these having safe spaces to talk, and also not letting too much of the pressure fall on them more than it already is?
I can't really think for the average man out there, but I can say something. And the truth is, it might not really digest with the average man out there, but the truth is this. The pressure a man faces, I do not and will not be comparing it to the pressure a woman is facing.
True.
But the truth be told, there will be always a societal norm baggage weighing on everybody's neck.
Okay.
The lack and the main factor that is disturbing us is the fact that character strengths were not built into this men at the early stage of their life. When you cannot define yourself or grant an identity to yourself, then you will always be easily pushed. You will always be looking for easy money, for the fast scheme money. There is no easy money. There is no easy money. I was listening to Tony Lumelu one day, and he said he started UBA in the 90s, but for a very long time he started that bank. He was always putting his capital back into the business for a very long time. And I will say the same of myself. For the very long time since I've been running a business, there were years it did not pay me anything. And up till now, we are still growing. Let our men learn to say no. Say it very subtly. No is no. Just like we are teaching our women to say no and refuse consent. Let our men, yes, I'm saying it, say no. Honey, buy a car. No, I can't buy a car now, my darling. If I buy a car, I'll start fueling it. I don't have that type of money. It's that simple. The problem is these men were not character grounded. Self of identification is not there. They don't even know who they are. They want the wealth they want to amass to define them. No, G-Wagon. G-Wagon, half a month. Is it? What is it? Let's be sincere. I don't even know how to begin to explain it. But the truth is, Don't let the society tell you what you're supposed to do. The society told a woman, you can't give birth at 40. And we've seen a lot of women give birth at 45. You're a man. You've not built house in your father's house. If I didn't build, my father built, we'll manage that one. I can still repair that one. It's still houseable, it's tenantable. Every Christmas, go back there and stay. It's okay. Let the ones with money build their mansion. But what you will have is peace of mind.
Okay.
But I am not saying go and be lazy. No. I'm not saying always be in your head building castles and everything. No. Find something doing. Keep at it. Consistency is the road to progress and to success. But do not jump lane.
Which is something that is common with not just men, but
both gender.
Humans. Yes. We like to fast.
MMM. We want MMM. But there's nothing like that.
Men believe that, I mean, without, underneath, and from a typical man standpoint, he believes I need to succeed.
Because that's, when a man is beginning to believe that way, that's the only thing that defines him.
Okay, so
that's why we have a problem with our families.
Okay.
When our men are not providing, they lose their sense of identity.
So what else could a man possibly do? I mean, I'm just trying to, create a balance. If we say a man shouldn't be known just for his pockets, like we read in the introduction, what would you say could be other identities of a man?
When we say be a present father, what are we saying? Be a father that is involved in your child's life, both in education, in training, in whatever they are doing. Have a playtime, have an outing time, pick them up from school, gist with them.
Now, this is for a married man. What about someone that the economy is limiting and all of that?
For the single men, that is why I say don't be idle, building castles in the air. Find something that is worth doing. Do it well, be consistent with it, and learn that consistency is the road to success. As you're doing that, if you're a traditionalist, find a good thing and do in your village. There are so many good things you can do as a traditionalist. If you're of the traditional religion, that's what I'm saying. And then if you're a Christian, there is the church. Join a department in church. Yes, I joined a department in church, and for a long time I was not paying anything. I just paid the normal departmental dues and I'm done. Oh yes. We are contributing money for pastor's celebration. Okay. Nene, where is your own money? I don't have. Because while the church was wanting me to pay money, I was a growing young lady, living in a self-con, and I know the condition I was living in. So we should learn to subtly say no to things. What will it take? It will take men to murmur. Let them murmur. But you know what you're saving yourself. That's why I'm telling you, the first place we got it wrong was from the family. The moral decay, the character that wasn't built in a male child, that gave him that ideology. Oh, like, I didn't grow up in a very, family, no, in a family with the mindset that man
must provide must provide everything.
No, I didn't. And then my brothers, we all shared work. If I'm cooking, the other person is washing plates, the other one is fetching water. The day I come back and I feel like I have strength, or that I want to just go outside and be drawing water and be playing, I'll run and carry my things and go and be drawing water. As I start to draw water, the next person they cook, the other one they wash plates. And I was the only girl. So it starts from the family. And then you as a man, you've seen the situation. You were not given that little grown-up space to, build your character. Now the society is on your neck. Please don't give yourself high BP. Take what you can carry. Learn to say no where it's too much. Learn to ask for help if worse comes to worse. If the woman you're married to wants to live in a duplex and you can afford a flat, insist on a flat. The worst she will do is murmur, or best still, walk out on the marriage. Please allow her go. Yes, but have your peace of mind. Our men are carrying a lot. And the truth is, the family we are asking to stand up to is the family we are building now. Our mothers have made their mistakes. Their time has ended. We are dealing with the half-grown men still struggling with the boy child inside of them. So the best you can do for yourself as a woman is find out what triggers the boy child inside your husband. Sometimes feed it. Yes, allow him be a boy. So that when he's going through those pressures, he can come back to the house and tell you what's going on with him. Are we going to be getting it wrong sometimes? Yes. But are we going to keep trying? Yes. Can we amend the mistake? Yes. With the children we are giving birth to now. Teach them to express themselves. Do you know that when you take away paying house rent and children's school fees from a man, he doesn't know what to do with himself again in that family? Do you know? You're dating a man you're dating. I'm not talking about marriage now. You're dating a man and you don't ask him for money. He automatically feels you're cheating on him. He doesn't know what to do. Do you know? So we have a lot we are dealing with already. So that's all we are telling these men these days. Please speak up. Let the ones that will laugh. You will save yourself.
Would you say men are open to support groups amongst themselves where they share thoughts, share ideas?
They are. That's why some communities, some religious communities, that's churches, have what do they call them?
Men's fellowship.
Yeah, men's fellowship. What do they call them again? The whole married men thing they do in church, and then the youth church.
Yes.
The youth church also have the boys unit that do their thing, and then they come together to do it collectively.
Yeah.
The young ladies also have their thing. I know I used to have a group of young women that we usually pray, read together, go out, doing the shopping, just take our mind off things, right? Remember I told you I was a very strong, opinionated person. I've never been one to care about what is in vogue. I've never been one to care that I'm not wearing a wig or something. If I'm good, I'm good. Yes. I knew I was coming to the radio station today. This is how I came out from my house. This is how I came to your station.
Okay, but underneath having or beyond having support groups that usually, like you said, take your mind away from things, shouldn't these support groups be more personalized such that someone can be vulnerable to, a respected authority to share and, learn from each other's mistakes and shortfalls?
That's why we have counselors and accountability partners.
Yeah, okay.
So if you're a man that you're open to growth, look around you. You will see one young man that maybe you think that has a similar character to you. If you're not sure, if you're one that is within the religious community, you're a Christian, please go and meet the youth pastor if you're a single man. If you're a married man, go and meet the head of the church or the head of men units, and speak to them. If you feel that, his character is not something you like, look for anybody that their character seems to be what you can align with, and then speak to that person.
Okay.
That person, you don't have to speak to the person every day. Sometimes taking time off to, thanks to the likes of, what's this guy's name now? No, PD, Pastor what again? I'm trying to remember his name. This young man on YouTube that's been speaking, he's a youth pastor. So a lot of people have been following him. If you type PD, it's going to show up. And there's the Apostle Selman, which is a young man too. There's Apostle Emmanuel Iren.
Okay.
That's Femi Lazarus. Go and listen. They have a lot of topics on men, finding your strength, finding your path. There is, what's this guy's name? There's for the women, we have Mildred, Pastor Stephanie K, a lot of them.
Were you referring to Pastor Dolapo?
Yes, Pastor Dolapo. Thank you. God bless you. So these are young men that, have had the struggle. They've chipped in one or two. Go and listen to them. Then if you're someone that you're of the traditional religion, there are plenty of people to look. Go to Twitter, you will see Agu Enugu. You see Father Amaka, Father Osita Amakeze, Nzudi Nobieze. You will see, I think, Olu. They are always talking about Ike na dabimoke, ihe meleje umwoke jamuni ike. Go and read, you will pick 1 or 2 lessons from there and live by it. But the problem, our main problem, still begins with character formation.
Okay.
When there is no sense of identity in you, you will not be enjoying your time alone.
True.
You can be easily pushed around, and that is where that peer pressure and emancipation of wealth that you did not even know how you got is now pushing you. You want to buy G-Wagon, do this. At the end of the day, most times when you interact with these young men that have all these things, they are empty inside. They are empty.
Okay. Now, let's talk about, you've slightly mentioned it, but let's talk extensively about it. The idea of therapy. Now, in this society, when we hear therapy, we consider it a Western development on Hendocha. But we understand that over there, you understand that everybody, it gets to a stage in your life. That's what I'm saying. It's only few people.
Growing up, I used to hear my grandfather say,
okay.
Each is unabai means to talk together, to seek his opinion. Therapy is you seeking understanding from a third party who does not know what you're going through, but can put 2 to 2 together from the story you've told the person, and then give you some professional advice that you could streamline down to add to your everyday life.
Now, what I'm asking is, because when I say therapy, there are the conventional and the unconventional. So which would you say is more, or could be more productive? Because I learned there was a lady that preached one certain time. She said pastors who are not certified relationship experts should have no business. Good.
Yes.
So when we talk about, these mental
but that
issues and
doesn't mean they
psychologists,
cannot advise. What they say is they should not be the final voice of counseling.
Okay.
In some certain issues,
so it's still
especially
important to
in issues of maybe marriage, infidelity problems, depression, anxiety, like that. But when it comes to advices to life, for me, I believe anyone who has taken time to study life, and who are the best people to study life? You see anybody that is a theologian, whether in the Christian conventional way or in the traditional way, to an extent, I believe this person have studied life. They've read through a lot of books, heard a lot of things. They should be able to give someone 1 or 2 advices, to narrow down life down about life.
True.
So for the average youth, please, we have this mentality of seeking for mentors. With social space. It's amazing. But if I tell you that growing up, I used to be fascinated about motivational speakers till I began to see a lot of them. By the time I began to meet them one-on-one, I told myself, not in my generation. I will not tell anybody again. If you think it, do it. No. If you think it, keep writing it down. Keep thinking on that. Keep analyzing it. Talk about it. Break it down stage by stage, how you want to carry it down. If it's a vision that you are supposed to chase in life, it will manifest. The universe will come together in its way and push you to it. Please don't think it and do it. No, don't think it and do it.
Okay, now
the person is a motivational speaker. They've never started a business. Until you have been able to establish a business and hold it down for 3 months, then you can come and talk to me about starting a business, or you're telling me you're a social entrepreneur when you've not social entrepreneured any business. No, I won't take any advice from you.
The person.
You're telling me what you've read in books. Theory and practice is 2 different ball games. So until you have been in the field, keep your advice to yourself.
All right, before we round up, a quick advice for someone who considers or who does not like the idea of therapy and believes that he cannot share his problems with people, and then we're encouraging. So in just 30 seconds,
the only
just
thing
an
I
advice.
can say is a problem shared.
This household. All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Florence Nene Ugu Esquire. Thank you so much for staying with us up to this moment. Till we come here again next week or in the course of the week. Keep living, keep breathing, keep fulfilling. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Have a lovely day.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Anambra State, located in southeastern Nigeria, is one of the nation's most dynamic and enterprising regions. Created in 1976, it takes its name from the Anambra River, a tributary of the Niger. Its land is steeped in history, from the ancient Nri Kingdom, the cradle of Igbo civilization and spiritual authority, to the bustling commercial rise of Onitsha, one of West Africa's busiest trading cities. Every inch of its soil seems to breathe heritage, resilience, and the quiet power of innovation that defines the Igbo spirit. Anambra's people are known for their industrious drive, intellectual prowess, and unyielding creativity. Across Nigeria and beyond, they stand tall as business leaders, scholars, inventors, and professionals whose influence reaches every corner of society. From the sprawling market of Onitsha to the humming industrial machines in Nnewi, fondly called the Japan of Africa, the state exemplifies the fusion of tradition and modern enterprise. In Awka, the capital, new technology hubs and startups are springing up, harnessing the energy of a generation determined to build a future powered by knowledge and innovation. The state's endowments are immense. Anambra boasts of fertile soils that yield abundant harvest of yam, rice, cassava, and vegetables, feeding not just its people but the wider region. Sources: crude oil, natural gas, kaolin, and limestone, waiting to be fully harnessed. With a well-educated populace and a vibrant entrepreneurial culture, the state's economy is driven by small and medium-scale industries that continue to expand Nigeria's manufacturing frontiers. Culturally, Anambra is the heartbeat of Igbo identity. Age-long traditions and legendary figures like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Chinua Achebe, and Dora Akunyili, whose contributions have left indelible marks on Nigeria and the world. Its towns and villages are known for strong community bonds and progressive values that inspire excellence in every field. Anambra's potential lies not only in its natural and human resources, but in the unbreakable spirit of its people, a people who see every challenge as a call to greatness. With expanding infrastructure, digital transformation, and a thriving creative scene, the state stands poised to lead Nigeria into a new era of prosperity. It is a land where heritage meets ambition, where history fuels innovation, and where the light of progress never dims.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Yeah, good evening, sport lovers. Good evening, football lovers. Welcome to your favorite program, which we call the Free Kick, where you are free to do anything you like to your neighbor. You are free to bant your neighbor. You are free to do whatever you like with them. You can kick them, you can blow them, you can punch them. But always tell you, the only thing you are not free to do is to kick the bucket. I remember your wonderful host worldwide. And of course, I have by my side, my main man, my right-hand man, the comrade, Odogu of football, Mr. Good Hope himself. Mr. Good Hope, good evening. You're looking so, smart, ready for the day's activities. But of course, it's Monday evening, and I won't fail to ask you, how was your weekend? A weekend without football is almost no weekend. So
well, how was your weekend?
No, I'm the one asking you first. How
no,
was
I'm asking
your weekend?
you first. How was your weekend?
Well, it was
you didn't
okay.
Tell us how your weekend was.
No, my weekend went very well.
Your weekend was wicked.
It was wicked, though we had, the moment which we kind of wanted.
I'm sure that at some point in your weekend you fried akara, you sold akara.
Yeah, of course.
You also sold. You did some
kuli.
Yeah.
Yeah, our leader said, we the youths, should go
Mm.
into this kind of business. That these are the profiting business.
It's not only sports you should be talking
Yeah,
about.
so
Sometimes
we have
you
seen
fry
that.
akara, sometimes you do kuli.
Sometimes you don't just focus on sports. After, of course, I was frying akara
when you're
Sunday
watching
evening.
Yeah, when you're watching the World Cup.
Yes, I was watching the World Cup by the side, frying akara. So you have to be multitasking.
Very okay.
This country now, you cannot be doing one thing and say you want to survive.
Can't do one thing.
But basically, the weekend was, very interesting. Where I had to see, the Yeba Bukulu, Yeba Kulu boys,
Yeah,
Bafana boys,
Bafana,
Canada. They gave them Canada. They sent them home. The Canada guy. That song that Magneto gave us.
Magneto. You've been singing Magneto songs all this while. This guy.
Since I just watched that match.
Have you been a Magneto
I've been streaming. I'm a fan of Magneto.
Oh,
that
really?
Canada.
Okay.
Canada.
Yes.
So our brothers have been sent home. Back to South Africa to go and take care of their businesses
and their women.
And their women that they say we are taking from them. Now
very good.
They have the opportunity to go and do that, but it was a heartbreaking moment for them.
Yes,
to
it was
consider
really heartbreaking.
that late winner.
Consider late winner.
Yeah.
For me, I would tell you, South Africa has really done a lot of good jobs this World Cup, even with all the backlash and the issues that has stirred up as a nation. And then talking about their xenophobia issue, the issue they had with other foreigners, until now it's still making rounds, of course. But at the end of the day, we're seeing a nation who is determined. They are determined to go into the next level of football.
Yeah.
While they have also been eliminated in the World Cup, I'm sure that by now they are back home.
Yeah, they should.
And they should be
safely
back home,
landed,
safely landed, and then settled for the next step of their life. And I can also tell you, Canada has been spectacular this World Cup. I mean, now we're seeing why they're able to host World Cup. Sometimes these guys, their leagues are not pronounced. You can't have a player who's playing in Canadian leagues. And one thing that we have not talked about enough is how they are ready. They are ready for the World Cup, and they got ready for the World Cup.
They came prepared.
They came prepared, seeing that they already have stadiums already built. None of them built a stadium. Talking about US, Mexico, and Canada. None of them started building a stadium while they wanted to why they wanted to host the World Cup. So this World Cup, the budget, what it took US and Mexico and Canada to host this World Cup, it took Qatar $220 billion to host the World Cup in 2022. So now looking at the budget is lesser, is way lesser. It tells you that, you know, these guys are prepared.
They were existing.
They existed. And citing back to 2010, how much it took South Africa to host the World Cup, about 15 to 17 billion dollars. It took them to host the World Cup, and taking it to Brazil in 2018. You know, it has been a climbing, a ladder-proof climbing and addition in the World Cup expenditure. However, US and Canada and Mexico has proven that you need to be ready, that a man doesn't get ready when he's at the battlefield. He gets ready before the battlefield. And also talking about South Africa has been spectacular. And seeing how their leagues is structured, how they have, you know, been so good whilst they are playing their best. But one thing about South Africa, one disadvantage about their football, is none of their players play outside the league. I mean, none of the players who played in the national team, who played even in the AFCON, none of their players played outside the team. So it raises a lot of questions. What is really going on with this team? Are they doing more of home-based players? And I'm sure these are the questions we'll see. Now, also, let me draw a lesson to you. You see, talking about former Chippa United goalkeeper, our very own Stanley Nwabali. Stanley Nwabali played in the South African League. He wanted to take it further, but at the end of the day, he was not able to do that because citing issues that came up. While you are seeing Stanley Nwabali, the goalkeeper, shining and doing all his best, you can also see someone who wants a better competition. So now we are talking about South Africa and their World Cup exploits, what they actually achieved in the World Cup, how they drew their games, and then how they lost their games, also how they took it to the next level. I must tell you, South Africa, they are just a team who knows how to build in their home. And I could tell you that this is the lesson we need to draw from them to build our own home leagues. You see, when you watch South African leagues, you would even if you don't see black guys playing, you will compare with the likes of Scottish.
You don't even know it's an African league.
Imagine now, let's talk about this, moving the league, people playing the league, moving them to another geographical location where there's another environmental factors or issues, and then putting them together, bringing South Africa's league, moving it into Scottish league, then moving Scottish league back to South African league. You would see that South African league, because of the structures they have built around their league, they will thrive. They will really, really thrive. But now we are having to see that South Africa, their league and the way they play their games is very different. And you would see how they played in this World Cup. They played a lot of attacking football. They played a lot of no more of give me, I give you. They were just trying to score. Now, if Nigeria could build, the NFF, National Sports Commission, could look into our league, let's find what we can trace and take from this lesson. We are still talking about xenophobia, how these guys were, against Nigerians and against other nationalities, but then we can draw lessons from their league.
There are also good parts that do, apart from
we can draw. Yes, we can draw lessons from their league, how their league has become their league is there's no league in Africa. In Africa, but their league doesn't go beyond the Moroccan leagues. Morocco as a nation, their league too. Talking about Egyptian league, talking about Tunisian league. These leagues are better than some other leagues we have down South Africa. To still tell you that we've not have a country we've not had a name of a club coming out from Ghana.
I don't think I even know.
You see, you're trying to think about it. Well, you can talk about Chippa United over in South Africa. You can just call Chippa United. You can call
I think they have Sunshine
Stars. You can also call the Durban FC. Durban FC. There's Durban FC in South Africa, and there's a whole lot of Division 2 leagues that we have. So South Africa being eliminated from the league, from the FIFA World Cup, is not just it's not an announcement. We saw that coming. but then they really fought, and I must give it up to them.
They really tried.
They really tried their best.
Left for me, I expected them after the group stage, they will have, their first match they lost against Mexico. The second match they have to play a draw where they came back, to draw that match. So it was really tough for them, even qualifying for this, round of 32. It's something that at least kudos to them. They really did their best. Out of 10 African countries that went, 9 qualified, and they happened to be, one of them. So in fact, African countries, they did us proud, and they made history. Of course, we know that this is a history. It goes down that where you feel there 10 countries, out of the 10, 9 qualified, just Tunisia, that went home, from the group stage now, although South Africa has joined us. So we still have 8, African countries looking, to get maybe a hold of the competition. So let's move on with the transfer. We have a lot of transfer, a lot of rumors coming up. This, of course, is the season for transfers and rumors. So the first person I'm going to talk about here is Nico Paz. Nico Paz, who is a Real Madrid player that was, loaned to Como, playing for Como now. Real Madrid wanted to activate the buyback clause, but Como has agreed to sign him on a permanent deal, 5-year deal, and the player has said, he's happy at Como and he wishes to, to continue his career there. So the deal has been done, and now he's, in fact, officially a Como player. So you will see him feature, for Serge Fabregas in Como next season. Then, moving forward, we also have the likes of Gonzalo Ramos. That is the Paris Saint-Germain striker, who is also, speculated to be going to AC Milan. AC Milan are looking to sign this guy, and we all know that he has not had a lot of playing time. When it comes to PSG, they don't usually use him that often, and the guy has said he wants to go, and now he's having a deal with AC Milan. I don't know if this deal is going to go through, but of course, it's almost a done deal. Then also moving forward, just still on the transfers and rumors, we have Sergi Altima. Altima is going to Sporting from Real Betis. He has been signed to Sporting. Then we have Stefan De Vrij, who is going to Panathinaikos, the Greek league. And moving forward quickly, because of words of time, we still have a lot to talk about from the World Cup. So I just want to give us the rumors and transfer as it is coming up. Then Dani Ceballos, you still remember this guy Ceballos, who Real Madrid had to loan to Arsenal, for a period. I think it was just a spell for one season. Dani Ceballos is saying goodbye to Real Madrid. He has become a free agent. His tenure, his contract with the club has expired after 9 years. After good 9 years, he's saying goodbye to Real Madrid. Then of course we have Kinski. Kinski has signed a 5-year deal. This guy is for Tottenham. He has signed another 5-year deal contract. We are still going to get to see this guy play for Tottenham this coming season. Then, of course, another news or rumor that we are having is Granit Xhaka, who is being rumored to, come to Chelsea. We don't know if this deal is going to come true, but of course, we know the person there in terms of Xabi Alonso was a former coach to Granit Xhaka. They have played together at Bayern Leverkusen, and now that he's in Sunderland, Xabi Alonso has indicated interest in the guy, and I think it's going to be a done deal because he has agreed personal terms, of course, and it's just a matter of time to see if the deal is going to go through. Then moving forward, we have Lewandowski, who is going to Chicago Fire, the legendary man himself. Lewandowski, he has put pen to paper for Chicago Fire, that is in the Major League Soccer USA. Then another person that we are having in the transfer rumors, we have a Clement Lenglet to Benfica. This guy is from Atletico Madrid. Then Yohan Diamonde, who is, has said he prefers to play for PSG. Of course, Liverpool wanted to sign him. They even offered about 100 million euros, but he has said he preferred PSG and he wants to go there. And of course, Leipzig are putting a condition to PSG that even though they are going to sign him, they should allow him to stay on a loan spell, stay in the club for another season just before they get him. And I don't know if Paris Saint-Germain are going to agree to that. If this guy is coming to Saint-Germain, probably Bakola will be leaving. And of course, also Liverpool has indicated interest for Bakola. Then we still have on the transfers and rumor, we have Kolo Muani, Randall Kolo Muani, who have played for Paris Saint-Germain. He has been loaned to Tottenham, and now Juventus are looking to sign him. And I don't know if that is also going to go through, but of course, all we are having here is still just rumors. We are going to have to see at the end of the day if he's going to put pen to paper for Juventus. And lastly, before we leave this rumors aspect, we have Rosenio, your guy, your Rosemary, is being rumored to sign for Paris FC, that's Italian side, Italian Serie C side. You still remember your coach? The tech guy.
The tech guy,
Yeah.
I was with him last week where we were talking about how to, link up and build what sustains football in the tech industry.
You people have left football.
Yes,
you
we left
to
football because
tech into
all
football.
the time that he was at Chelsea, he was drawing. He was drawing.
That was, he was doing the drawing technical issue.
He was doing graphics design.
Yeah, so he was drawing basically.
So we linked up and then we linked up in a dream shop. But Liam Roseno, seeing him moving to Paris FC, it tells you that this guy is a serious person.
Yeah,
that failure does not mean the end of the man.
You don't fall and just stay on the floor.
Yeah,
you have to stand.
And also, I mean, if I had a team now, I would employ this guy.
Yeah,
I really employ him. I don't mind what you think.
But when you say a team, will you be talking about a team in the top division?
Yes, I'm talking about a team in the top division.
Like Manchester United?
Nope, I'm talking about a team in the second division.
Why not? Let's use Manchester United. No, you should get him to Manchester or Manchester City.
First, pressure, a lot of pressure for coaches who are not in tune with pressure.
Okay.
Like, see what's going on by Carrick now could tell you that guy, he's a man of pressure.
Yeah.
He's a man of pleasure and pressure. He wants to play the two. Now, looking at Michael Carrick, he could take pressure.
Yes.
But Liam Rosenior, why could Michael Carrick take pressure and Ruben Amorim could not take pressure?
No,
Ruben Amorim was not built for Old Trafford.
No, definitely.
He was not built for Old Trafford. He was actually built for, a rising and uprising league, a league or a football club, a football team that has interest in rumors.
And they will not give you that pressure. Yeah, of course, he has gone to, I think, AC Milan.
AC Milan now. And as it is with his culture, he has resumed his talk.
Yeah, of course.
He has resumed his press conference.
He's going to talk.
He's a press.
It's not like the tech guy that does not talk much.
Tech guy very calm. Now, I tell you,
calm.
I will get him to Paris FC because I'm seeing him as an influence to show that he has actually done the job with top flight football like Chelsea. Of course, they are not so top flight.
But you have to start your career somewhere. And for me, these guys, maybe they just overshoot themselves.
Well,
to come to Chelsea to just come and.
Well, I will tell you that. Look at Mauricio Pochettino, of USMT, men's coach. Yeah, of course. It's when I say USMNT, it's just United States men's national team. So he's just their coach. Now, looking at Mauricio Pochettino, I will tell you this man came from the rubbles. He came from the down and lowest part of managerial career, and see where he is now.
Pochettino, I think he has also done well.
He has
even
done.
Before he went to Tottenham.
Rosenio is building.
Yeah, he's building.
And you don't build where you are not needed. That's what happened with him and Chelsea. Of course, you know that Chelsea has actually moved on from Rosenio and they now have Xabi Alonso.
Yeah.
While Manchester City has officially announced Enzo Maresca today. Enzo Maresca and Chelsea had to agree to release what they agreed on.
Mm-hmm.
Chelsea released a statement. Why they released a statement today? Enzo Maresca explained that he resigned. Why everyone thought that he was sacked. He said he resigned. Now, what happened? Chelsea said that they found out that he had interest in Manchester City. So they had to understand and go into a mutual agreement with him. In fact, he told them that he will be leaving, he wants to leave. They had to go into mutual agreement with him. And at the end of the day, they agreed that he would compensate them, leaving them in the middle of the season.
Yeah.
And also that Manchester City would also compensate Chelsea. You see, that's how big clubs, that's how big coaches do. But for Liam Rosenio, he is going to do exploits with Paris FC. And Paris FC, they are all closer to their top 10 in the French league. Yeah, they are the top 10 clubs. And they have really done a lot of good jobs. The same thing that happened with Fabregas. I call him Fabregas.
Correct. Look at what he's doing with
Como. Como is coming to Champions League this season. Como is coming to Champions League. Talking about these guys, this guy, I won't say he's not a quality coach. He is, just that he's building it. And you don't build quality with a team. You build quality in dexterity. You've tested this stuff, you've tested that off, and you've seen that you are now a professional where you can play under the rain and under the sun. Remember, I told you what makes someone a good coach, what makes a good team is not just the good coach. What makes a good team is also the mentality. Mentality matters in sports. If you don't have the winning mentality, if you have a round circle mentality, our job, what is your job? Our job is to bring down the top flight clubs.
Top flight, just get a draw from
Just
them.
get a draw or win them. What is our job for our fellow lesser teams?
Your
Our
kind of
job
people.
is for them to win us. We don't mind.
They don't mind. There are some teams that just want to beat the big guys.
Yes, just
if
like
you can get to win.
I'm going to mention names. Everton is part of the team.
Yeah, Everton.
Fulham is part
Anytime
of the
they
team.
see Liverpool, see Manchester City, Manchester United,
they will shine.
You think Everton is one big club like
They will start
after
to
that
play.
one, if they come and meet Burnley or Sunderland, then you see another story. You begin to wonder, which is this the Everton that plays? So there are some teams like that. And anyway, we wish him good luck. I really want to wish Rosemary at this point a good luck, in his career with Paris FC. We hope to see him, after maybe some years that he has now gained more experience, has initiated some good tactics. He will come back to the Premier League. I still want to see him in Premier League.
I want to see him with
maybe
teams.
come back to Chelsea again. Let's see if it's going to be different this time around. So I just wish,
You don't like this guy.
No, I like him. I like to see when he's drawing. You don't. Sometimes there are other things in football. It's not all about entering the pitch.
It's also about
we have
drawing.
the third guy that is drawing, and although we don't get to see what he's drawing, but he's drawing something.
Yeah, and people that play Ludo, yeah, they are part of the. They are really part of the team. I would tell you.
Let's move on. Like we said before, we have 9 over 10. That's African countries that qualify for the round of 32. We are 9 in numbers, and these guys made us proud. We have the likes of Ghana, Senegal, Morocco. Of course, the Morocco, in fact, they were one of the best teams. They did not lose a match. They had to play a draw with Brazil. We have Cape Verde, who has shocked us, in this competition, that they are even still here. Of course, they are going to face Argentina. I don't know how that will be, trying to skate through Argentina. We have the likes of Egypt, Mohamed Salah representing his club. We have Ghana. Of course, South Africa has gone home, and they were part of the 9 that, qualified. So we are proud of these guys. Algeria, they were there, and we hope, out of these 9, we don't get to see only about 3 or 2 in the round of 16. At least out of these 9, we should still get a good number, if not below 5 at least. I'm hoping that we still get to see a number of them getting through to the round of 16, even to the quarterfinal, semi-final if possible. Then, of course, Mexico, we are the only team that played 3 matches without conceding a goal in this World Cup tournament. Of course, they won the 3 matches, but this time around, they did it without conceding a goal. And having to use their number 1 keeper, a legendary keeper that is up to, 42 years, talking about Ochoa. This guy has been keeping for Mexico for quite a long time now, and he said after this World Cup, of course, he's retiring from football, and this man is still keeping clean sheets at this age. 3 matches, he played them all without conceding a goal, and he has made history, and they have become the first people to do it in this World Cup. Of course, Argentina almost were in that line, but until they conceded against Jordan, but at least they won the match 3-1, but they had to concede a goal. So it was only Mexico that did this group stage round without conceding a goal, and we say kudos to them. Then let's look at the World Cup, knockout stage, this time in detail. Now we have the match between Germany versus the Paraguay. We have France versus Sweden. I just want to read out all the matches, then we can talk about them. South Africa versus Canada. Of course, this one has been played where South Africa are home already. Then we have Morocco. Morocco is going to face Netherlands, and I can tell you that this is going to be a blockbuster match. I don't know how it's going to be possible. In terms of football, we know that these are 2 great, teams that play an attacking football. The Moroccans, they don't back down. They play the likes of Hakimi. They're always there, even from defense, he comes to attack. Then, of course, the Netherlands, your Brobry, the main, attacker that is, muscular and still scoring goals. We have Gakpo, of course, who had to lose his, child during the weekend, and of course our condolences to Cody Gakpo. Of course, he said he's going to be back to play for the team. We have other guy may piece the pay. It's going to be a blockbuster match. It should be a match that you should not miss for any reason. Then we have Portugal versus Croatia. Portugal versus Croatia is going to take place. Then we have Spain. Spain are going to face Austria. Then we have USA playing the likes of Bosnia. Then we have the Black Stars of Ghana who are going to face Colombia. We have Switzerland who are going to play Algeria. We have Belgium. Of course, Belgium is playing against Senegal. We have Australia. Australia is playing against Egypt. Then we have Argentina. Like I've said, Argentina is playing Cape Verde. Then we have England. England are going to face Democratic Republic of Congo. We have Ivory Coast, of course, another interesting match that you can't afford to miss. Ivory Coast is going to play against Norway. Then we have Brazil against Japan. You know, these matches are also coming up later today. Brazil versus Japan is today, and I don't know your prediction for that match. You know, of course, Japan has not lost a match also in this competition. Neither has Brazil lost a match. So at the end of the day, one has to go home today. You know, we have to see somebody has to lose today. Either you lose by full time, either you are going to lose at the extra time, either you are going to lose at the penalty, but someone has to walk away from that field victorious while the other is going home, you know, back to his country. So what is your prediction, Brazil versus Japan?
Brazil versus Japan, my prediction is the time start now. Well, these two guys they are playing well, and Brazil is already a household name, while Japan is also a household name. Now, Brazil has never missed World Cup since 1930.
They have been consistent, always there.
Yes, they have been consistent since 1930 World Cup started. They have never missed a single World Cup tournament. So they have been consistent till now. And even though they have missed the names that we used to hear, Dean host, the mean host, the Queen host, and the rest of Ronaldo, the names that, you know, the household names that used to shake the ears of opponents. Well, I can tell you that Brazil would still, because of their name, Brazil is like the Real Madrid of World Cup. They know how to play in the World Cup, and they know where to go in the World Cup. They know how to, you know, steer the trigger. They know how to put on the trigger and then do what they have to do. So I'm telling you, for me, Brazil would go a long way this time around.
Yeah, that match, I'm looking at Japan, you know. I don't know if they are going to do something surprising today.
First of all, Japan would score. I'm telling you now, it's supposed to record. I've switched.
Okay, so Japan is going to score first.
Yes, Japan is going to score first. Brazil, because they are the Real Madrid of World Cup. So Brazil, they are going to equalize. Then it's going to be a 2-1, 4-2 game
in favor of Brazil.
In favor of Brazil. Now, not being biased, Japan really has played a good game in this World Cup. They have even been tipped to win the World Cup. But you can't take away the fact that it's Brazil they are facing. Brazil, they are good. Do you know the kind of names? In fact, Brazil has not scored. There has not been in any of their games they did not score.
No, they have scored
they have scored enough goals. And where you see the likes of people you don't expect to score. You see Mateus Cunha scoring. Then you see Vinicius Jr. Yes, you should see him scoring. And you are seeing other players scoring. I mean, two of them has really been influential in this World Cup, and I really love what they are doing.
They are midfielder Guimaraes.
Guimaraes too. Bruno Guimaraes of Newcastle. You know, doing what he knows, but he's also he has been linked to Real Madrid.
To even Arsenal.
To Arsenal.
Both of them are trying to get
we'll see what happens at the end of the game. So now we are having to face Japan. Japan is going to face one of the best teams in the world. And Casemiro being in the midfield would try to lock in. Well, I don't know how the oldest guy in the World Cup in Japan, I don't know how he would actually see this. You know, this would actually be a clash of oldies.
They have a lot of experienced players both in Japan.
You know,
and
I told
Brazil.
you something. I watched Japan's training, and I was afraid about what they're going to do, what they are prepared to do in the World Cups. I was so afraid. So Japan, I tip them for the best, but I tip Brazil
to qualify
for the qualification.
Well, same with me. I'm going to tip, but for me, I think that match first of all will end as a draw, full-time draw. Then probably we are going to have to see maybe extra time and penalty, because I can tell you that Japan has not lost a match, not even just in this World Cup, the previous World Cup. You know, they did well. Coming to the qualifiers, they did not lose. Now, getting to the World Cup, they are also doing well. So it's going to be a difficult task to beat Japan right now. So probably we might get to see, just my own prediction, the Sport Oracle have told you what is going to happen. So remember, Japan is going to score first. Brazil are going to come from that one go down to either get a 2-1 victory or a 4-2 victory. That's from the Sport Oracle. Then I'm just saying, for me, I'm forecasting a full-time draw. Maybe then Brazil will have to proceed to penalties and, you know, maybe probably get the winner. But you can never say never in football. You know, we are just human beings. We are not God that will tell you that this is going to happen. So whatever you see today, you probably take it, but this is our own forecast here. Then also we have the match between Paraguay. You know, Paraguay is playing Germany also today. Of course, I'm tipping, from me, it's Germany all the way. But Paraguay, of course, they are not a small side. You have the Miguel Almiron there, those guys that fire shots also from the center baroma, according to you. These people play like Ecuador, they play like Uruguay, they like the shots also. So it's also going to be a tough match. You get into the round of 32, you know, when other people have gone home, it's not an easy task. So for me, there is no small team here. There's nobody to say I'm looking less on this person. So it's going to be in fact a flawless victory. There's nothing like that right now in this state that we are. We don't know. Something, a surprise might just come up. You might just see Paraguay doing something, maybe get a goal and, you know, secure the goal throughout the game, and that will be also. But of course, in terms of football, we still have the possibilities, you know, the favorites, and of course, Germany are favorite to win this match. I don't know, good hope, if you also have a prediction, or the way you have just said, you know, Brazil going down, is Germany also going to go down first, then come back to get the win?
Germany, we call them German machine.
Yeah.
And they have been great. Awesome guys, really awesome guys. My problem with Germany is the inconsistency. So they have tried to win 7-1.
Yeah.
They have played their next games.
They won 2-1
They won 2-1 Ivory Coast, and then their last game, which they played, now bringing them into the round of 32. I will tell you for a fact that Paraguay will not let them just slide into the victory parade.
Yeah.
Paraguay will fight back. And Paraguay, they are fast.
Very fast.
They are fast. They play like Uruguay.
Yeah.
Paraguay is very fast. And they know how to knock. In fact, they play like, they play like Ukraine. They don't play to shoot you directly. They play while every odd has fallen out of place for you. Then they will not have to
attack.
They will not have to attack. And the way they play their game, they will not shoot. You think he will shoot? He will not shoot. He will pass the ball
to another person.
Then you mark, all of you will mark this person. Then they will bring it back. He will not shoot. He will pass to another person. Then in split seconds, that ball has touched that guy 4 times. Then that person will not shoot. That person will leave that ball. Like when they pass it again, he will dump it
for another person to fire the shot.
From the goalkeeper, fire that shot. It's the goalkeeper that could fire that shot, because goalkeeper may fire that shot.
That's why they say they play shot from anywhere.
You know, another team that is dangerous in this World Cup with shooting is Ecuador.
Yeah, you know, I've mentioned Ecuador.
Ecuador will shoot from anywhere.
You're waiting for them to come to the post. They are not even interested. They don't want. Just leave it for them to be.
Another team that was dangerous in this World Cup is Uruguay.
Anyway, they have gone.
Oh, Valverde. That guy was Arujo. Something else.
They will just be
doing Saudi Arabia.
Even Ecuador service another team.
Ecuador,
Colombia. You saw the match between Colombia and Portugal. You would think Luis Diaz wants to play the ball. The next thing will pass. James Rodriguez, you play the shot. He will not play. You know, they played Portugal. I was not thinking Portugal. We are, you know, we will say maybe the lesser team. This is Colombia.
What ruined that match? What ruined that Portugal game was Cristiano Ronaldo. That was not the right time to field him. So you had Goncalo Ramos.
Yeah.
You had, Lea was somewhere.
No, Lea, he always come from the bench.
Yes. You had Goncalo. In fact, I don't think Portugal has a good team.
Right now, they are not, from what we are seeing, Portugal are not even like.
They don't have any attack. I don't know why they are centering. Like, guy, don't you guys want to win the World Cup?
It's not the time to be saying Ronaldo. You know, the coach has always come to defend him that he must start.
No, they will go home.
Get to see.
Listen, they will go home. Now, why are you why like, don't you, oh God, don't you have passion for what you are doing for your country? How are you fielding Cristiano Ronaldo? And that's the only name we are hearing. Where is Goncalo Ramos?
He has not been fielded.
Do you know their matches? I've seen that guy in PSG. You know their matches, he may not even play well, but he will score.
But he will get the goal. That's one thing with him. He will always come in the second half, and all of a sudden you still see his name there.
They want to buy Mbappe. They want to bring Mbappe to Portugal to play for them.
How possible is it?
That does not work. Why are they centering the attack? Because Cristiano Ronaldo is powerless. Do you know who guys he's playing against? He's playing against that Colombia game. Do you know the kind of defenders he's playing against?
No,
do you know the kind of defenders he's playing against?
Ronaldo right now, you know, age is already telling on him, and you know, sometimes
if I play against,
the fans have criticized the coach.
If you time me rope and I play against a 41-year-old guy, if it's not Lewis Hamilton that is driving, if you tie me rope, if I play against him, and like I'm just a novice and I have the strength and I can chase you down the line and down the lane, okay, nothing you go do.
We have seen it, you know. His pace have even, you know, decreased. You know, that strength, you know, if you put him one-on-one to body somebody right now, maybe probably you have to see him on the floor. So he's already, we know he has tried in football. So, but sometimes fans
imagine prime Ronaldo.
Prime Ronaldo,
in this Portugal.
If you put prime Ronaldo for pace against any defender, you will not be able to catch him. So right now, the young man has tried, or the old man is no more a young man. He has tried, and you know, people are now saying sometimes he should get to start if it's second half, or if you are playing the first half, second half you come outside the rest. But we know Ronaldo, he will know his passion. He always wants to play the 90 minutes. You know, he wants to get the goal, he wants to assist. So whatever, we are going to see what's going to happen with Portugal if they are going to eventually, you know, they have Croatia now to play. Croatia are, you know, having a better, will I say a better or younger squad, just apart from the man himself, Luka Modric. But, you know, this squad is more, you know, much way younger than the Portuguese squad. So it's going to be a difficult task, I must tell you, to play against Croatia. And, of course, we are going to see who is going to skate through from that match. Then other fixtures are still going to come up this week. In fact, this week is full of the round of 32 matches. So from now till Saturday, you are going to be seeing the matches, you know, come to you, you know, day after day. So it's a lot in terms of football for this week. We are going to have them. So don't worry, this week is filled up. Just get, you know, yourself ready. You know, all the matches are always within the hours of 5 p.m. to, you know, 10 or 11. So it's kind of, now it's going to be in the evening. You don't get to see those matches that will come around 1 or 2 often like that anymore. So you are going to have time to watch these matches. Get yourself ready to see it, because this is a crucial stage. This is no more the group stage where you play match, you have another opportunity to play, you have another opportunity where you play 3 months. This time around, if you don't play well, you are going home. Our Bafana guys have gone home. Our brothers have gone home. They have sent them. So if you don't play well, that's the way. That's a free ticket for you to go home. So it's getting interesting. The World Cup is shaping out. You're already seeing from the World Cup, from the table, who is going to meet who. If you get to beat this person, we already know who you are going to meet next. So this time around, you need the win because you already know where you're headed to. So the road to the final, I can tell you, is very difficult, especially for the Germans, you know, for where you have a part where you have to play Spain, you have to play France, you have to play Germany, also Portugal. In that, you saw the Argentina side where it seems their own road to that final is more easier when you compare to the likes of Portugal, Germany, Netherlands, Morocco, France, all of them in one side, even Spain. All these people are in one part. So I can tell you for a fact that we are going to see blockbuster of quarterfinal, round of 16 and semi-final, because these guys will have to eventually meet each other, you know, in one stage or the other. So we cannot have, in fact, we cannot see Portugal and France in the final because it's not going to be possible. They will have to meet, you know, either in the semi-final or quarterfinal. So this left-hand side of this, you know, part is something that is going to be interesting for me, because the right-hand side where you have Argentina, Ivory Coast, and Brazil, I think these are more like the tough guys here, and okay, including England. It's looking like a more easier task, and people have already predicted that Argentina are going to have a smooth sail to the final because they are open. Now they are going to play Cape Verde. Of course, we know Cape Verde defense. In fact, they are good in defense, but
that their goalkeeper is the
that
defender.
Their keeper Vozinha is not going to.
That guy
probably
is
let
that
some
guy
goals
is
come
the that guy Vozinha. You see the name?
Vozinha.
The name sounds like a threat.
No,
Vozinha.
He's very good.
He will spread it. He will spread. He will spread everything. Both
But
the
now
hands, both the legs.
he's going to have to face Lionel
He's
Messi.
going to face Lionel Messi, but I'm sorry for him. Now, listen. There's something about this World Cup. Vozinha as a goalkeeper facing Lionel Messi as a 10, a striker, a winger, and everything in between. That's on up front, left wing, right wing, number 10, number 8, number 9, first 9, whatever he is, which he's the GOAT, of course. He's actually one of the GOATs.
One of the GOATs.
Larry, take care of that. One of the GOATs. But he's the GOAT. Now, when you talk about Vozinha meeting Messi, it will be a boost to Vozinha's profile.
Yes, now.
More than Cape Verde as a nation.
Yeah.
Now imagine Cape Verde holds down Argentina. And
Only Spain that they held
Vozinha they will build his World Cup.
Before he comes back from the World Cup, they have already placed.
They will build Vozinha's World Cup.
No,
they really will build his World Cup back.
No, the guy, even against Spain, we already seen the millions of followers that he has gained. So, in fact, for me, Cape Verde has already made us proud. We are already proud of them because this is not a footballing country. Cape Verde, in fact, this should be their first World Cup.
Their population is 555,000.
Imagine just having those kind of population.
I mean, I will add you to their population. 500.
Still qualifying for the round of 32.
6,000.
No, they have done us proud. And now, if they are going to go home against Argentina, I don't think they are going to go home with their shoulders low. In fact, they are going to raise their shoulder very high going on. So they have done us proud, and we are proud of them. Cape Verde, kudos to you. If you eventually did not get a victory against Argentina, you have already made us proud. You have made yourself proud, and we are already proud of you. Just before we move on to other stories, let's take a quick short break, and when we come back, we'll give you other updates concerning this World Cup and other news, other trending news in the world of football. There are a lot of things that are happening that we'll still give you the updates. Just stay with us while we go on this short break.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
All right, welcome back from that brief short break. And good up, quickly, just, I want to bring you in. You know that Ghanaian native doctor or whatever.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know if he's a native doctor, they call him there, but that man that said he was the one that made Hurricane not to score a goal against Ghana. He has also said that this World Cup belongs to Portugal, that Portugal are going to win.
It looks like he's still no fan.
That's what everyone is saying. Just come outside and tell us that you are this fan.
You are CR7
you are just a fan, not this. If this is what you are seeing.
Okay, but I
don't know how true it's going to be.
Right now, a lot of things are kind of coming together because I'm asking myself that question. Do we take away the spiritual from the events we engage in day to day? Now your mouth has started shaking.
There's an aspect that spirituality, but if we want to use
let's talk about that. Let's talk about that.
Why has African country, the Ghana themselves, why they never win World Cup? Why have they not won the World Cup?
Let me tell you something.
They should use spirituality.
I'm not siding them, in case you don't know. I'm not siding them. I'm just asking if it has an influence.
It does not.
It does not have an influence.
You are the one that made Hurricane not to score.
No. But of course, England was poor.
Yeah, they were poor. So you can't come and
England was poor.
It was your own doing. You are the one that was controlling him. That's what he's trying to say.
So if Hurricane want to score, he
will not divert.
He will divert the goal.
Something.
What kind of thing is that? But anyway, I think at this point, was he at the World Cup?
Yes, it was at the World Cup.
They took him to the World Cup.
Yes, now he's there. He was in the field. He was blowing this powder.
This guy will go home and clean up now and be chilling.
He'll be chilling. He has
followers now, but he has AC.
He has AC in his house.
AC is blowing him. What is he native in for?
Not native.
He should go to the river. What is he doing in the stadium? He should be around River Euphrates, around that.
He's conducting his charms inside the stadium. He has left the shrine and he's not doing it inside the stadium.
But this is to me I won't say there's no power. I'm going to say power. There's power no day.
No, there's power.
No, there's power, of course. Because if I say that, I'm ignorant of devices. There's power. But to say that it has influenced Hurricane,
not to score.
I'm not sure because they were actually poor. Oh, he would. I would believe he said he influenced the team.
He said that Hurricane was the one that made him not to score.
Okay, we're gonna watch England, but England scored the other day.
Yes, England scored against Panama. It's not against Ghana, so he was not interested.
Yeah.
He now left Hurricane to score.
So why has he not made his people to score more goals?
I'm wondering why.
Why has he not made?
I just hope he's going to make Ghana to, because now he's saying Cristiano Ronaldo is going to win the World Cup. I don't know why he could not say Ghana is going.
So if Hurricane wants to score goal, they will remove the post. No, they will remove the post. I believe him really, but I don't believe him.
Let's leave the man to his own fate. Then there's a question here. In their prime, I'm going to give you 4 players here. In their prime, who do you think is in fact is the best passer in their prime? I'm talking about Kevin De Bruyne. I'm talking about Toni Kroos, of course, Lionel Messi and Xavi. In their prime, who will you pick as the best passer amongst these 4?
Okay, in their prime, who I would pick as the best passer? Well, I will pick. No, let me explain 4 of them in case you don't know.
We don't have much time. But
let me explain 4 of
2
them
minutes.
quickly.
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Yes, 2 minutes. Kevin De Bruyne is an attacker, and he's a creative midfielder, an attacking midfield who came from Wolfsburg, had small spell at Chelsea, and then went to Manchester City, and now he is at Napoli, doing his best, and we've seen him on the attack. At the other side, you have Toni Kroos, who has a mighty shot horsepower. He knows how to shoot, and he knows how to play it from the long range. Very good, Real Madrid, German machine. Now you have Xavi Alonso.
No, not Xavi Alonso, the other Xavi.
Iniesta.
Xavi, the one they call Xavi, not Iniesta. Xavi. You know, it was Iniesta, and Xavi Alonso is the one that played for Liverpool now, current Chelsea coach. Now, this is Xavi.
Is Xavi Iniesta?
Yeah. No, it's Xavi Iniesta. Iniesta is another player.
Is Xavi Iniesta?
Okay.
Is he not Iniesta? I saw Iniesta there.
No, that's not Iniesta.
Who was it?
That's Xavi.
Xavi.
Iniesta.
Okay, Xavi that coached Barcelona.
Yes,
sometimes.
yes.
Okay, yes. Look at him.
That's Xavi.
Xavi played in the central midfield, attacking midfield.
Yes, with him
and he also played him and yes, thank you. Yeah. He also played in the defensive midfield. Yeah, I will tell you, this guy is a midfield bistro. No one saw how much he played in the midfield. Like when he was in his prime, he was the best in the world. Now the last person is Lionel Messi, who has played. The only wing he has not played in this world is DM and defense.
and keeper.
He has not.
In fact, he has played defense. There was a time when he will come back, help Barcelona to defend.
Okay. Now, the best here, I will tell you, is Lionel Messi.
Yes, for you.
For me, it's Lionel Messi.
Yeah, anyway.
But because he has everything the 4 has.
But the subject here is pass.
Pass.
Who knows how
passer,
pass. It's not the best footballer.
Best passer should be Xavi.
Of course, that's the person
That's the best passer.
Any day, anytime.
Best passer, 100% accuracy, just like Bruno Guimaraes of Brazil, who had about 147 passes so far in the World Cup.
Yeah.
Yes, the Arsenal guy who scored Ongo and then later had to score. I really like that guy.
Yeah, so of course for me,
actually,
is Xavi.
Really
Messi, okay, we know he scores good.
Yes, Messi is a taker. Messi is a take on. He's a driver. Yeah. He's a take on. Then he's a caller. These are the names we use. He scores screamer like.
That's why I had to remind you that the subject here is pass. Xavi does not. In fact, he's not too much interested in even going to score the goal. But when he gives you that pass, in fact, part of the goals. Go and check when Xavi and Iniesta, then Neymar, Suarez, and Messi.
Don't mention this. Don't mention
that attacking team. Oh, people that were feeding them those goals that they were scoring. It was like just position. You have somebody that is going to deliver that pass. Just look for somewhere and stay.
I feel these guys, they play like Bruno Fernandes.
Yeah, no, in fact, Bruno Fernandes is playing like them.
Learn from them.
These ones, they are legend. Bruno Fernandes have not even gotten to
that stage. Imagine this team.
They will tailor the pass. It's like they will use tape rule. They will measure it and send it to you. It will come to your feet. It's not the one that you
will telegraph it.
They will just my brother, these people, just leave them. Then also, I'm going to ask you another one. Which record you think is going to be easier to break, out of these 4? We have 3 times World Cup champion. That is talking about Pele. Then we have 17 goals in a single UEFA Champions League season. Someone scored 17 goals. Of course, that's Cristiano Ronaldo. Then we have 91 goals in a calendar year, having to score 91 goals in a season. That's Lionel Messi. And the last person, the last record that I'm going to ask you is 5 goals in just 9 minutes. Person, human being, had to score 5 goals within 9 minutes.
In injury time.
And that is, of course, Lewandowski. He scored 5 goals. Not injury time, within 9 minutes. Within 9 minutes of play, this guy have already scored 5 goals.
No, I would take Lewandowski.
I don't know how possible, this thing was. And this was a professional match. It was not a friendly match. They pass the ball, you score. This
was Champions League game.
I think it was Champions League.
It was a Champions League game.
Imagine your opponent will pass the ball. It's not that you are the one going to pass the ball. They will pass the ball. You guys will collect the ball again. Before you know, he has gone to score 5 goals in 9 minutes. That is to say, he was scoring almost every 2 minutes. He has already gone to score. These people will pass. The next thing, they will collect the ball and go and score. I think for me, this is going to be difficult to break.
Yeah.
3-time World Cup champion. Of course, somebody might even break this soon. Okay, if Messi wins, this one is going to be 2. We have the likes of Mbappe still coming up, who might, win. He has already won 1. Lamine Yamal is still coming. So this one, of course, with time, is going to be broken. Then 17 goals in a season. We have seen what is happening these days. We saw what Hurricane did just last season.
Scored 66 goals in a season.
In a season, people can break this. Then another difficult one is this 91 goals in a calendar. You have to score. I don't know when someone is going to break this one. But you see these 5 goals in 9 minutes. Before you are going to break this record, except it's friendly match that okay, they will just pass, they will give you the ball back. In a competitive match where you are facing someone, you are scoring within 9 minutes, 5 goals. Then let's move forward. Let me give you a career stats between the 2 goal machines that we are talking about, Haaland and Mbappe. Haaland has played 437 games, while Mbappe has played 586 games. Mbappe has goal aggregate 616. Haaland has 432, while Mbappe has scored 436 goals. Haaland has scored 358. Mbappe has 180 assists, while Haaland has 74. Now, moving to the World Cup, we have, of course, the top goal scorers. Messi is already on 6. The race for the Golden Boot, I can tell you, is going to be something that we cannot tell who is it. The fact that he's on 6 does not mean he has won the Golden Boot. We have Ousmane Dembele, of course, on 4. He had to score a hat-trick against Norway the other day. Then, of course, Haaland is already on 4. Then we have Mbappe also, who is already on 4. Then Vinicius Jr. is also on 4. Then, of course, when Vinicius Jr. won the man of the match for their last match, he joined the record holders of players that have won man of the match consecutively. That's straight 3 times in the World Cup. The person that did it first was Ronaldo himself, having to win man of the match for the first 3 matches in the group stage that he played. That was in 2014. And also Lionel Messi has also done this. Of course, he has won the man of the match in the first 3 matches that he played. Now, Vinicius Jr. has been added to that heroic feat, having to be man of the match for the first 3 matches of the World Cup that he played. Then lastly, before we go, I would like to let you know that Enzo Maresca, of course, we have talked about it, but of course, it's something that happened some hours ago. He has put pen to paper officially. Of course, the other thing that we have been saying are all rumors, that is in Manchester City, but never. He is now officially, you can say, Enzo Maresca is officially the coach for Manchester City. And of course, Chelsea had to be compensated. Manchester City, of course, paid the compensation fee, I think about 17 million euros or 19 million euros. And he also apologized to Chelsea for having to leave. He tendered an apology where he said he was sorry, but he had to make a decision. He wanted to leave and go to coach Manchester City. And today, he has been confirmed the coach of Manchester City. Good hope. Are you happy? Are you happy for Manchester City?
I'm not happy for Manchester City. I'm happy for Manchester as a whole because we always have the best of the coaches.
Okay, now you're terming them together now.
Yeah.
Manchester City, Manchester United.
United in a city. Yes, I'm happy. As a team, I'm happy for Manchester City, and good luck to Enzo Maresca.
Yeah.
All the best for him and all his exploit that is coming. I wish him the best.
Yeah, we are good. He's a great coach. He's a great personality. And of course, we wish him the best. This is all we can take on the program today, the Free Kick. Of course, we will be back again on Friday, same time, same station. I remain your wonderful host, Worldwide. And Gudo, thank you, my comrade, my Odogu, the senior myself, the sport oracle.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for being on the show today.
Yeah,
and to you, our viewers out there, don't forget the other matches for the round of 32 is coming up today. Germany versus Paraguay promises to be an interesting match. Brazil versus Japan is coming up today also. It's going to be an interesting match. Go there, watch it, and of course, we'll be here to give you the analysis when we come again. I see you. I remain Worldwide. Have a lovely day. Bye-bye.
The eagle stands as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective. Every day, the world produces noise, but only a few moments produce meaning. Information is everywhere. Understanding is rare. Because facts alone do not enlighten, context does, analysis does, perspective does. Welcome to Aneke TV, where news is not merely reported, it is examined. Where conversations are not merely held, they are elevated. Where stories are not merely told, they are understood. In governance, in business, in society, in the global arena, clarity is power, discernment is advantage, awareness is responsibility. This is broadcasting with purpose, journalism with depth, programming with intellect. Nigeria, the world, we are live. Aneke TV, broadcasting daily, informing minds, shaping perspective.